Chapter 511, The Eye of Truth. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. The Eye of Truth could see through all falsehoods. Xiaolin started to understand what Silverlight meant by that, but he still was not certain. Those threads were not completely unmoving. They would start to move at certain intervals, as if something was being transferred. Looking out of the door, there was no way to see where the threads ended, but the direction did lead to some thoughts from Xiaolin. Valen seemed to finally snap out of his fervor. Even if Xiaolin had the same eye as Valen, a truth that dealt Valen a bigger impact than he expected, the conceited man quickly made a decision. I just need to kill you. That's right. If I kill you, your eye will be mine, and I will still be the only one with God's eye. After losing Ruin, Xiaolin had no way of retaliating. Valen flashed over and kicked Xiaolin away. Before Xiaolin even landed, Valen once again appeared and landed a few punches in Xiaolin's stomach. Xiaolin could only lean against the wall for support, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He had already exhausted everything he had. If Valen used Disintegration Ray, Xiaolin would be killed instantly. But he had intentions for Xiaolin's eye. If Disintegration Ray was used, the instant destruction might destroy his eye as well. Valen's greed did not allow such a valuable eye to disappear, which was why he did not use that much force either, allowing Xiaolin to stay alive for now. Xiaolin might have been battered, but his third eye was still fixed on Valen. Xiaolin could not retaliate, but he could observe. Each strike would cause a change in the threads, as if Valen's strength came from them. No, more accurately, he was on the other end of the threads. That was the most reasonable explanation. By all accounts, Valen Argos's skills were very ordinary before this. As a young necromancer, that was normal. However, the young Valen suddenly defeated his brethren and obtained the position of clan leader, and then revealed such a strange and powerful ability. Power was earned gradually, even for geniuses, unless Valen had used some special way to increase his strength. However, even if the Dark Races had a special way of doing that, it would not be to the degree that Valen had shown. The Resurrection Tower. You're getting your power from the Resurrection Tower, Xiaolin panted as he tried to verify his guess from Valen. If it were a few minutes ago, Valen would not have answered that question, but Valen was already certain of his victory. He knew that Xiaolin could not even run. His conceit caused him to love bragging, so he admitted, that's right. That man was right, you do know a lot, which is why you need to die here. Ah, the resurrection towers that you colonists rely on to live is now my stepping stone. I really should thank all of you. It was no wonder that, throughout the Civil War, despite the rebels not having that much goodwill toward Dawn Academy, they had never destroyed the Resurrection Towers. Dawn Academy's military leaders had thought that it was because the rebels were afraid of them, and had even sent representatives over to negotiate for peace. The thought suddenly appeared in Xiaolin's mind. It meant that the rebels could very well have been in cahoots with Valen. No, it should be with the High Priestess Abana, Valen Argos's backer. It was definitely not good news. In Wildfire Town, that corrupted Resurrection Tower Xiaolin saw could only allow an undead without any form of sentience to resurrect. It had no effect on beings with higher intelligence, such as normies humans. It was only limited to just resurrection, and not boosts in strength. In just a few months, Asabana's research into the Dark Resurrection Towers had leveled up again. Xiaolin actually calmed down after his guesses were confirmed. Valen smiled coldly. What? Did the truth cause you to give up completely? How meaningless. After I deal with you, I'll send your friends over to hell to accompany you. Valen's killing intent rose, and the fatigued Xiaolin immediately reacted, saying, Valen, you wish to bring glory back to the Dark Races and become the new King of Darkness, yet you're Asabana's slave. Is there really no problem with that? Valen's movements slowed, but he quickly laughed. There's no meaning to your provocations at this point. I'm merely working together with Asabana for our mutual benefit. Do you know who Asabana is? Do you know where what he's giving you comes from? I have no interest in that. Ah, but your expression clearly says otherwise. Have you ever heard of the Final Lands? Valen paused again. Even though he was silent, it was obvious that he was interested in the Final Lands. In Normies legends, the Final Lands were the final resting place of God, and was somewhere that only existed in legends. Xiaolin found a promising avenue, and deliberately slowed his speech down, saying, "In truth, the first time I met Sabana was in the Final Lands." After that, a long story followed. Xiaolin had spent months in the Final Lands. Of course, Xiaolin did not tell Valen everything. His stories were a mix of fact and fiction, adding fire to certain parts while omitting the important parts. Valen wanted to interrupt Xiaolin a few times, but had been drawn in by Xiaolin's words, such as the undead that Sabana had created in the Final Lands. As a necromancer, how could Valen not be interested? Xiaolin was already as good as dead. Valen did not mind allowing him to live a little longer. Xiaolin spoke for half an hour. If he really wanted to, he could continue for days on end. Each time Valen revealed an impatient expression, he would hurry past the unimportant matters and bring up something interesting, causing Valen's impatience to die down. Another 20 minutes passed, and Valen furrowed his eyebrows, coldly interrupting Xiaolin. "Are you trying to stall for time?" Xiaolin coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, dryly smiling. "Even if I was stalling, I'm not a match for you. If your hopes are on Ibeia, then you should give up. I already sent someone after her. That girl's bloodline can only be used by me." After those words, Xiaolin suddenly smiled. His eye of truth had been active the whole time, and he saw that those threads surrounding Valen were slowly receding. Chapter 512, Return to its rightful owner. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Valen's power did not come from himself, but was instead a special external power. Even if Xiaolin did not know how that cursed priest Sabana did it, he just needed to cut off Valen's connection to the Dark Resurrection Tower to stop his power. Those threads were the connection between Valen and the Resurrection Towers. Without cutting that connection off, there was no way to defeat Valen. Xiaolin had said so much not to converse with Valen, but to stall for more time for Ibeia. Xiaolin already had a suspicion earlier, which was why he immediately got Ibeia to head to the nearest Resurrection Tower to check it out. If it came to be true, then she was to find Liang Taibai and destroy the Resurrection Tower. Even if it was taking longer than he expected, Xiaolin still believed in Ibeia. True enough, it was delayed, but the threads that represented the power of the Resurrection Tower finally left Valen's body, being cut up like kite strings, disappearing into the air. Valen did not seem to have noticed, but the Eye of Truth could see it all. In contrast, the person that was affected was the one who had a hard time seeing through it. Since his goal was accomplished, Xiaolin did not bother wasting time talking to the man anymore. Valen did not seem to have had enough, furrowing his eyebrows as he said unhappily, "Why aren't you continuing? If I'm happy enough, I might even let you live." Xiaolin smiled coldly. With the current situation, Xiaolin definitely needed to be rescued if he were to get out alive. Valen naturally knew that as well. Letting him live was just a cruel lie. Valen still did not know he had lost the source of his strength, as well as the power to resurrect. However, his current power would not disappear just like that, which meant that Xiaolin still needed to kill him once for it all to end. For Xiaolin, who had run out of power, it was impossible. Xiaolin had planned on his ruined state still being around by the time Ibeia got Liang Taibai to destroy the Black Resurrection Tower. Then he would use his dragon breath to kill Valen, but he did not expect everything to be delayed for so long. Thankfully, Xiaolin had other plans. He had wanted to get more information from Valen, such as information about Sabana, but with Valen's increasing impatience, Xiaolin knew he did not have much time left, and he could no longer hesitate with his life on the line. So, Xiaolin reached his hand out, using all the mental strength he had gathered up during his forced conversation with Valen. Valen felt that something was off, but he only smiled. He was too conceited and had too much confidence. He thought that anything Xiaolin did would be futile. No spell that could be used with that little mental strength would harm Valen, and with that, he lost his last chance. In the next moment, a shocking amount of death energy began to seep out, like a volcano finally erupting after being contained for too long. Valen did not even have the chance to retract the pleased look from his face, since the death energy that seeped out was too close. In just a flash, A sword surrounded by a black aura pierced through Valen's heart. Xiaolin finally let out a breath of relief after his sneak attack was successful. Standing behind Valen was the Black Knight. The undead knight still had its full suit of armor on, and the only holes were for its eyes that danced with green flames. It had loyally followed Xiaolin's orders, and no matter how hard Valen struggled, how hard Valen slammed his fists on the armor, it held onto the sword tightly, completely plunging the sword into Valen's body. "You really should not have shown my stuff off in front of me." Xiaolin finally managed to vent, smiling with mockery. "Weren't you so curious as to why you could not open the ring, and why I can do it so easily?" Valen just stared. He opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out of his mouth were the remnants of his organs. The blade held by the Black Knight was no ordinary weapon, it had a large and thick amount of decaying aura, which was seeping into Valen's body. "You want to know the reason? Oh, I won't tell you." The Black Knight had always been in the spatial ring. The ring was taken away when Xiaolin was kidnapped, and Xiaolin saw the ring again on Valen's hand at the start of the banquet. It was not impossible to force Valen to return it, but Xiaolin was sure that Valen could not open the spatial ring. It had been sealed by Silverlight, who had lived for thousands of years, and only Xiaolin's own mental strength was allowed inside. Only those with greater power than Silverlight could force themselves in, and no matter how strong Valen was, he definitely was not at that level. Valen had definitely seen through the shocking value of the ring. Even if he could not use it, he would definitely not throw it away. It was this greed that had caused his own demise. Xiaolin had already started considering this plan the moment he saw the spatial ring. The Black Knight was actually stronger than he was, and would definitely not be detected by Valen. Thankfully, Valen's strength had been depleted. Xiaolin had actually been very worried that the Black Knight would not be able to kill Valen in one blow. After all, he could not accurately say how powerful Valen was after his transformation. Valen was unable to accept the result, and was struggling as he laughed. Even if his carelessness had led to him receiving a fatal blow, he only needed to resurrect before he could destroy that man in front of him. After a few seconds, Valen's face stiffened. He could feel his strength rapidly disappearing. After resurrecting a few times, he knew that it definitely was not a sign of resurrection. Surprise, cluelessness, shock, and rage. Many expressions flashed through Valen's face. He finally understood something, but did not seem to have grasped the reason. It was a pity he would never understand it. He fixed his glare on Xiaolin, hoping to get an explanation for his death, but Xiaolin had already issued the last order to the Black Knight. Valen had died to his own hubris. If he had killed Xiaolin earlier, he would not be in this situation. Xiaolin could not commit the same error. Eliminate him. The Black Knight raised his sword, and slashed through Valen's throat. Valen's head quickly flew off, and his body collapsed. Once Xiaolin retrieved his ring, he threw the corpse into a fire before picking up the head. Eyes still open, he walked out of the castle, swaying in his steps. Chapter 513, What is Needed? This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The other dark clans had already taken the chance to flee before that, but most of them did not go too far. After all, the battle in the castle would determine who ruled over the area for the next 10 years. If Valen won, then there was nothing much to say. Regardless of whether or not they were happy with it, they could only submit. If Valen lost, then it would be different. The winner would be the king, and it would be Xiaolin who got the right to rule based on tradition. However, now that they knew Xiaolin was from Dawn Academy, then, no matter what Dawn Academy's influence was in the Rosa Kingdom, it would still be hard to completely get the acknowledgement of everyone, as he was a foreigner from a different world. When Xiaolin walked out, everyone's eyes landed on him before shifting toward his hand. The blood on Valen's head had yet to dry, and the look of shock in his eyes was evident. Valen was dead. Xiaolin had killed him. The Argos clan was also done for because Valen's siblings had all died without rhyme or reason, and the ones remaining in the Argos clan could not bear the large responsibility. Even if everyone was shocked that Xiaolin killed Valen and were curious as to how he did it, unfriendly looks started to be directed toward Xiaolin. Xiaolin was very weak at that moment, the fatigue on his face hard to mask. However, Xiaolin could not be bothered with speaking. and instead threw Valen's head in front of the crowd. After that, with a snap of his finger, the Black Knight behind him slowly walked up with its dark aura. All of their expressions changed. Black Knights were middle-stage undead beings, which was already unimaginably powerful in the city. Normally, obtaining a Black Knight needed a long process, which was why those with Black Knights were definitely extraordinary. The Dark Clans were all more or less descendants of ancient bloodlines. Even if the Dark Races were once a major force in the history of planet Norma, they had already lost their past glory and prestige. When Xiaolin revealed his Black Knight, no one dared to have any further objections. What did Valen say earlier? Oh, either you submit or die, right? Xiaolin revealed a warm smile. Don't be scared, everyone. Since he's dead, those words don't mean anything anymore. The few of them who were closer started to have friendly looks in their eyes, and one of them walked forward in congratulations. You really are from Dawn City. Your skills are shocking. We will definitely remember your contributions today. If we have the chance to go to Dawn City in the future, we will definitely repay you. Xiaolin smiled coldly. All that nonsense just implied that he should hurry back to Dawn City since he had already gotten rid of Valen, and to stop interfering with the clans. Xiaolin once again clapped, and the Black Knight behind him took a large step forward. The blade was raised, and when it fell again, another head was sent rolling on the ground. Silence. Xiaolin's sudden change in attitude left most of them no time to react. Xiaolin walked around, and the ones who were thinking of moving forward had all retreated. He took a deep breath, shouting, to submit or to die. I don't need your submission, I need your loyalty. What I want is very simple, either you show loyalty, or you die. Loyalty to who? Someone asked. To Dawn Academy, and to myself personally. After pausing, Xiaolin glanced over at the old man who was glaring at him before adding, of course, loyalty to the Street Claude clan as well. The few intelligent ones had a look of realization, and those who did not understand quickly had someone explaining to them. Submitting to Valen and being loyal to Dawn Academy were two completely different things. In truth, even if it was not all of them, most of the clans were still willing to deal with Dawn Academy. Since Xiaolin had placed Dawn Academy in front, and the Street Claude clan and himself behind, it meant that the Street Claude clan had already made ties with Dawn Academy. Going against the Street Claude clan was equal to opposing Dawn Academy. Some of the smaller clans started to have obvious looks of hesitation. They were willing to follow Dawn Academy, but were worried that Xiaolin had no right to decide that. Those races that lived longer than humans were naturally more understanding of Dawn Academy's government. Some of the clans with more history were not willing to rely on someone else, and were thinking of the words to decline when Xiaolin said again, I know what all of you are thinking. The rebels are about to invade this city, and you want to try building a connection with the new king to gain more power and empower your clans. Of course, it seems very tempting. However, don't forget, Dawn Academy was not planning on interfering with the military. But now there's enough proof to show that the person behind the rebels is actually an enemy we've been after for a long time. In the future, Dawn Academy's troops will take back this country. Do you wish to turn into our enemies and be eliminated, or do you want to be our friends and help us defend this city and build a close partnership? Everyone fell silent. They had actually already guessed Valen Argos's goals. Valen had already made some agreement with the rebels. He had hoped to acquire the city, or possibly even more. Now that Valen had lost, they were faced with sides to pick: the rebels or Dawn Academy. The smart ones noticed that Xiaolin had tossed the Rosa royalty aside, which moved them. It meant that this could very well become Dawn Academy's direct colonial grounds in the future, which meant a country would be established. That also signaled the birth of new royalty and countless nobles, which they could very well become. How much do you know about us dark races? At some point, a voluptuous woman had moved closer from the distance. Much of her skin was exposed, and she had a beautiful face. Her eyes were a seductive purple, signifying that she was a succubus. The woman stopped about 10 meters away, showing that she did not bear any ill intentions. Xiaolin muttered to himself. He had a lot of sources of information on the dark races. Ibea's stories, Captain Hume's information, as well as what he found in the library. In terms of understanding, It was not that deep, but the woman was obviously not testing his basic knowledge. Suddenly, Xiaolin thought of something. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "You need land, you need a country that you can call your own." Chapter 514, Liang Taibai's Concern. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The succubus was quite surprised. As far as she knew, most of the other worlders did not understand a lot about the dark races, especially since Dawn Academy was friendly with the Rosa royalty, and they did not need to interact with the powers in the dark. However, the succubus did not approve of Xiaolin just because of that. Her smile still contained a coldness that rejected everyone as she used her sweet voice to say, "That's right, after ancient times, we've been rejected by Planet Norma's society. In truth, we don't really need much. We would not, at least most of us, won't have ambitions like that madman Valen. Returning to past glories and bringing forth the power of darkness are things we've stopped caring about. We only want a country that can be considered ours. Humans would not exist in our country, and hunters should not be able to find us. It should be somewhere completely safe, and would be somewhere we can forever be happy." The succubus got more and more emotional, as if she was venting. The dark races had resided in the darkness for thousands of years, which was something everyone had thought was logical. However, who could possibly not want the ability to live without hiding? Unfortunately, it was something that seemed impossible on planet Norma. The world rejected them, and hunters were constantly after them. They never knew if they would wake up with a knife to their throats. Every time they went to another city, they could not divulge their identities easily, or they would not be able to enter, and could even be jailed. Even the Rosa Kingdom, that tolerated the dark races, had various segregation. Those clans did not have too bad a time living in the royal city, but their lives were definitely not great. The rest of them looked at Xiaolin, but their faces were full of mocking. They felt that, even if that other worlder knew what they needed, they would never be able to get it. A country, or at least a city that really belonged to them, was something that was impossible. Xiaolin understood as well. He could not even guarantee that Dawn Academy would completely hand over the royal city to them. Even if they cooperated and prevented the rebels from attacking, Dawn Academy could very well continue to support the Rosa Kingdom's royalty. Xiaolin suddenly thought of something, and said, "I think all of you know Ibea. She has the prestigious street Claude clan's blood, and is also of the Rosa Kingdom's royalty. If this city is handed to her, I think all of you should be fine." Ibea, the street Claude clan? I've heard that she really was born from royalty, but if it's Ibea, I don't mind, but would Dawn Academy accept it? There's still the matter of the rebels. The crowd that had been quiet was suddenly in a clamor. Xiaolin understood that they would not be able to make a decision in a short amount of time. After all, each clan looked for different benefits. He needed time to convince a lot of people as well. Regardless, the night could be considered a success. Xiaolin promised that he would do his best to pursue a conclusion that would satisfy everyone. The succubus represented the other clans in guaranteeing that, if Ibea was really given the right to rule over the city, then they would do their best to protect the royal city against the rebels, and would also be willing to be vassals of Dawn Academy. With that verbal promise, the exhausted Xiaolin finally returned to the embassy, stumbling upon Ibea, who was full of worry. The girl's white dress had been ripped, and there was even some blood, leading to Xiaolin exploding. "Who attacked you?" Xiaolin's face was full of anger. "It's nothing. I met some pursuers that Valen sent earlier, and I faked my death to escape." Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief. Ibea's combat strength was nothing much, but she could often rely on her extremely strong regenerative abilities to fake death and trick enemies. That's why there was such a delay. "I was very worried that I affected your plans." Xiaolin naturally did not blame her for anything, and brushed it aside, telling Ibea that Valen was dead to her happy cheers. Ibea was also tired after a night of running around. Xiaolin helped her look for a room to rest and before going to the lounge to wait for Liang Taibai's return. Liang Taibai slowly walked in at dawn. Xiaolin was not surprised. Destroying a resurrection tower was simple in itself, but there were countless things to deal with in the aftermath. Liang Taibai looked exhausted, slumping right into the sofa before angrily saying to Xiaolin, who had started everything. You really caused a huge mess last night. You actually got a little vampire to get me to destroy a resurrection tower. Do you know that, if anyone else were the ambassador, they would probably have killed Ibe for being a spy? But you're not an ordinary ambassador, Xiaolin sincerely said. Liang Tai, by being bold enough to destroy a resurrection tower, had helped him greatly. My trust for Ibe was purely out of my faith in you. You're lucky that I've heard about the corrupted resurrection tower. Liang Tai referred to the corrupted resurrection tower back in Wildfire Town. The case had been classified to everyone, so anyone who knew of it would not have a low standing. Xiaolin was just about to voice his admiration, but Liang Tai had a difficult look on his face, staring at Xiaolin. You really gave me a lot of trouble. Destroying a resurrection tower is very complicated. I know, resurrection towers have self-destruct mechanisms. As the ambassador here, you definitely had the activation scroll. Did you not use it? Xiaolin joked. That's right, I destroyed the corrupted resurrection tower, which is why this city is not under the protection of one at all. The royal city is the Rosa Kingdom's largest city and we have a lot of merchants here. The resurrection tower is their greatest protection. What do you think they would say? Sighing, Liang Tai continued, to be safe, I'll gather everyone we have who hasn't left the city yet tomorrow and ask them to leave quickly. Compared to the approaching rebels, I'm more worried about the fact that someone corrupted a resurrection tower before our own eyes. Since you're back, Valen Argos is definitely already dead. You should go back to rest. Liang Tai was not surprised at Xiaolin's victory. He had heard of Xiaolin's skills. Chapter 515, Casino. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Looking at Liang Tai's haggard face after working for the whole night, Xiaolin thought for a moment before sitting back down, bringing up what he had talked to the other clans about. That's the gist of it. I had my hands tied in that situation. I did not have much strength left after killing Valen. Even my Black Knight would have been greatly outnumbered. I could only temporarily placate the clans, but I thought about it on the way back, and it seems like a good idea. Xiaolin waited for a reply after his explanation. After a long time, a cold wind blew in from the windows as Liang Tai looked at Xiaolin speechlessly. Xiaolin could only cough awkwardly at the gaze. Xiaolin, stop torturing me. Liang Tai had a powerless look on his face. I understand the idea behind it, and I've also heard of Ibe's status. But why do you think that Ibe controlling the Dark Clans would be useful to us? I trust Ibe a lot. You? Xiaolin paused, sighing. He understood that, even if he trusted Ibe a lot, even if that girl showed a maturity beyond her age, Ibe had never held any ill will toward Xiaolin, and she possessed a special bloodline. If Dawn Academy needed to support a local to take over the Rosa Kingdom, Ibe was definitely the best choice. That was definitely so from Xiaolin's perspective, but the problem was that only he trusted her. To everyone else, not even just the military, but anyone with power in Dawn Academy, entrusting such a huge responsibility to a girl in her teens was impossible. However, your actions tonight aren't meaningless. At least, you've helped us open up a lot of possibilities. Liang Tai patted Xiaolin's shoulder. Liang Tai was decisive. After losing the Resurrection Tower and knowing they faced an unknown opponent, he immediately made the call to retreat. He had the right to do that as an ambassador, even if that decision might lead to the locals being attacked by the approaching rebel troops. It was still better than having their own people die because of it. Xiaolin was actually unwilling, but he did not have any right to speak on the matter. The next morning, Xiaolin started to pack up after getting enough rest. Every person from Dawn Academy was doing the same thing. No one wanted to lose their lives for no reason, and the lack of a Resurrection Tower had taken away their reason to stay. The Rosa Kingdom's Resurrection Tower was large, standing tall in the middle of the city, its coverage encompassing the entire royal city. It was the symbol of Dawn Academy, yet it was gone in just one night. The citizens of the royal city might not have understood the complicated processes behind it, but they could still guess what was happening from the increased security in the embassy, as well as the sudden closure of various colonist shops. The entire royal city entered a state of chaos. Everyone had felt unsafe before this, but at the very least, The existence of Dawn Academy meant that the rebels would not inflict too much destruction if they entered the city. That was why many citizens decided to stay behind despite the large number of refugees, and normal order was maintained. However, now their last pillar had been destroyed. Without the colonists, it was difficult to say what the rebels would do when they came. This world did not have any international regulations. Whatever atrocities the rebels did when they entered the city would only be known by the heavens. IBEA definitely needed to be brought along. As for the other clans, Xiaolin did not have the time to handle it for now. That was due to the fact that he had rushed to the largest casino in the city, Century Casino, right after receiving Liang Taibai's retreat order. At the start of the monthly examination, An Fumin had asked him to bring some items back. That was quite normal, since couriers did not exist on planet Norma. With the civil war in the Rosa Kingdom, anyone else doing it would have very low reliability. Xiaolin guessed that it was something to do with money, even if it would make things hard for him. If the amount was large enough, it would definitely affect their journey and increase the danger, such as being chased by the rebels. However, Xiaolin never broke his promises. Century Casino had already received a notification from the embassy. However, the large and luxurious casino did not stop their operations on that day. Even with the entire city in that state, there was still no shortage of gamblers within the city. Xiaolin used his embassy pass to enter the casino office. The boss, a middle-aged woman who oozed femininity, received him. "I'm Sunjia, the boss here." "Ah. Even if that bastard has mentioned you to me before, I really didn't think you'd be so young." "Hello." Her low neckline revealed two half-hidden white globes, and Xiaolin quickly retreated 2 steps before politely saying, "I was asked by An Fumin to bring some things back. I trust you received the embassy's notice as well, so I hope you'll make your preparations quickly and not delay anything. I'll let the embassy know to allow your transports to leave earlier." Sunjia looked at Xiaolin, amused. "That bastard did not tell you what you were transporting. It seems like he doesn't trust you that much." "Ha ha ha, let me tell you, you must not believe that bastard too much, or you'll eventually be sold by him for money." Sunjia's intimate way of addressing An Fumin caused him to speculate on their relationship, but Xiaolin did not feel like gossiping at the time, so he somewhat coolly, "I'm only working with An Fumin, helping each other out." "That's right. He promised he would support me financially. My gear has been quite beaten up lately, and the embassy does not have that much of a stockpile, so I hope you can prepare some better equipment for me." Sunjia smirked. "You're quite bold." "Don't worry, my information network is even better than the embassy's. The rebels are still a month away from us. Just 2 days won't change anything, but shipping money would attract too much attention." Xiaolin could not help but remind her. "Who told you you were transporting money?" "What, is that not the case?" Xiaolin started to redden, realizing that he seemed to have misunderstood something. "Ha ha ha." Sunjia laughed once again. Chapter 516, Sudden Accident. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. That bastard really loves money, but this thing is more important than money. Sunjia's smile was radiant. She was from Earth, and had been in the Rosa Kingdom for many years. Her attire had been completely localized, but was still alluring beyond belief. Of course, she was definitely not as young as she looked. Sunjia was very open to conversation and constantly teased Xiaolin until he could not stand it and planned to leave. She finally said, "Fine, let's talk official business." Xiaolin's eye twitched. It meant that everything she said before was just nonsense. He rubbed his forehead powerlessly, sighing, "What does An Fumin want me to bring back?" "It's this." Sunjia pointed at a box the size of a palm on the rack next to her. "Are you sure this thing is valuable?" "Of course, this thing is more valuable than the entire casino." Sunjia's expression changed from cheeky to serious, signifying she was sincere. Xiaolin said powerlessly, "Then why did you put it somewhere so obvious?" "Are you not afraid that someone would steal it or just take it away?" "Have you ever heard the saying, the most dangerous place is the safest?" There are no foolproof locks or seals in this room. Compared to racking our brains on it, why not just place it in the most obvious place, where people would not notice it? "Tell me, did you notice it at all since you walked in?" It was true. The box looked very ordinary, the materials looked like common wood. There were no jewels or adornments. In fact, it would be no surprise if anyone thought it was trash. Xiaolin did not want to dwell on that question, so he asked curiously, "What's in the box?" Many people have searched all of planet Norma looking for this, and countless people have lost their lives for it too. Too many people want it, but have never seen it. Yet you still haven't told me what it is. Sun Jie looked at Xiaolin like he was stupid. Don't you understand? How could I tell you what such a valuable object is? Unfuman wanted to find a reliable person to bring it back to Dawn City, but had never felt safe. Xiaolin was speechless. Fine. Xiaolin finally decided to stop talking to the unreasonable woman. He was only finishing a task he was asked to do. Unfumin could definitely have just asked someone official from Dawn Academy to bring it back, especially someone from the military. It would definitely be much safer, since no one dared provoke Dawn Academy. Xiaolin believed Unfumin definitely had the connections to do it. However, Unfumin did not go through official channels, which meant that the guy did not want Dawn Academy to know of the existence of the thing, or at least, he did not want to hand it over to the Academy. That was why Unfumin could only rely on his private connections and power to get it sent back. What disappointed Sun Jie was that Xiaolin suddenly lost all interest after his initial attention. To Xiaolin, it did not matter what was in the box, since it was Unfumin's. Since it was not Xiaolin's, there was no need to continue with the questions. It's going to be much more convenient if it's just a box. When the time comes, depart with us and mix into the team. Xiaolin thought for a moment before adding, "Oh, it's best you remove all the makeup on your face." Normese women did not put on makeup, even if various makeup products from Earth had appeared throughout the years. It was only an item reserved for upper society. If Sun Jie did not want people to immediately recognize her, then she had to make sure she looked more like a commoner. Sun Jie still wanted to talk to Xiaolin, trying to get some information, but Xiaolin treated this potential lover of Unfumin with a purely official attitude. After discussing the journey, Xiaolin left. The embassy was incredibly busy. After the civil war, the workload in the embassy had greatly decreased, but the chaos today caused even more refugees to flood outside the embassy. Liang Taibai had asked Xiaolin to help handle some matters. Even if Xiaolin did not strictly speaking have any qualifications to do so, having not even graduated, he was still from Earth. Liang Taibai smiled bitterly in frustration. "I could have actually gotten people from the royal chambers to help with this, but after you were ambushed and the resurrection tower was corrupted, I've completely lost trust in outsiders. There is no way it could have happened without internal sources. Since we're leaving in a hurry, we basically won't be bringing anyone else with us." Liang Taibai thought for a moment before continuing the explanation. Of course, he could make those decisions himself without explaining anything to Xiaolin. Xiaolin understood what he meant. "Are you referring to the Dark Clans?" "I understand. It is regretful, but they aren't the most important thing at the moment. However, we at least need to bring Ibe and her uncle. That girl from the street. Claude Clan? Don't worry, it's not an issue. Just bring them along." Liang Taibai paused for a moment before patting Xiaolin's shoulder meaningfully. "Ambassador Liang, I think you're misunderstanding something." Liang Taibai waved his hand, his expression indicating, "You don't have to explain, I understand." Xiaolin sighed powerlessly, not bothering to argue. With the tasks Liang Taibai had assigned to him, he was busy for most of the day. He dealt with the more minor things, separating the documents that were not too high-leveled. Those with value would be brought away, and those without would be burned. Currently, including Liang Taibai, there were only about 10 or so people in the embassy. However, according to the newest military reports, the rebels would only be able to arrive at the city in a month. The Rosa Kingdom's military would not hold on for long, but they would not be instantly defeated. If the rebels met with any sort of delay, it would take them at least 2 or 3 months. That was why Xiaolin and everyone else was not too panicked. Even if the outside world was in chaos, everything within the embassy still proceeded in an orderly fashion. At midnight, Xiaolin was deep in sleep when he was violently woken up by Liang Taibai. After lighting the magical lamp, the light lit up the room. Liang Taibai's expression was ugly. his eyes red. "Ambassador Liang, it's the middle of the night. Is there anything that can't be delayed for tomorrow?" Xiaolin yawned as he complained. Liang Taibai's breath was erratic, looking like he had just rushed over from somewhere. Looking at Xiaolin, he said, "The rebels have already surrounded the city." In a flash, Xiaolin lost all of his earlier sleepiness. Chapter 517, King. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The rebels had already surrounded the royal city. When he heard that, Xiaolin had thought that Liang Taibai was joking, but Liang Taibai's eyes were red and his face was frantic, letting Xiaolin know it was not the time for jokes. Xiaolin quickly put on his clothes, and followed Liang Taibai into the palace. "Did we not say during the day that the rebels were still a month away, and we also had the royal army to hold them off? How could they be here already?" "We're looking into it, but it's not the time to think about it now." Liang Taibai sighed. "How many troops are in the royal city?" Xiaolin guessed something from Liang Taibai's expression. "There are still 3,000 troops." "How about the rebels?" "We're still not clear on the details, but by the approximation of the guards, there are at least 20,000 of them." Fook. Xiaolin could not help but curse. Even if defending a city was easier than attacking, the difference in numbers was too great. Liang Taibai picked up the pace, revealing even worse news as he did. "The 3,000 troops in the city are all mostly old or injured because the main force had been sent to stop the rebels. Who knows what happened to those idiots? They haven't been gone for a few days." The usually polite Liang Taibai cursed out loud, obviously looking down on the combatability of the kingdom's army. Xiaolin gaped, and was quickly deep in thought. After a moment, the two of them arrived at the castle. Even if the royal city had a curfew, they were not stopped at all as Dawn Academy's ambassadors. In fact, they were not even checked on. In the beautiful palace, Xiaolin saw the king of the kingdom. They might have already escorted all the king's children out, but the king still remained. Initially, the military had planned on using the king as a bargaining chip in their negotiations with the rebels. Xiaolin had even heard from Liang Taibai that a lot of the upper echelons for Dawn Academy were not happy with the current king. Not only did the civil war cause a lot of trouble for Dawn Academy, the relationship between the kingdom and the academy had not been the best in recent years as well. In fact, when Dawn Academy requested more resurrection towers to be built in the Rosa Kingdom 2 years ago, they were rejected harshly by the king. Now, it was obvious that, even without what was happening, Dawn Academy would not have tolerated this person's continuing to sit on the throne. This was the first time Xiaolin met the king who dared oppose Dawn Academy. Before, they had always avoided the king when dealing with anything. The king's sideburns were white, and he had a thin beard, making him look very old. However, Xiaolin had seen from the reports that the king was only over 40 years old. He had his crown on, but it was not very luxurious. The crown was only adorned with 8 jewels shaped like roses. Inside the palace was a large round table. All the officials sat near the table while the king sat on a dais at the front, facing everyone. Of course, as ambassadors from Dawn Academy, Xiaolin and Liang Taibai did not need to sit where the officials did. Instead there were 2 chairs prepared next to the throne, signifying they were equals to the king. After the civil war, many of the officials in the city had run away or gone into hiding. Now, there were only 7 or 8 of them in the palace. They were all waiting inside, but were quite surprised at Xiaolin's appearance. But to them, what they needed was a representative from Dawn Academy. It did not matter who it was. Once Xiaolin and Liang Taibai sat down, the sudden meeting formally started. First, the armored generals stood up to make their reports. Not long after night fell, there were some movements with the automatic sentry towers in the eastern gates. Of course, the guards thought it was a malfunction, and went over to check. Then, a short conflict happened. I happened to be nearby at the time, and felt like something was off. I opened up the searchlights Dawn Academy had given us and noticed that a large number of troops were nearby, and basically had us surrounded. Liang Taibai immediately started his questions, trying to gain even more information, such as the number of enemies and the relative strength, including formations and gear. However, since it was so sudden, the general did not have too much information. The shock at that moment had caused him to immediately run back with the report, and await the king's decision. It's definitely the rebels, there's no question about it. Someone was not happy about Liang Taibai's questions, but did not want to be too obvious with it, so he turned to the king and said, "My king, while the enemies still haven't fully surrounded us, we should use the cover of night to immediately send our troops out for an attack." "That's right, we should leave immediately. His Highness cannot be captured, otherwise Rosa will have no future." "Your Highness, please leave immediately. The royal city does not have any ability to defend itself. If we fight our way out and group up with the troops we sent out 2 days ago, we will have a chance." The officer's words were sincere, all advising the king to leave immediately, all while shooting glares at Liang Taibai. They all obviously knew that Dawn Academy had deliberately removed the king's name from the escort list and left him for death. The king waved his hand, signaling for the officials to be quiet before turning toward Liang Taibai, asking, "Do the two of you have any opinions?" The king's wizened face was very calm, not panicking at all with his city being surrounded. Xiaolin did not know if he was forcing himself to be calm, or if he had already given up, knowing that Dawn Academy had already pinned him as a scapegoat. Xiaolin silently speculated, but no matter what, he definitely did not have a good impression of the king he was meeting for the first time. That had nothing to do with Dawn Academy, on with the kingdom, on with the starving peasants in the kingdom. It was purely because the man on that throne was Ibea's grandfather. Even if Ibea's words were filled with lies that were difficult to tell apart, she had never lied about her birth. That was something Xiaolin had verified from numerous sources. Ibea was a mix between a human and a vampire. Her mother was a princess of the Rosa kingdom, which meant she was the daughter of that king, and Ibea was naturally his granddaughter. However, Ibea's youth had been very pitiful. The street-clawed blood in her veins caused her to be in great danger, and her father was hunted because of that as well. Yet, the Rosa royalty never acknowledged her existence, and had even forced the princess out of the palace. When the princess died of blood loss giving birth to Ibea, Ibea basically only had her uncle, the old man, left to live with. Chapter 518, Surrounded City. 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin could no longer do anything about Ibea's childhood, but the root of all her suffering was undoubtedly that king, Ibea's grandfather. If the king had not chased away her mother, Ibea would very well be a proper princess, enjoying the life someone her age should be enjoying. With that in mind, Xiaolin's words were unkind the moment he spoke. Before Liang Taibai said anything, Xiaolin took the chance to say, "Opinions? Well, what opinions can we have? The army is near, and the only ones defending the city are weak troops. You can only run. We're not in a hurry. Even if the rebels enter the city, they might not do anything to us." Liang Taibai added, "Of course, they were planning on leaving, but the royal city had been surrounded. With the lack of a resurrection tower, breaking through the siege would result in unneeded casualties." Liang Taibai was decisive, abandoning the plan to leave the moment it was impossible. As for the king, it was still unclear if he wanted to leave during the night, and Liang Taibai was wondering if he should make up an excuse to hold the king back. As the ambassador of Dawn Academy, Liang Taibai clearly stood with the academy, and he needed to consider how to reap the greatest benefits at moments like this. "Yes, thanks for your suggestion." The king remained warm and calm. After nodding, he faced the officials and said, "I've decided that I won't leave this city. This is the kingdom my ancestors left for me. Even if I die, I want to die on my own land." "Your Highness, you can't do this." The officials immediately voiced their objections after a moment of shock, but even after over 10 minutes of their advice, the king merely faced everything with a smile. No matter what the officials said, he merely shook his head resolutely. Finally, once everyone had said their piece, the king suddenly stood up, declaring, "The enemy is right next to us, we should stop wasting our time here. I am the king, but I was a warrior when I was young. Battle is my true calling." After saying that, the king took up his armor and weapons in front of everyone's stares, taking off his robes and walking toward the city gates with his armor on. After a pause, The officials discussed it among themselves and hurried behind the king. Only Xiaolin and Liang Taibai were left looking at each other. It was unexpected. They had thought that the king would try to flee. That should have been what happened. They did not feel like 3,000 old and weak soldiers would be able to hold off the rebels outside the city. Even if the royal city had been strengthened in its history, their numbers are still far too little. What do we do? Xiaolin asked. Let's leave. Liang Taibai was helpless. If the king did not do as they expected, then they could only wait. The loss of the Resurrection Tower meant that he could not consider helping anyone other than the ones from Earth. Attackers and defenders be damned. However, not helping did not mean they would merely look on. After leaving the palace, Liang Taibai gathered the people of the embassy and split them into two. One group would patrol the city, including weapons storages and supply depots, and the other group would follow him to the city gates. Liang Taibai still did not fully believe those from Rosa. He needed to see the enemy with his own eyes, and Xiaolin chose to do the same. The night was very dark, but with the special pass, Xiaolin and Liang Taibai still managed to head to the city gate towers on the eastern side of the city. It was the largest gate in the royal city, and had the most defensive towers. Even if the rebels are great in number, this is still the capital city. Its defensive capabilities are still excellent. On top of that, during our cooperation, we've helped them erect many high-leveled magic defense towers. The power is quite impressive, Liang Taibai told Xiaolin softly. Ambassador Liang, do you think the city will fall? It will. Liang Taibai gave an affirmative answer, adding after that, however, how long it will take is uncertain. The magical defense towers need large amounts of energy stones as a resource. Ever since the kingdom rejected our suggestion of building even more resurrection towers, we've basically stopped providing them with energy stones. The Rosa kingdom lacks resources, so the energy stones they have in store are all probably from the past. I don't know how long it will last. Plus, we actually know nothing about the rebels. Liang Taibai said with concern. I've received many reports these few months, but I've never managed to get reliable information on the strength of the rebel troops. Xiaolin said suspiciously, aren't the rebels just formed out of the local farmers and commoners? With an untrained army like this, if we can even call them that, would they really be that strong? Everything aside, they would probably have a hard time dealing with the defensive towers. Liang Taibai said, your words make sense, but do you know how many of the Rosa Kingdom's troops have been defeated since the start of the civil war? Over 20,000. Including any new conscripts, basically 10 regiments have gone up in smoke. Do you really think that a rebel army comprising farmers can do so much? Xiaolin started to be doubtful. He knew that Rosa's civil war had gone on for a long time, but he never knew that the army had taken so much damage. When it comes to the rebels, what I know might not be as much as you, so I'm just as curious as you are. Therefore, let us see what the rebel army's strength is like. The city gates were quite spacious. Other than defensive towers, there were also searchlights and search towers given by Dawn Academy. Night battles on planet Norma had always been a big problem. Even if their mages had all sorts of ways to illuminate the battlefield, their mental strength could not maintain it for that long, and the range was limited. The searchlights were built with Earth technology in mind, using a combination of magic and science to create. They used energy stones as power, and used local materials to make specialized circuits capable of providing large amounts of light. Under the orders of the commander of the city gates, the usually expensive searchlights were protected from all forms of weather. As countless energy stones were added in, the light began to shoot out after a few seconds. It looked like a miniature sun. With the power gained from energy stones, the searchlights were even more powerful than those from Earth. The rebels naturally did not have advanced toys like that, and the local troops were quite pleased with themselves. However, when everyone saw the troops below the city, their expressions changed. Chapter 519, Surrounded City, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Under the white magical light, the darkness disappeared, but the scene that appeared in front of them left everyone shocked. There were many troops around the city, but what they wore was the armor of the Rosa Kingdom's army, including the red rose flags. The Royal Guard. It's the Royal Guard. The soldiers at the gate quickly realized the identity of the troops. Liang Taibai's face was steely as he said, "The Royal Guard are the royal city's last line of defense. The soldiers that I told you were sent to stop the rebels were them. I can't believe they turned into rebels so easily. Curses, most of the equipment for this army was bought by us." The Rosa Kingdom was a small country, which was why they relied on Dawn Academy to bring in a lot of their weapons and equipment. It was also an important line of business for the Academy. However, that equipment falling into the hands of their enemies was not a good sign. Xiaolin was deep in thought. As the searchlight moved further to check on the enemy numbers, he suddenly shouted, "Hold on." Xiaolin shut his eyes, as if feeling something. Liang Taibai seemed to have seen something as well, but he was not certain. So Liang Taibai waited by the side with a stern expression. After a few minutes, Xiaolin opened his eyes, muttering with some disbelief, "The death energy here is very dense." "Is that so?" Liang Taibai's expression worsened. Only those who learned necromantic meditation were more sensitive to death energy, so he only had suspicions, but could not be sure. Nevertheless, he did not ask how Xiaolin learned necromantic meditation. Death energy existed everywhere, but it was not normal for it to be so dense. Either countless corpses were buried under the city, or the death energy came from the army in front of them. Undead troops. Liang Taibai clenched his teeth as he voiced the guess in his mind, but he kept his voice low, not allowing the Rosa soldiers to hear him. The siege slowly began, but what gave everyone some relief was that the army did not seem to have any equipment meant to siege the city. As the capital of the country, the royal city had great defenses. The walls were massive, and intricate protection completely shielded their ranged attackers. They also had specialized magical enhancing tools as well as various defensive towers. Even if the troops protecting the city were all older, which meant their strength and speed and other attributes had deteriorated with age and robbing them of the ability to charge forward, defending a city was something that was not that taxing on the body. Instead, the experience they have gained from their age proved useful. The sounds of battle never stopped throughout the night. The shooting of arrows and the explosions of magic decimated the troops around the city that did not have any mechanisms for a siege. It was a pity that there was such a limited number of troops defending the city, resulting in difficulties covering a large area. That was why the battle was prolonged. The defensive towers had their full power on display, especially the magical defensive towers. They dealt massive damage to the undead army. Each ball of flame flew into dense crowds, killing at least a few dozen. However, what caused headaches were the lack of pain or fear felt by the undead. Unless they were thoroughly destroyed, they would continue advancing, even if they were missing a limb or two. At the crack of dawn, the first ray of sunlight could be seen over the horizon. The desperately attacking undead army seemed to have received new orders, and suddenly retreated completely. After over 10 minutes, all that was left around the city were magical flames that had yet to die out and countless corpses. Cheers could be heard around the city gates. Each soldier that participated hugged each other in celebration. Thanks to the lack of long-ranged weaponry and siege machinery, the damage dealt by the attacking army was minuscule. Xiaolin and Liang Taibai looked on from a tower for the whole night. Even though Xiaolin wanted to help, he was stopped by Liang Taibai. The seasoned ambassador could tell that it would be difficult for their enemies to attack the city, and would not be able to that night. "Go back. You're tired." Liang Taibai did not say anything else. On the way back to the embassy, Xiaolin saw many Rosa soldiers spreading information, announcing the victory last night. That was because news of the city being surrounded had leaked earlier and was quickly spread around the entire city, resulting in obvious chaos. It seems like the king still has some resolve. Xiaolin let out a word of praise. The moment the defense of the city ended, the king sent his troops to quell the chaos. That was why he saw massive crowds on his way back, but there was no large-scale chaos. The biggest taboo for defending a city was undoubtedly internal chaos. It was more terrifying than the enemy. If the masses lost their minds and wanted to open the city gates to flee, then the city would essentially self-destruct. It would be great if this order was maintained after a week. Liang Taibai said. Xiaolin sighed. He knew that the victory last night was only temporary. Low-ranked undead were still sensitive to light, and were not as strong as during the night. So, Their victory was obtained due to the strategy of their enemies. If the city was not attacked by undead, and instead the actual rebel army, their chances of defending the city would be higher. They only needed to keep the city defended and wait for the royal guard to return. At that time, the rebels would be pincered, and their lack of training could even mean an instant loss. However, there were no ifs in the real world. Even Xiao Lin, who had no military strategy training, could tell that it would be very hard to hold on to the city, because the Rosa Kingdom no longer had any troops that could come to the rescue. After returning to the embassy, Xiao Lin only managed to take a nap in a blur. He woke up after 3 hours and noticed that Liang Taibai had not slept at all. Instead he was discussing matters with the others in the embassy. When he saw Xiao Lin, he smiled and waved before everyone went into the office. Xiao Lin slowly acquainted himself with everyone in the embassy during this time. After a few greetings, he sat down, quietly waiting for the conclusion of their discussions. Would they leave, or would they stay? Chapter 520, Surrounded City, 3. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The king's children had all already been sent away. The royal city's resurrection tower had also been destroyed due to corruption, and it was also very possible that there was a spy within the city. The Rosa Kingdom's last line of defense had also turned into an undead army and was assaulting the royal city. With more and more disagreeable conditions rising up, everyone felt like the city would not last for much longer. Furthermore, the rebels corrupting the Resurrection Tower showed that the enemy had close ties with what happened to the Resurrection Tower in Wildfire Town, meaning they definitely did not harbor any goodwill toward Dawn Academy. Our only choice is to leave. A spectacled lady voiced her opinion after everyone had added in their thoughts. If we leave now, it won't be as simple as abandoning a city. Even if the situation was clear, not everyone agreed with the suggestion. That's right. If we leave now, we'll completely lose control of the Rosa Kingdom. Based on our data from 3 months ago, we have 13 resurrection towers in the Rosa Kingdom. If the royal city falls, we might not have access to those towers anymore. Compared to destroying the resurrection towers, I'm more worried about the corrupted resurrection tower. This is the basis of our existence in this world. If a country has 13 dark resurrection towers, I won't even be able to sleep well at night. Everyone knows how hard it is to build these towers. Star metal is very valuable. It's fine if we lose the resurrection towers, but if we lose all that star metal, I think we should all just quit our jobs. The small meeting had a lot of differing opinions. Different perspectives offered different suggestions. Xiao Lin did not speak, since he was not high enough in status in this situation. He spent his time in a corner, sipping some hot tea, thinking about something with his eyes narrowed. Liang Taibai listened in for almost 20 minutes before raising his hand and interrupting everyone. Can we please have some more practical suggestions? If we retreat, how will we leave the city safely? If we defend it, how are we going to do that? Everyone suddenly fell quiet, looking at each other. They suddenly found it hard to speak. As envoys from Dawn Academy, they were very good at politics and administration, but they were definitely no military specialists. It will be hard to defend. It will be hard to break out as well. After all, we don't have the Resurrection Tower, but it should be safer. Another debate ensued. It seemed like leaving was definitely easier than staying. In terms of the conclusion, the choice seemed simple. Tossing aside the benefits to the government, their first priorities were still their own lives. After all, no one wished to stay in this foreign country and be buried with Rosa's king. Just as the decision seemed like it was going to be made, Xiao Lin suddenly raised his hand in the corner. If we tried to break out, how high would the success rate be? Do we have an approximation? The others looked at each other, uncertain why Xiao Lin asked the question. Liang Taibai answered, "We've long since made similar plans. In truth, we were planning on using the Griffins to leave at the right time, but the rebels came too suddenly, and the Griffin landing point outside of the city has probably been overrun. However, we have other plans." Liang Taibai gave a simple explanation. They would use the fact that the undead troops did not attack at night. 1. To leave the royal city through the northern gate deep in the night. Since the rebels attacked from the south, it would be hard for them to gather too many forces in the north. If they left at the right time, The complicated terrain toward the north would be hard for the undead to get through. After losing the undead army, they would move in a big circle, passing through the British Royal Academy's land before returning to Dawn Academy's territories. It might take very long, but it's the safest plan we have at the moment. Liang Taibai did not hide anything from Xiaolin. Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows, suddenly saying, "I object. I'm against leaving." The others did not understand, and Liang Taibai did not get angry as he said, "What's your reason?" Xiaolin smiled bitterly. "If we only have one way out, I don't think the rebels will be stupid enough to not notice. If they prepare an ambush on the way, even if we manage to defeat the enemy with our combat ability, our casualties will be massive without a resurrection tower. Don't forget, aside from us, there are still many merchants in the city." The others had skeptical expressions. Xiaolin paused before adding, "What I mean is, it's very possible that the enemy has been trying to force us out of the city from the start. This is basically a trap, surrounding the city and leaving one obvious point of escape. This feels like something that would only appear in a TV show. We don't have any grudges against them. Even if they don't plan on being friendly with us, I doubt they would face us straight up. I feel like they would deliberately let us escape. A royal city without the power of Dawn Academy would easily fall into their hands. What would be the goal of that?" Liang Taibai sighed, putting his hand up. At the highest ranked person there, everyone else immediately shut up at his motion, looking at him with a confused expression, because Liang Taibai had obviously been starting to think about Xiaolin's suggestion. "I received some reports a long time ago that I never really believed, but Xiaolin's words caused me to rethink my position." Liang Taibai hesitated before saying, "Ordinarily you shouldn't know about this information, but it's not time to think about all of that. Take a look at this report. You don't have to ask about the source. We've never verified the news." Liang Taibai took out a document. Most of the documents had been burned away in the cleanup over the past 2 days, and the important documents were all carried around personally. The document was passed around, and Xiaolin was the last to receive it. He had already felt something from everyone's looks, but opening the document and looking at the words, his expression changed instantly as well. The document was titled, "Report on the Investigation of the Dark Resurrection Tower in Wildfire Town." Attention, the document is a preliminary analysis. Due to the lack of experimental material and data, a conclusion has not been reached. The report will only be used as a reference and is not to be circulated. What followed was a chunk of information, even using various complicated chemistry formulae. Xiaolin knew that Dawn Academy did not lack geniuses and highly educated figures. It was them that managed to combine Earth and technology with Planet Norma's magic. Xiaolin did not understand those figures, and skipped everything. Just like everyone else, he flipped right to the conclusion on the last page. Chapter 521, Wildfire Town Investigation Report. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Initial conclusion of the report: the Black Resurrection Tower still contained the law of immortality after being corrupted, proving that the enemies do not have enough power to eliminate or change the existence of the law. Thus, we can infer that the enemy is not at a level higher than legend. That is considerably good news. Dawn Academy is unprepared to handle a legend-ranked opponent. However, the law of immortality was distorted. The enemy is very intelligent. They are unable to change the law, but used a mysterious power to forcibly distort the target for the law. If explained in terms of computer programming, the opponent added a strong virus in the program, corrupting the programming of the law. We have analyzed the power, and with the help of historical information provided by Judge Academy, we have determined that the power is astrological in nature. Regretfully, astrology is the most mysterious branch of magic in Planet Norma, and the academies all have limited research on it. As such, we decided to research the matter with the other academies, and have arrived at a horrifying conclusion: the corruption is not yet complete. Even though we have no way to completely analyze it, currently all the data indicates that the corruption can be improved. The enemy was very rushed in the preparation of this corrupted resurrection tower, but it seems like the normies are slowly understanding the importance of experimentation. We have no way of anticipating the next steps of the enemy, but from the viewpoint of the researchers, if the corrupted resurrection towers are targeting our own people, then the next step we would take is to experiment on other people from Earth. The most important pieces of data are still lacking from the Black Resurrection Towers, which include the effects on a human's body and combat ability, and even what would happen if a person was forcibly linked with the Dark Resurrection Towers and made to resurrect. We would never do these kinds of experiments, but we are unable to guarantee that our foes would have the same opinion. This report has been sent to all embassies in the areas around Wildfire Town. All outbound diplomatic staff should take note of the matter. However, the report currently lacks enough verification, and the accuracy cannot be guaranteed, and so will not be allowed to be spread. That was the last segment of the report. The entire room fell silent after reading it, leaving only the sound of the dancing flames on the lights to be heard. The Dark Resurrection Tower in Wildfire Town had been covered up by the higher-ups quickly, so not many people knew a lot about it, and it did not cause that much of a commotion. Most of those who knew about it did not fully believe it either. After all, they were not like Lilith and Xiaolin, who had witnessed the horrifying nature of the corrupted Resurrection Towers firsthand. Most of them had been living in the current status quo for a long time, and they had absolute faith in the Resurrection Towers. That included those who were present, which was why they had been shocked by the report. It was even a report written by the specialists from various academies. Those specialists were nothing like the half-baked fakes on Earth. They were all genuine geniuses at the peaks of their fields. So, you're saying that the enemy might want to capture us to experiment with? Someone said uneasily. The report did speculate the possibility. If anyone wanted to capture the colonists to be experimented on, foreign envoys were the most appropriate. That was because the colonial territories all had stringent checks, and anyone remotely suspicious would find it hard to enter. Even though the report emphasized that it was just a hypothesis by the researchers, with everything that had happened in the royal city, everyone understood the hypothesis was very probable. The report was not clear on what the methods of experimentation would be, but as people from modern Earth, everyone had definitely watched movies. After reading the reports, images of various disgusting human experimentations flashed through their minds, so everyone's faces naturally paled. Xiaolin's expression was ugly as well, but what he focused on was different from the rest of them. After finishing, his gaze fell back on the word astrology. Even on planet Norma, very few people have ever mastered the study. However, looking back at the long history of the planet, there existed one true master of astrology, the old high priest, Asabana. Xiaolin had already suspected that the old undying bastard had something to do with what was happening in the Rosa Kingdom, but now he was certain that old man could even already be outside the city. Thinking about his interactions with Asabana, the crazy old man had really left a deep impression on Xiaolin. He could not hold back and said, "No matter what, we can't leave the city." "Absolutely not." Xiaolin briefly told everyone about the general situation with Asabana. Liang Taibai was not surprised, so he should already have had some information on it. However, there were quite a few who knew nothing of the high priest, and with the added weight of the report, everyone started to believe more in Xiaolin's words. Liang Taibai sighed as a conclusion. "I suddenly remembered the sneak attack on me a few days ago that cost me 20 years of my life. I think Asabana might have planned it. The Argos clan was probably a chess piece of his, and he had probably planned on using Valen Argos as an internal spy to seize the city, turning the city into his experimental grounds. However, Xiaolin foiled his plans, which is why we are being attacked. The good news is that the current attack on the city was not planned by the enemy, which is why the assault last night had no siege equipment at all. It means that the enemy did not have enough preparations. The bad news is that we can no longer leave the city. The only choice is to defend it." Then comes the last question: how will we defend the city? Saying his piece, Liang Taibai threw the question back. Even if everyone was a foreign diplomat, they had still gone through many years of monthly examinations at Dawn Academy. They might not have been specialists, but they were no strangers to war, and had certain abilities. What followed were purely military discussions. Xiaolin felt like he had no room to speak on that since he did not hold a candle to those who had graduated after 4 years at the academy, so he got up and bid Liang Taibai farewell. After leaving, Xiaolin knocked on Ibea's door. He had been worried about the girl's safety. Xiaolin had already brought Ibea into the embassy to stay temporarily, and since everything had died down somewhat, Xiaolin decided to visit her. Chapter 522, Request to Defend the City. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Ibea had rings around her eyes. She had not slept well last night. Of course, it was not easy for anyone to sleep well in such uncertain circumstances. However, Ibea obviously had her own information network. When Xiaolin entered, Ibea immediately made some tea for him before sitting next to Xiaolin. She looked at him with a cute gaze, asking, "Undead troops are not like the rebels. Even if the low-ranked undead don't have intelligence and move slowly, and are even compromised at night, if the rebels have enough necromancers, it would be a disaster." News of the undead army attacking the city was not spread, and even the announcements did not mention it. The guards were not allowed out of the city gates as well. The king had issued the order to maintain stability inside the city. Xiaolin did not know where Ibea got the information from, and gaped for a moment as he drank the tea. The tea had a subtle fragrance, and looking down, he noticed a few purple petals in the tea leaves. It was roses grown in the Rosa Kingdom, and had a unique taste when paired with tea. "Big brother, is it good?" Ibea smiled, her face obviously asking for praise. When Xiaolin fulfilled her wish, Ibea said proudly, "Roses actually don't blend completely well with your tea leaves, and a certain ratio is needed for their tastes to match properly. The ratio is something I researched myself. It really is nice, and refreshes the mind as well. It's better than regular tea or coffee." "How did you get it this way?" "If you want to know." Ibea fluttered her eyes. "Then can you answer a few questions first?" Xiaolin smiled bitterly and nodded. The girl had probably been waiting for it. "You will leave, right?" Ibea said with a determined tone before adding, "Will you give up in this city?" Xiaolin let out a smile. He knew what Ibea was worried about. He could not help but reach out to pat Ibea's head, smiling softly. "Don't worry. We won't leave. We will help you defend this city." Ibea was not a normal little girl who could be persuaded with just a few words. She said suspiciously, "Is that true? I know you've lost your resurrection tower, and you have very few people who are specialized in combat in the city. What can you do with just those diplomats and merchants?" Xiaolin suddenly turned serious, pausing for a moment before saying, "That's why I came to look for you." In truth, Ambassador Liang has the exact same headache. Just like what you said, relying on just us without a resurrection tower would not be of much help. That is why I hope to get help from you. "Me?" Ibea was surprised, and responded intelligently. "You want to rely on the Dark Clans?" Xiaolin nodded. "You might already know this, there are only a few thousand soldiers left in the royal city. The other troops have unfortunately already been turned into the undead outside of the city. The commoners and merchants in the city have never undergone any training. Compared to that, your clans are all naturally stronger than normies humans, so I hope they can help defend the city." Ibea smiled bitterly. "Big brother, are you planning on giving the order through the street?" "Claude Clan? You killed Valenargos in the last tournament, earning the street Claude Clan much honor." Uncle even said that he got a lot of visitors in the last 2 days, something unthinkable before that. "However, you should know our relationship with humans, right? The history classes talked about it, and I've read books in the library too." Xiaolin answered. "The dark races used to rule the planet during ancient times, but the humans had replaced them as the rulers while the dark races went into hiding, even hunting them down. Even in the Rosa Kingdom that allowed the dark races to stay in, the clans only had a mutual partnership with the royalty. The deals involved were complicated, and Xiaolin was not interested in knowing. Basically, they would never be friends with the native humans. Are they waiting for the rebels to enter before working together with the enemy? Ibea fell into an awkward silence. Xiaolin understood her expression. The undead troops outside of the city proved there was a necromancer. Necromancers were part of the dark races. As the same species, they would definitely be more trustworthy. Was a Sabana a trustworthy person? Absolutely not. The undying priest was obsessed with his revenge against Earth, and would only drag everyone into his vengeance. If the dark races in the royal city participated in that, Dawn Academy would definitely not let them off when it came time to pay back those debts. Of course, Xiaolin was not concerned with those clans, but Ibea's Street Claude clan was part of them, and even an old prestigious one. Xiaolin did not wish for Ibea to be dragged into it when the time came. The peace during the day gave the royal city enough time to prepare, such as bringing out more weapons from the storage and repairing everything that was damaged last night. The undead archers might not be very accurate, but the occasional hits still caused some damage. In the embassy, since they decided to help defend the city, Liang Taibai decisively went to the palace to meet the king. Xiaolin was surprised when Liang Taibai brought him along yet again, instead of the other diplomats. Xiaolin did not know what use he could be. The king did not express any happiness or excitement at the embassy's participation, instead rudely asking, "What do you want from me now?" Xiaolin could not help but roll his eyes. The old man was actually not thankful for receiving some coal in the winter. It was no surprise that Dawn Academy started to dislike the king. Liang Taibai was used to it, maintaining his smile as he reiterated the stance of himself and Dawn Academy. Without a doubt, they were allies with decades of close ties, and had to help each other in times of need. It was all basically a normal diplomatic speech from Earth. The king looked puzzled, and Xiaolin could understand and even emphasize. China's diplomatic speeches were a deep branch of study, and it was not easy for the natives here to understand. However, seeing as Liang Taibai did not voice any demands, the king hesitated before nodding in agreement. He had no other choice but to hand over command of the city's defense to Liang Taibai. Chapter 523, Secret Behind the Rebellion. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Liang Taibai politely thanked the king, and the king looked thankful as well, but the truth was, even if the king did not hand over command, Liang Taibai had countless ways to seize command for the army anyway. Those many years of support that Dawn Academy had given the Rosa Kingdom were not all for naught. The support had given them absolute control of the country, politics, financial matters, and even the military. That was especially true when the current king started to show signs of disobedience. Dawn Academy had arranged for officers closer to them to be in key positions, which were all fail-safes for certain scenarios. The king understood that as well, and decided to make things easier. After getting what he wanted, Liang Taibai did not leave immediately. After exchanging some empty pleasantries with the king, the ambassador suddenly turned around, pushing the idle Xiaolin to the front before smiling and saying, "We were in a rush last time, and I didn't have time to introduce you. This is Xiaolin, a personnel sent over by Dawn Academy not long ago. He might be young, but he has a lot of combat experience. If it's possible, I want him to hold a temporary officer's rank in the city. It would make command easier later. I've already given command of the military over to you. You can decide on the officers yourself." The king felt like it was strange. He knew that Liang Taibai would definitely place more of his own people into the military after achieving command, but there was no need to tell him that since he was already mentally prepared. Liang Taibai's goal was obviously not just that. He smiled. "You might not know this, but you actually owe Xiaolin a huge debt." The king had a curious gaze. "A debt?" Liang Taibai said. "Your granddaughter went out a few months ago, and Wildfire Town was under attack back then. She was saved by Xiaolin." The king had a neutral expression. "Our princesses all stay in the palace year-round, not even allowed to leave the Rosa Kingdom, let alone head to Wildfire Town. Of course, they were escorted out by you 2 days ago." Liang Taibai let out a smile, kindly saying, "I'm talking about Princess Ibea. I don't think you would have forgotten about your own granddaughter." The palace immediately fell into a deathly silence. The king's face was frozen solid. He looked over, measuring Xiaolin in earnest for the first time. The last 2 times they met, he had just treated Xiaolin as Liang Taibai's lackey. Xiaolin felt a bit awkward and confused. He did not understand why Liang Taibai suddenly brought up Ibea, but he curiously observed the king's face, trying to see if the old man felt any regret for chasing his own granddaughter out of the palace. After losing himself for a moment, the king regained his calm, turning to Xiaolin and saying, Ibea's mother might have been chased out of the royal family for violating the law, but Ibea still has royal blood in her. Thank you for saving someone of royal blood. The king's expression was very neutral, his warmness carrying a hint of coldness. It was easy to see that the gratitude was purely for formality, and the king did not care about Ibea. Xiaolin never felt anything good about the king, but now his impression of him was worse. If it was not a diplomatic situation, he might even have rushed forward to beat up the cold old man. After that, Liang Taibai did not stay around, taking Xiaolin out of the palace. Once there were no guards around, Xiaolin could not help but voice his confusion. He did not believe that the sharp and experienced ambassador would do something so meaningless. However, Liang Taibai did not answer immediately, instead seriously asking, "What kind of person do you feel Rosa's king is?" "I don't know him very well." "Doesn't matter. Tell me your first impression." "He might have seemed friendly to us, but everything he says feels very defensive. He doesn't welcome us." "I can't say if he's a good king or not, but he's definitely not a good family member," Xiaolin said. Liang Taibai smiled, unable to deny it. He said with a complicated expression, "To be honest, putting aside my own biases, he's not a bad king." "Do you know what the first thing he did was after he got the throne?" Xiaolin shook his head. Liang Taibai continued. "The natives were all quite curious about our mysterious toys from Earth, and many of our things have turned into mainstream items. The last few kings would always ask for those things from us, and it was an annoyance, but the diplomats would all naturally fulfill those small requests. However, this king was different. He started to ask us for the books the moment he got to the throne. Large amounts of books on every subject. Books from Earth? That's right. We have quite a lot kept in our own library. Of course, we would never let the natives look at our history books. However, with the amicable state between our countries, we gave him quite a lot of books. After all, those were not worth anything." "What books did he ask for?" Xiaolin seemed to have guessed something. "He asked for many of them. Out of books on history, culture, art, and everything else. The most he asked for were economy books. We never felt like it was anything before for someone who knew nothing of Earth's history to read Earth's economy and governmental books." However, after a few years, the king started to reform the Rosa kingdom. Xiaolin opened his mouth in shock. "He wants to shed away our ties?" "That's right." Liang Taibai sighed, his face revealing a mix of regret, pity, and even admiration. How could he be better at politics than those higher-ups in Dawn Academy that are centuries old? Even though the king's reforms were very subtle, the academy quickly realized what he was doing. Xiaolin fell silent. "We probably did not allow him to put those reforms in place. The Rosa kingdom is a very important vassal state for us. We would never let it go that easily. However, if we tried to assassinate him or used other methods to force the king off the throne, we would have instigated the conservative officials in the kingdom, or even the military. We don't want a Rosa that is in chaos either. That was why we secretly sent our people in to stop the king's reforms in various places. It caused the officials to believe that the failure of the reforms that led to the country being even poorer was because of the king, causing them to lose faith in him." Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, "Ambassador Liang, surely you aren't telling me that the civil war was instigated by us?" Liang Taibai smiled bitterly. "We calculated our actions back then, and we could never have caused a civil war. However, it ended up being used by someone else who caused some waves in the shadows, who used us to start a civil war." Chapter 524, A New Siege. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. It was definitely a Savannah who used Dawn Academy. No matter how much the higher-ups of the academy thought about it, no one would have considered someone who had been dead for almost a century in their plans. Asabana's appearance had exceeded everyone's calculations. To a certain degree, the ones who let Asabana out were Xiaolin and Lilith, so Xiaolin could not help but notice that all the problems he was facing at the moment seemed to have come from himself. Feeling Xiaolin's frustration, Liang Taibai, who had a basic understanding of what happened in New Washington, said, "There's no way to change what has already happened. History is unchangeable, and no one can pin any blame on just one person. Just go think about how to defend the city. I'm planning on making you a Legion commander." "What?" Xiaolin was surprised. Liang Taibai had said that he would be made an officer, which was normal. Liang Taibai obviously did not trust the natives in a war, and was even more worried that Rosa's officers might betray them. With that being the case, it was better for Dawn Academy's own people to hold important ranks. But Legion commanders need to command an entire legion. Xiaolin wanted to say that he was not qualified. Liang Taibai asked, I seem to remember that you are a monitor. You've participated in monthly examinations before, right? Xiaolin nodded. That's right. Liang Taibai then laughed. Then you already have experience being in command. Isn't that enough? Xiaolin did not know what to say. I only needed to command my class during the monthly examinations. It was only a few dozen people. How many do you think you will need to command here? Xiaolin paused. Based on Planet Norma's standards, each legion usually had about 10 to 20,000 people, even going up to 30, but there were only a few thousand crippled troops left in the city. Liang Taibai gave Xiaolin an overview of his plans. The first thing was to have Dawn Academy take control of the defensive systems in the city. That was a must, but even among the colonists, there were few that were completely trustworthy. After all, it was only an embassy, and the merchants in the city all had complicated backgrounds, some even coming from other academies. That was why Xiaolin being a commander was forced. Thankfully, Liang Taibai planned on allowing Xiaolin to have helpers. Thinking about it, Liang Taibai teased, you have a great relationship with Ibeia. Only you can have her as a bridge for communication. Xiaolin immediately understood. Liang Taibai wanted to get the dark races as well. In order to protect the city, they could not do without the power of those clans. Liang Taibai might represent Dawn Academy, but it was still hard for him to directly interact with the dark clans. Compared to that, thanks to Ibeia, Xiaolin was much more suitable. In order for Xiaolin to be in charge of that, they would need to give Xiaolin an appropriate rank. Negotiating as a student was definitely not appropriate. In the same vein, thanks to Ibeia, Xiaolin had the possibility of communicating directly with the royalty from a more trustworthy angle. Even if Xiaolin suspected that king, who did not care for Ibeia, would really trust in him, and even if Xiaolin felt like Liang Taibai was hiding something in that matter, he did not desperately need answers. Liang Taibai was definitely an experienced ambassador. In just one short day, he had thought about everything. After handing over the defense of the city to Xiaolin and some others, he immediately contacted the colonist merchants in the city. It was not only those from Dawn Academy, he included the other academies as well. It still looked early when they returned to the embassy, but Xiaolin had immediately gone to bed after hurriedly eating something, since he would not be able to sleep that night. Not long after the sunset, Xiaolin was woken up. The undead army had started their attack once night fell. Xiaolin had arranged for an assistant named Liu Jianhui. He was a polite-looking man with spectacles. Liu Jianhui was an aide in the embassy, but had never been in a military position. However, he was also a monitor back in the academy, and had commanded battles at that level. It might not be at the level of a legion, but there were no better choices at that point. As they hurried to the gates, Xiaolin opened his mouth. I'm only a student. In truth, you should be the one acting as the Legion commander. Liu Jianhui waved his hand, smiling. I've been stuck in administration since graduating. It's been a few years. I'm probably less familiar with combat than you at this point. Furthermore, we're both monitors. We'd be formally at the same rank after you leave the academy. However, I heard you had good relationships with the royalty and the dark clans, so you're definitely more suited to it than me. Are monitors treated better after graduation? Of course, don't treat being a monitor as nothing. When emergencies like this happen and a commander is needed, those who were monitors are always the first choice. Now it was not as surprising that Liang Taibai had made Xiaolin the commander of the guards. There were only two former monitors in the embassy, Liu Jianhui and Xiaolin. Even Liang Taibai had not been a monitor. Xiaolin was not completely devoid of experience on this front. He remembered the Orc supply depot during the third monthly examination and the experience he had defending it. However, the situation was more complicated and difficult this time. Xiaolin humbly discussed the matter with Liu Jianhui. The battle had just begun when they reached the gates. Under the searchlights, The wild undead army flooded toward the city walls like water, and the magical defense towers around the walls started to fire. The high-level defense towers installed in the royal city had very far-reaching attacks, and they unleashed gold-ranked flame spells. The bright balls of flame had unimaginable power. Each ball would cause enemies in a 100-meter radius to be disintegrated, and the flames that remained on the ground burned the corpses that did not have any anti-magic equipment. Xiaolin shouted out at the walls, but the high-rank defensive towers had long firing intervals. Even if Dawn Academy already invented those with higher firing rates, the king had angered Dawn Academy, and the more advanced towers never reached the Rosa Kingdom. Even so, each explosion still caused extreme damage to the undead. The enemies that forced their way through the sea of flames all had their armor melted, revealing rotten corpses. Chapter 525, Warehouse. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. There were many spells that could create undead. The most basic ones used curses to inject death energy into corpses, allowing them to rise again. The higher level ones used certain mediums to make the undead stronger. From the corpses in front of them, Xiaolin could tell that they had not died for long. Otherwise, they would be facing undead skeletons, not the zombie-like things in front of them. However, no matter what kind of undead they were, amassing tens of thousands of troops like these in such a short time was extremely hard. Xiaolin did not believe that Asabana could do it alone. It was obvious the high priest had found more allies and helpers, which was very unsettling. Xiaolin's appointment had already been notified to every soldier. There were many officers from Rosa sending him battle reports as the battle went on. Of course, the main goal was to interact with and to understand the new commander. As for how their original commander was, no one cared. Luo Jianhui conscientiously stood behind Xiaolin, and was in charge of introducing all the officers that came to Xiaolin. The embassy was not only focused on diplomacy. They were also in charge of compiling all sorts of information in the royal city, and Luo Jianhui was the one in charge of the military. After accurately calling out everyone's names, the officers were all shocked. Luo Jianhui was actually warning them that Dawn Academy knew a lot about them. No one was to disobey any orders, or it would be easy to find them. Xiaolin put his focus on the battlefield, and the information he gained set them at ease. The undead troops did not have high combat abilities. They even had a hard time getting 1,000 meters within the vicinity of the city. The few that managed to reach that distance would be shot down by arrows or some lighter spells. They might not have had many guards, but thanks to the terrifying power of the defense towers, their numbers disadvantage was covered up. Xiaolin was still not used to being a commander, but he never expressed that feeling. Instead, he used a warm and stern tone to appease the officers, reminding them to not falter. Defending the city in such a situation, they relied on mostly their defense towers and long-ranged attacks, and did not need any special commands. Liang Taibai understood that as well, which was why he was happy to leave Xiaolin there. The battle continued. The undead were said to be attacking the city, but it felt more like they were committing suicide. Without any siege mechanisms, the strength of the city walls, and the fact that the undead army did not have any magical attacks outside of a few bows, meant the numbers did not matter. How long can our defensive towers stand for? Xiaolin asked with concern. He had been with Luo Jianhui at the nearby command tower since midnight. After all, arrows did not have eyes. With the lack of a resurrection tower, it was better for them to be safer. Don't worry. The kingdom has been at peace for a long time. The warehouses are practically full of energy stones. Luo Jianhui knew what Xiaolin was worried about, and smiled. The defense towers we gave Rosa might be old models, but their durability is guaranteed. The defense towers were vital to their continued defense. Based on Luo Jianhui's estimations, the energy stones in store within the royal city would be able to keep all the defense towers up for about a month. Liang Taibai had already used quite a few energy stones to send a long-distance message, conveying the severity of their situation to Dawn City. Barring any mishaps, Dawn City would probably be getting their army ready. Would the military allow it? Xiaolin had his doubts. He knew that the military and the Dean had opposing views on governance. Would the military, that wanted to focus on the other academies, Really mobilize Feroza's rebels? That's not an issue. The military might want to negotiate with the rebels, but that's under the condition that Dawn Academy's influence in Rozu is preserved. Do you know what the basis for that influence is? Xiaolin answered, the Resurrection Tower. That's right, the Resurrection Towers are the symbols of our power. That's something everyone on planet Norma knows. Now that the rebels dare to scheme with the Savannah to corrupt our Resurrection Towers, we can no longer tolerate them. No one would dare ignore such a thing. Luo Jianhuai's tone was cold. He still could not let go of the fact that they had to destroy the corrupted Resurrection Tower. For Dawn City to assemble their troops and reach this place, it would take about a month. We will only need to make sure we do our jobs at this time. Luo Jianhui paused and added something, because he saw Xiaolin's expressions turning ugly. He knew that Xiaolin had no intention of being a commander, so he wanted to alleviate the pressure on Xiaolin. It was not difficult to rely on the defense towers. However, Xiaolin was not worried about that. He exclaimed in a low voice, the energy stones. Energy stones? We'll never be able to defend the city without them. If they investigated the royal city, how could the enemy not know about it? Where are the warehouses? The energy stone warehouses are very strictly guarded. We even sent our own people to look after it yesterday. I still want to take a look. Even though Luo Jianhui trusted the guards arranged by the embassy, Xiaolin was still worried about a Savannah. That old man was very cunning. He did not believe that a Savannah would allow them to wait until Dawn City's reinforcements came. Even though Luo Jianhui did not understand Xiaolin's concerns, Xiaolin was still the commander. So, Luo Jianhui got another officer to bring Xiaolin over, while he stayed and assumed temporary command. The energy stone warehouses were nearer to the southern gate. The royal city only allowed the population to use 3 of the main gates, and the southern gate was exclusively left to the military. Only the army was allowed in, and the royal city's military camps were also all there. The one who brought him there was a Rozu officer, a squad leader. He was full of admiration for his colonist superior, and under Xiaolin's request, he hastened his footsteps, not even daring to ask for a reason. As they ran toward the southern gate, a quiet scene greeted them. The undead army did not attack there, so the defense towers were also very quiet. The military camps were empty, because all the troops in the royal city had either been turned into zombies or were guarding the city at the gates. The only ones left in the military camps were very old guards, who were still alive. Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief. At least there were no traces of infiltration. Chapter 526. Lost. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The guards that did not seem to recognize Xiaolin, but when he showed the seal issued by the royal family, the soldiers quickly stepped aside, and they brought Xiaolin to the warehouses at his request. Since the attack yesterday, we've been in charge of guarding this place. We have not noticed any suspicious infiltrations or damages, the soldier said in broken Mandarin. The result of Dawn Academy's decades of influence on this place was that Mandarin had turned into a second language here. Even the kids on the streets spoke a bit of it. Xiaolin was somewhat put at ease. It might really be like what Luo Jianhui said. He was only thinking too much because he was unused to being a commander. The energy stone warehouses had basically taken up half of the city. It looked like private research. The energy stones that the Roza Kingdom stored were all mid-level. They were more reliable than low-grade energy stones. When the guard took out the keys to the warehouse, Xiaolin furrowed his eyebrows. An ordinary soldier was in charge of such an important warehouse. The soldier explained that it was because they were using the defense towers as of late, and there were more and more people who needed to transport the energy stones. That was why he held the keys to make it more convenient to open the warehouses and to not affect the battle. The magical lights in the warehouse were lit, but it was still very dark inside. In the end, magical lights were not as bright as electrical lights. Xiaolin's heart stopped, his thoughts from earlier once again surfacing. He hurried over and opened a storage box nearby. All the boxes had been made by smiths because energy stones needed to be kept in specific temperatures and stable environments, or they would easily lose their power. However, the boxes were all haphazardly thrown about, and the inside of the boxes were pitch black. The stones themselves shone, and the boxes were all half transparent. A warehouse full of energy stones was like one full of gold. There was no way it was that dark. The soldiers who followed behind quickly panicked at Xiaolin's shout. They frantically began to open up all the boxes. What shocked them was that all the boxes were empty. Walking out of the warehouse with heavy footsteps, Xiaolin's face was absolutely dark. An alert and suspicious gaze fell on the soldiers that were in charge of guarding the warehouse, and his hand slowly pressed against his holy sword. "No, it's not us." The soldiers quickly explained in panic. "We did not steal the energy stones. I have a wife and kid at home. How could I betray Rosa? How could I join those despicable undead?" Xiaolin's gaze shifted, asking, "Other than this warehouse, are there any others in the royal city?" "There are none." "No, hold on. There is one in the royal chambers. But that is just an emergency warehouse, and it's very small. We're not sure if there are energy stones inside." Xiaolin fell silent. It was no longer important to find out whose fault it was. Without energy stones, those defensive towers were basically scrap metal. They had to find the missing energy stones. Xiaolin looked at the soldiers once again, his gaze frightening them. In truth, Xiaolin did not think they did it, or they would have fled after emptying the warehouse instead of waiting for it to be noticed. Xiaolin quickly found the point of suspicion, and asked, "You said earlier that a lot of people came to retrieve the energy stones. Can I look at the name list?" The few soldiers trembled, crying as they explained. Other than having records from last night, they did not have records from the last few times. That was because a Rosa military official had come for the stones, and they were only met with anger and even whipping when they asked for verification, blaming them for endangering the battle. That was why they did not dare ask too many questions, and had left it as it is. "A military minister? Which minister?" Xiaolin asked, full of killing intent. It's the guard general of the royal city." "No, it was the former defense general, the old commander of the royal city's guards." So it was the one who had his job taken away by Xiaolin. Of course, that was no reason or excuse. The man's actions could very well destroy the entire royal city. Xiaolin no longer wanted to bother with the soldiers there, and had gotten the officer to capture them. As for how they were dealt with, it had nothing to do with him. Xiaolin then immediately headed to the embassy, but Liang Taibai was not there. Ambassador Liang was in discussions with the merchants at that moment. Xiaolin knew he did not have time to wait, so he headed to the palace himself, immediately getting someone to wake the king up. Even though the servants were extremely scared of waking the king up from his sleep, they also knew that the current one in power in the royal city was Dawn Academy. The king immediately appeared in the guest area in his sleeping robes. Ignoring all pleasantries, Xiaolin immediately asked, "Where is your military minister? Get him to see me." Because of Ibe, Xiaolin did not have a good impression of the king, even though Liang Taibai said that the king was someone who pushed good governance and reforms. It still did not change Xiaolin's views of him. "I've already handed over the military matters of the city to you as Ambassador Liang wished. What else do you want to do?" The king's voice was steady. He was more or less a puppet at this point, but he had never made any motion to flatter or get close to Xiaolin or Liang Taibai. "The energy stone warehouse has been emptied. Of course I need your military minister to ask about the energy stones. The defense towers at their gates need them." Xiaolin stared at the king, trying to tell if the man was part of it. In terms of politics, a figurehead king giving up and working with the rebels to attack the royal city was not impossible. On the king's face was first astonishment and disbelief, followed by anger, an unimaginable fury. In his rage, he threw a few valuable ornaments to the floor. With the floor filled with shattered remains, the king's rage suddenly disappeared as he powerlessly sat on the throne. His face seemed to have aged another 10 years. After a long time, he sighed and said, "I really don't believe it." In the end, he still betrayed me and this kingdom. Xiaolin looked on coldly. After the king's tantrum, he said, "Now, he's a traitor. I don't think you would harbor a traitor, so just hand him over." The king shook his head. Regretfully, "I don't know where he is. He hasn't been in the palace since he was stripped of his rank." Chapter 527, pursuit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin asked bluntly, "Where is his home? Surely he has family. We at least need to find them." "No, he doesn't have any family." The king looked up, looking at Xiaolin as he said slowly, "His family died a few years ago." Xiaolin gaped, asking, "All of them died? Could they have faked their deaths to escape? How did they die?" He quickly regretted asking that question. "That was because," the king calmly and coldly said, "his family died in a fight a few years ago. It was a conflict with you otherworlders. He himself only managed to survive thanks to my protection." Xiaolin was stunned, unsure what to say at that moment. It was the king who waved his hand, saying, "It wasn't Dawn Academy, but Judge Academy from the north. However, your embassy did turn the other way when it happened." The king's subtle smile carried an unfiltered sense of mockery. Xiaolin did not want to ask what the conflict was, because he knew that any conflicts between the colonists and the natives in colonial territory would always end up with the natives on the losing side. He really wanted to say that Dawn Academy was not Judge Academy, and that they were completely different, but he could not say that to most of the natives. They were all from the same world. "I'm sorry." Xiaolin did not know if he was apologizing on behalf of Judge Academy or Earth. "I thought that he would already have let go of his grudge after so many years, but I never expected him to do this." The king sighed understandably. No matter what, his actions cannot be forgiven. "If you have any clues that would lead to him, I hope you will let me know quickly. If not for us otherworlders, then please consider us as citizens." Since the king was adamant that he knew nothing, there was nothing Xiaolin could do despite how suspicious it was. The king suddenly called out to Xiaolin, who was preparing to leave, furrowing his eyebrows as he asked, "How is the situation with the battle?" "Not great. If we don't have energy stones to replenish the defensive towers, even holding the city for a week will be a problem. We're only relying on the stones that are already in the defense towers currently. It won't last more than a few days." Xiaolin did not even turn around. He still did not like the king. "A Sabana. Do you understand a lot about that person?" the king asked. This time, Xiaolin turned around, looking at the king with a strange gaze. It was obvious that man had his own information network. He mulled over the reason for the king's question before saying, "He's a completely insane madman. He's a pitiful madman whose country you destroyed, leaving him without a home." The king mockingly added to Xiaolin's words. He did not differentiate Dawn and Judge Academies. To the natives, there was no difference. A Sabana was also quite a famous figure in Planet Norma's history, so it was not strange for the king to know about him. "Fine, maybe you're right." Xiaolin shrugged. He could not be bothered explaining, seeing as the king's antagonistic attitude toward Dawn Academy was quite obvious. The king did not plan on just leaving him be, continuing, "If a Sabana gets in the city, what do you think he would do?" "What do you think?" That was quite a stupid question, so Xiaolin rudely retorted, "Revenge." The king answered, "How do you think he would take revenge on all of you?" The king's earnest face caused Xiaolin to want to throw a temper tantrum. Xiaolin was not a worm in a Sabana's stomach. How could he know what the madman was planning? However, Xiaolin held back, thinking for a moment before saying, "I was once in the Final Lands." "The Final Lands? Isn't that? How is that possible?" "Fine, fine." Xiaolin interrupted, helplessly saying, "That's not important. Basically, I've seen an entire army that was created by a Sabana, an undead army in the tens of thousands." Taking a deep breath, Xiaolin's tone got more serious. "Defeating us is not something he can do alone. He needs soldiers, an endless supply of soldiers." However, he had already lost his country, position and all his power in this world. It would be impossible for him to gather enough forces by himself. "So what do you think the best choice for him is?" "An army of undead," the king said. "That's right." Xiaolin looked at the king with a look that said, "So you're not stupid." After that, he said his own conclusion: if a Sabana manages to control the royal city, he would turn the city into the base of his undead forces. All life and all flesh and blood in the city would be his resources. Of course, us otherworlders probably count as high-quality materials to him. Just him alone? The king was in disbelief. There were quite a few necromancers among the dark races in the Rosa Kingdom, and the king had some understanding of them. He knew that it would be impossible for just one person to convert that many undead. If the necromancers dared to even think about something like that, the Rosa Kingdom would have long since chased them out. It's up to you to believe it or not. Other necromancers might not be able to do it, but it would not be a problem for him. In truth, I'm really suspecting that those royal troops outside the city were all turned into undead by just his power alone. In truth, Xiaolin did not know how strong Isabana was. Back in the Final Lands, the Isabana they met was just in a spirit state, and his soul had also taken a big hit when they traveled back to planet Norma. That was why Xiaolin had no way of estimating Isabana's true strength, but it was undeniable that Isabana was only getting stronger as time went on. The king fell silent again. Xiaolin looked at the old man who was deep in thought, and decided to leave the palace. But the king once again called out to him. His residence. What? In the garden at the back of his residence. There should be an underground passage. I don't know where the passage leads, and I've never asked him. Pausing for a few seconds, Xiaolin did not even have the time to thank the king after he realized what the king meant. Not even thinking about why the king suddenly wanted to help, Xiaolin realized that time was of the essence and flew out, quickly gathering the guards within the palace. Even though he was a commander, he still had no authority over the guards that protected the king. However, the king sat on the throne within the palace and waved in acknowledgement. The guards did not hesitate. They knew that the better choice was to follow Xiaolin. Chapter 528, Battle in the Garden. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The residence of the ex-commander was not far away from the palace. It was an incredibly beautiful manor. Xiaolin brought his men and rushed right in, but did not notice anyone there. There were not even any traces of any guards or servants. Xiaolin got his men to look around the building, but no reliable clues were found. All that was found were ashes on the floor. The minister had probably burned everything. The soldiers who were investigating were also unhappy because there did not seem to be anything valuable in the house. After that, Xiaolin brought the soldiers over to the garden the king mentioned. Besides the run-down manor, there were various vibrant flowers in the garden that looked extremely valuable. The flowers looked like they were very expensive as well. The Rosa Kingdom was named after the rose. The flowers from the kingdom were also quite famous around planet Norma, and were all worth quite a bit. The soldiers looked at each other, all showing signs of greed. They had not managed to find anything valuable when they were investigating and were quite unhappy, hence picking up a few of the flowers seemed like the most obvious thing to do at that time. Xiaolin did not bother stopping them. He had been looking for the underground passage. After a few minutes, the garden that had been thoroughly ransacked started to emit a multicolored mist. Xiaolin was suddenly on alert, and was about to give an order when he noticed that the soldiers had all collapsed in the garden, clutching their throats. Their faces had reddened, as if they could not breathe. Xiaolin took out his holy sword, and unleashed his flame sword aura, opening a path in front of him before he fled the garden. The soldiers standing outside were not affected due to the distance, but when Xiaolin escaped, almost half of the soldiers were already lying down on the garden floor. What flowers are those? Xiaolin asked the soldiers that remained. They trembled, not having recovered from the horror. They only responded after Xiaolin shouted a few more times, but they all collectively said that the flowers were all the usual notable ones that circulated in upper society, which meant it was impossible for them to be poisonous. That was all information that could be easily verified, so Xiaolin was not worried that they were lying. Since the flowers themselves were harmless, then it was obvious that someone had added the poison. That minister had definitely expected someone would find the place, and had tried using the poisons to stall for time. Xiaolin waved his holy sword, unleashing his flame sword aura as he burned away all the flowers and plants in the garden. It helped get rid of the poison, but the pollen in the air had served to help worsen the fire, and the suddenly massive flames caused Xiaolin and everyone else to take a step back before Xiaolin asked them to look for a source of water to put out the flames. It took an hour before the fire was thoroughly extinguished, and the pollen in the air was gone as well. Xiaolin then carefully re-entered the garden. The underground passage had been uncovered after the large fire, so he found the entrance that was hidden in a corner very quickly. The passage looked very old, and was probably something that was built a long time before. Xiaolin quickly heard some strange movements not long after he entered. He was immediately on high alert, and got someone to get a magical light to illuminate the passage. In the dim light, Xiaolin could make out a silhouette. "I see you. Come out," Xiaolin shouted before repeating himself in Normese. "I understand you." Someone quickly responded in Mandarin. The silhouette slowly walked over, and Xiaolin chose to wait there. The narrow passage was not somewhere appropriate for battle. It was a middle-aged man in casual clothes. He was not holding weapons. He had a grey head of hair. Xiaolin remembered seeing him the first time he entered the palace, and quickly found out from the soldiers that he was the military minister, the traitor. "Where are the energy stones?" Xiaolin immediately said. The man coldly pointed to the passage behind him. An unsurprising answer. Xiaolin said, "If I want you to leave this place, you'll definitely not agree, right?" The man smiled mockingly. "My family was killed by your people. What do you think?" Xiaolin did not bother explaining the difference between Judge Academy and Dawn Academy to the man. Xiaolin raised his holy sword and said, "The king told me about it. I emphasize with what happened to you. But everyone in the city has families. If you aren't going to give way, then I'll have to send you to your family." "So it was the king?" The man sighed. "I thought I could stall for even more time, but his heart has gone soft. No matter. Since I'm here, none of you will be able to leave." Xiaolin was a little confused. Even though he knew the man wanted to stall for time, that also meant he was guaranteed to die. The power of hatred was really shocking. As empathetic as he was, Xiaolin would still not show mercy. Miracle, ruin. A grey light flashed in his eyes, and Xiaolin's entire body was brought to the highest state of combat. He suddenly appeared in front of the man in a flash, thrusting out his holy sword. With the angle and speed, the opponent could only widen his mouth in shock, and looked on as the wound on his body started to bleed. Xiaolin sighed as he sheathed his blade, and was about to get the soldiers to drag the injured man out. He did not kill the man because Xiaolin wanted him alive to get more information on the rebels and Isabana. To the soldiers that were defending the city, that information was worth about as much as the energy stones. As he was turning his head, Xiaolin saw the man struggle as he took out a vial of deep green liquid. The man used his teeth to open the bottle and poured the liquid into his mouth. Xiaolin immediately felt like something was wrong and shot forward. He grabbed the man's collar and pressed a blade to his throat tightly. However, he was a step too late, and a relieved smile appeared on the man's face. He spat out blood as he said with much difficulty, You can't stop me. Die." At that point, Xiaolin forgot about rebel information, raising his holy sword as he slashed it at the man's throat, but the man's body was already undergoing dramatic changes. Clank. The sword only produced sparks when it hit the throat. A green, scale-like layer had already covered the man's skin up, and was quickly spreading to the man's whole body. Chapter 529, Battle After the Transformation. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Xiaolin was familiar with this occurrence because just a few days ago, Xiaolin had seen someone undergo the same kind of change in front of his own two eyes. In that form, the man got a huge boost in his speed and power, and had a certain relationship with the Resurrection Towers, leading to unlimited resurrection abilities, which was the most terrifying thing. Xiaolin once again saw it, a demon-like body covered with green scales. However, the man in front of him did not have a third eye, and when Xiaolin opened his eye of truth, he did not see any threads. Of course, since the corrupted Resurrection Tower had been destroyed, he would not get any form of resurrecting ability. Xiaolin did not hesitate to use his flame sword aura while his ruined state was still active. The dancing flames fell on every corner of the garden. Troops that wanted to go inside to help immediately fled upon seeing the situation. Roar! A deep roar came from within the flames. The green-scaled man suddenly rushed out of the flames. There were only some black marks on his body, but he was not injured that much. He had a weapon before, but it had already been thrown aside. With the expansion of his muscles, the armor he was wearing had been ripped apart as well. Boom! The man swung his bare fist, and Xiaolin blocked it with his holy sword. At the collision of flesh and blade, an immense force surged through the sword, causing Xiaolin's hands to go numb. However, Under the ruined state, his strength did not lose out to his opponent. The man was not that strong before, and even with the transformation bolstering his power, it was not at an unimaginable level. Xiaolin's holy sword had the destructive ability of a gold-ranked weapon. Even if it did not have any other effects, using its pure destructiveness to cut through armorless opponents was the best way to show off its strength. The man's right hand that was blocked by the holy sword was immediately cut in half. Flesh splattered, and Xiaolin was surprised when the red blood that flowed out was contaminated with flecks of green. Valen's green blood could have been explained by him being a different race, but that man was definitely human. The man did not seem to feel the pain in his hands, even though he only had half a palm left. He still shouted and charged at Xiaolin. With the help of phantom steps, there was practically no way the man could hit Xiaolin. In terms of skill, that man was much lower than Valen. Xiaolin's holy sword mercilessly left scar after scar on the man's body. The green scales could not defend against the explosive strength of ruin. Xiaolin could somewhat feel as well that the man's transformation did not seem complete yet. After a few minutes, the man did not seem to have an inch of unharmed skin left on his body. After losing the protection of the scales, the flames in Xiaolin's sword aura caused the man even more damage. The wounds that had blood pouring out were also burned by flames. Even Xiaolin was starting to feel the pain. However, the man seemed to have lost all sense of reasoning, and was still stubbornly fighting on. Every time he fell, he would stand up again in fervor. Each injury had caused his speed and strength to drop, but he was still unbelievably dangerous to a regular person. The scattered soldiers had quickly brought reinforcements back with them, but the increased numbers did not help at all. Instead, they were all killed by the crazed man. Even if he only had his left hand remaining, just a slap was enough to turn the soldiers with bronze-ranked armor into mush. Xiaolin took a deep breath. The air in the garden had turned scorching hot by his flame sword aura. He felt like he did not have much time left in his ruined state, and Xiaolin looked toward the man pitifully. Xiaolin could somewhat empathize with the man. To be able to fight in that state for the sake of stalling for time showed how deep the man's hatred went. If it were the regular troops from the royal city that came to investigate, they would probably have been delayed by at least half a day by that man. Sadly, the one he met was Xiaolin. Looking at the wounds on his body, Xiaolin understood that the strengthened body was very hard to kill in one strike. In order to make sure he was completely dead, Xiaolin would need more power. He shouted, getting the surrounding soldiers to leave. The soldiers immediately fled when they heard the order. The man was basically a demon to them. Dragon Breath Sword. Xiaolin once again awakened the dragon breath that was deep within his consciousness. The dragon breath immediately surged forward, and with the gentle drop of a sword, the dragon breath completely swallowed the man up. As Xiaolin's most powerful skill, the strength of dragon breath was immeasurable. Even Xiaolin did not know how strong that sword aura was. It might have been bronze, silver, even gold. Xiaolin did not know, but he knew that even the transformed man could not withstand it. After using his dragon breath sword, Xiaolin slipped out of the ruined state in exhaustion. Thankfully, the increase in his attributes allowed him to not collapse on the spot. Looking at the remnants of the garden, the man's corpse had been disintegrated by the dragon breath, and what was left was only a mangled corpse. He ordered a few soldiers to bring the corpse back and guard it properly. Be it Valen Argos or that man, their transformations were both very suspicious. It was definitely not a form of power that Dawn Academy had mastered. If he brought it back, Xiaolin believed a certain logistics department head would happily research it. The reinforcements were still coming in, and no one hesitated to follow Xiaolin's orders. Even if they were afraid of the man's corpse, they were more terrified of Xiaolin's skill than he showed earlier. This planet emphasized strength, and his strength was much more convincing than his rank as a commander. Leaving behind a group to clean up the garden and to look for any clues they missed, Xiaolin put aside the fatigue of his body and brought the remaining people into the passage. The passageway was very long, but it was spacious. Everywhere had been properly reinforced as well. It was obvious that the passage had been made a long time ago, but it had been cut off halfway in. Piles of collapsed rubble completely blocked their way. The scope of the collapse was large as well, and it would take at least half a day to clear. However, If they took that much time, then they would be in deep trouble. Chapter 530, Visit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin was furious, but ultimately powerless. The man had actually managed to delay them. Even if it was only a very short time, the intensity of their battle had been felt from kilometers away. Those that were secretly transporting the energy stones had definitely felt the danger behind them, and decided to destroy the passage. Since it had already collapsed, it was definitely too late to go after the energy stones. Thinking it over, Xiaolin decided to abandon clearing up the passage. That was because he suddenly understood why the man had spent so much effort digging the passage. It was obviously not to transport energy stones. If enemy forces appeared in the heart of the royal city, then the consequences would have been dire, so blocking the way like that was a good idea. He had busied himself the entire night without anything to show for it. In the end, they had lost all the energy stones in the warehouses. After that, news from the palace came. The palace had their own energy stones in their warehouses, but they were all just low-ranked, and in low volumes. Low-ranked energy stones could only be used to power the normal defensive towers. The high-ranked defensive towers needed much more energy. It was already dawn when Xiaolin left the residence. The waves of undead had once again been repelled, and with the rising of the sun, the royal city once again returned to peace. However, it was unclear for how many more days the peace would hold. Dragging his fatigued body back to the embassy, Liu Jianhui and the others were already back. No one had slept yet, obviously waiting for his news. Xiaolin told them the general situation and the lounge fell into silence. The defensive towers had been their greatest trump card. Relying on the destructive power of the high-rank defensive towers, they could absolutely hold out until reinforcements came from Dawn Academy. How long can the defenses hold out for? Liang Taibai asked. The normal towers can still be used for a month, but the high-ranked ones will only last for at most 2 more days. Xiaolin had already calculated the numbers that concerned their life and death beforehand. What's happening with the merchants? Xiaolin asked. He knew that Liang Taibai had been with the merchants the entire day, trying to get more help. Liang Taibai shook his head. Very few of them are willing to help. No one is really willing to fight. You know as well that there are no resurrection towers at the moment. Are they just going to wait for the city to fall? Xiaolin said in disbelief. Most of them want to try breaking out. They did not want to get involved in a war that had nothing to do with that. As for the other academies, we don't even have to mention them. It will be impossible to gain their help. Liu Jianhui smiled coldly. Those short-sighted people. Even if this territory isn't directly ours, the Rosa Kingdom is still a buffer that shields us from other areas. If we lose this place, Dawn Academy would be faced with danger from all sides. Don't forget our other sides are surrounded by the endless sea and orc territories. Liang Taibai motioned. This is all within our calculations. Let's talk about how we can defend this place. The reinforcements will need at least a month to arrive. Why do they need so long? Unsatisfied complaints were heard. There's no choice. Dawn Academy hasn't been faced with large-scale war for a long time. The preparing and gathering of the army as well as the supplies are not things that can be done in a matter of days. Pausing, Liang Taibai said, I'm not very good at military matters, so please bring up any ideas you have. The price of long-range communication is too great, and I can't use it a second time for the time being, so we can't rely on Dawn City for now. Thanks to the betrayal of the minister, everyone now mistrusted the palace even more. As a foreign embassy, even if it was just in name, the palace should have sent a representative to military meetings like this, even just for show. However, this time they had completely ignored anyone from Rosa, especially since it was not the time to point fingers. Everyone gave their opinions, but the main point was conscripting the entire city to help with the defense, especially the Dark Clans. If they were successful, they might be able to hold on for more than a month. We'll need to rely on Xiaolin for the dark races. Hasn't Ibeia been staying in our embassy? Everyone knew of Xiaolin's relationship with Ibeia, even if Xiaolin felt like they seemed to have formed the wrong idea. Xiaolin did not have anything to add. His ideas were more or less the same as the others. They would need the strength of the dark races as well as help from the entire city to be able to defend themselves. Even though everyone was tired after a whole night of activity, no one could rest at the time. After the meeting ended, everyone busied themselves with their own responsibilities. The main tasks were primarily propaganda and garnering support. Even if most of them did not have much experience in defending cities, thanks to the education of Dawn Academy, they still had the basics down. Morale was definitely important, and with the war prolonging, the commoners in the city were very important. In that arena, those foreign workers with years of experience were definitely very familiar. They had even seized the government away from the palace, but the king used his silence as acknowledgement as usual. Since the king did not object, the officials and ministers naturally knew what to do, and did not hesitate to cooperate. Xiaolin then brought Ibea to visit the Dark Clans. In order for there to not be conflict among the dark races and the regular folk, they had been designated a special district in the city. Even with the intense battles the past 2 days, the district was still very quiet. Since the death of Valan Argos, the Argos clan had rapidly fallen. After all, that man had killed off his own siblings, and their remaining fortunes had all been seized by the other clans. That was all done in a matter of 2 days. The Dark Clans definitely did not show mercy when it came to those matters. The first clan Ibea brought Xiaolin to was the Succubus clan. Even if Ibea was not very happy with it, she had said that after the fall of the Argos clan, the Succubi were the most powerful. The clan of Succubi was called the Cecia clan. Xiaolin had met one of them before in Valen's castle, a voluptuous, beautiful, and mature woman. The Succubi aren't that strong, and don't have that much of a history, but they're very good at seducing men. These years, they've used marriage into other clans as a way to trap all the clans into their network. If we gain their support, we will have mostly succeeded. Ibea had told Xiaolin the gist of things on the way. Chapter 531, Succubus. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin thought for a moment after listening to everything, and suddenly joked, Ibea, do you have a grudge against that clan? Why do I feel like your tone is off? There is no such thing as a good succubus. Ibea said unkindly, turning around and looking at Xiaolin with a pitiful gaze. I only brought you here because there's no other way. Please don't toss me aside for them. Even though he knew the little girl was faking it, Xiaolin patted Ibea on the head, consoling her and not knowing how he should react. Relax. You're making too big of a deal of this. How could I toss you aside? HMPH. You might not be able to say that when the time comes. The Succubi are very beautiful, and are extremely seductive to men. Enough. I guarantee that I won't be attracted, even if they're angels. I still can't let it go. Let's just head back. The two of them joked around and arrived at the Cecia clan's residence. It was an old yet well-maintained manor. Even though it was night time, the lights in the house were still lit. It was not as luxurious here as the Argos clan, but each decoration seemed extremely unique. It was obvious that the owner had put a lot of thought into them. The mistress has been waiting for a long time. Follow me. Scantily clad servant girls led the way. The white mounds of flesh in front of their chests were very alluring. Seemingly feeling Xiaolin's gaze, the two servant girls did not have a shred of embarrassment, even pushing them up and looking at Xiaolin with extremely seductive and teasing gazes. Xiaolin felt extremely awkward, and a white silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. Ibea's white dress suddenly blocked his sight, and the girl was glaring at the servants angrily, saying, "What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out." "Oh, the little princess of the street. Claude Clan is here too. You should look after your man better. Don't let us snatch him away." The girl's seductive gazes somewhat lessened, but their words were very bold. "Bring us to Cecia. She's already waiting for us?" Xiaolin quickly changed the topic before Ibea could go any further. Cecia had actually been waiting for a long time in the main hall. There were quite a few people in the moderately sized hall. They were either napping on the beast-skin sofas or quietly conversing around the wall lamps. At a glance, there were at least 20 to 30 people. causing the place to feel a little crowded. The strangest thing was that Xiaolin was the only man there. There seemed to be a special fragrance in the air. Xiaolin had wondered what the smell was, but quickly understood that it was the scent of the women around, and could not help but feel immensely awkward. Ibeia was looking at everyone like an enemy. Xia had been conversing with another woman near the balcony. Noticing Xiaolin's entrance, she said a few things to some others before walking toward him with a slight smile on her face. Xia had a long black dress on, and the dress was adorned with tiny silver jewels, looking like the stars in the galaxy. Xiaolin, is it? I've been waiting for you for 2 days. If you had not come yet, I might have paid you a private visit instead. Xia wore an alluring smile. Her gentle yet sweet voice seemed to be able to move hearts. Xiaolin was momentarily entranced, but an unhappy snort from Ibeia snapped him awake. He exclaimed in his mind that the other party really was a succubus. Just one sentence was enough to entrance anyone. Xiaolin had read up on the succubi before he came. The information within the embassy was quite complete. There were some differences from the legends on Earth. The succubi on planet Norma were not those horned, winged, and hooved creatures like what was seen on Earth. They might be called demons, but planet Norma's succubi were definitely not true demons. In this world, succubi had a special, different name, cursed women. During ancient times, the original succubi were humans that were imprisoned by evil demons. However, the humans imprisoned them never submitted, no matter how much time had passed, and the enraged demons unleashed a curse upon them, causing the women to have a bit of demon blood in them. That was why everyone with succubus blood in them would be born with good looks and hot bodies, enough to arouse any man. They were born with unimaginable subjugation powers. Even though this power was forced on them, as time passed, they were slowly categorized as sluts, and ostracized by Normese society, getting lumped into the dark races. Remembering the information that he had seen was also a way for Xiaolin to snap back to reality. Xiaolin then said, "Since that's the case, I guess you already know why I'm here. I need your help, as well as the help of all the dark clans, in order to protect the city." He got straight to the point, afraid that his judgment would be affected by the women. Xiaolin had taken Ibeia's warnings to heart. The succubi might not be that strong, but sometimes seductiveness was scarier than physical power. Xia paused for a moment, her smile unchanging. She then pointed at the other women, not answering Xiaolin's question and instead asking, "Do you know who they are?" "Your relatives?" "That's right, they are all my sisters." "They are all sisters that have married into various families." "This one is from the Argos clan." "Oh, don't look at me like that." "Don't worry, her husband was killed by Valen. She probably even has you to thank for that." Xia patiently introduced all her sisters that were present, but Xiaolin could not remember that many names. However, just as Ibeia said, the Xia clan used their unique skills to build an extreme network of connections. After over 10 minutes of introductions, Xia's smile died as she said, "We've talked when we were at Valen's castle, and I've discussed with the other clans during this time. We're very much against helping the Rosa Kingdom." "You're not helping the Rosa Kingdom, you're helping Dawn Academy, as well as yourself." Xia blinked. "How are you supposed to help us?" "You know clearly what we need." Xiaolin fell silent. Even if he already had a general idea, he was not sure if he had the right to mention it. To be specific, it might not be something Liang Taibai could make the decision on. Xia continued, "In truth, we don't really like the undead army outside the city either. We don't know a Sabana, but we don't wish for outsiders to control the city and disturb our peace. At the same time, we don't want to gain nothing from helping Dawn Academy. Therefore, I have a good suggestion. If you're willing to accept it, everything will go smoothly." "Say it." "Allow Ibeia to become the new queen of this kingdom." Chapter 532, Ibeia and the King, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Allow Ibeia to become the new queen of this kingdom. Xia's voice reverberated around the hall, and the women stopped their chatter as all eyes were fixed on Xiaolin's direction. None of them were surprised. It was obvious that the succubi had already discussed that suggestion in the last 2 days. Ibeia opened her mouth in shock, staring at the beautiful woman in disbelief and immediately rejecting the idea. I don't want to. You definitely have some tricks in mind. Xiaolin fell silent, patting Ibea's head and whispering a few words to console her. He then looked at Cixia. Xiaolin was not shocked either. The idea had surfaced in his mind after killing Valen. From various perspectives, Ibea was the best choice. Cixia looked at Xiaolin and smiled. I guess you've already considered that too. The Rosa Kingdom needs a new ruler. Everyone knows the current king can't hold on for long. Originally, you might have been able to pick out an obedient puppet from the royalty that was sent away, but you don't have time for that now. If you want to defend the city, you'll need the power of our dark clans. However, we can't help you for no returns. We need someone to represent us, and someone with the blood of Rosa royalty and the street. Claude clan is the best choice. Is that the suggestion from everyone here? That's right, you can treat it as something all of our clans have agreed on, and is also the only condition we have to help with the defense of the city. Xiaolin thought about it and said, I will discuss it with Ambassador Liang. But I hope you can understand. Even if we agree on it, we will still need the approval of Dawn City in the end. Also, pausing, Xiaolin said softly, this will need the agreement of Ibea herself first. Xiaolin knew that the smart girl would not have missed such a development, but Ibea had not revealed her thoughts on it yet, and he would not force anything on her. No matter what, the short discussion had come up with results. Since Xiaolin still needed to prepare for the defense of the city, he could not stay for too long, nor was he very used to the atmosphere there. So, he quickly brought Ibea away. In the embassy, everyone had already fallen asleep after working through the night, leaving only Liang Taibai awaiting Xiaolin's return with a cup of coffee. Xiaolin was touched and surprised, but did not delay as he immediately recounted Cixia's request. Since it involved Ibea, he brought the girl in as well. Liang Taibai fell into silence. He was the one who instigated the matter, and had sent Xiaolin to discuss matters with that in mind. He quickly looked over to Ibea, saying, Ibea, are you willing? Ibea had been thinking about that the entire way here. Xiaolin could not understand what she was thinking, and could only say gently, don't let anything influence you, you just need to tell us what you think. Ibea's expression was very weird. It seemed distressed and a little sad, but there were also traces of happiness. Xiaolin actually did not understand Ibea that much. She was cute and beautiful. If she had been born in a normal family, she would be a princess without any worries. However, her birth meant she had to go through a lot, and her youth had caused her to quickly mature. Xiaolin knew that Ibea had her own goals, but he was not sure what it was. Rebuilding her clan? Revenge for her father? After a moment, Ibea said with a complicated look, I don't know. Give me some time to think. You suddenly want me to be a queen. Isn't it too sudden? Our time is limited, Liang Taibai said as he furrowed his eyebrows. I only need one night. Fine. I want Big Brother Xiaolin to accompany me. Ah, that's fine. Liang Taibai did not hesitate to sell Xiaolin out, temporarily assigning the city's defense to Luo Jianhui. After that, Xiaolin's only job for the day was to accompany Ibea. Xiaolin had nothing to say about it, but was still doubtful as to how Liang Taibai would convince Dawn Academy. However, he did not voice any questions. Xiaolin had yet to sleep the entire night, but Ibea was not that considerate of him. After leaving Liang Taibai's meeting room, she immediately voiced her request to Xiaolin. I want to go to the palace. You want to see your grandfather? Oh, I mean Rosa's king. Xiaolin felt like the moniker might not be appropriate, and called him the king instead. The last time I saw my grandfather was when I was 3. After that, my mother and I were chased out of the royal family, and have never returned. Ibea called the king her grandfather, but her cold tone showed that she did not hold any feelings for him. No problem there. Xiaolin thought about it, adding, if you want to give that king a hard time, I can help you. Ibea finally let out a laugh, her face looking much more relaxed. Xiaolin already had the power to enter the palace as he pleased, so he brought Ibea along to the palace, and got the servants to fetch the king, who was essentially a puppet at that point. After that, he had them all leave. Xiaolin had wanted to leave as well, but he was worried Ibea would suffer if she was left by herself, so he stood by the side instead. The king had lost a lot of weight in the 2 days. He had known of the energy stones being stolen as well, and knew it would complicate the defense of the city. He first talked to Xiaolin about the military minister, expressing his regret, but he then noticed Ibe, and looked at Xiaolin with a confused and questioning expression. "This is Ibe, your granddaughter." Xiaolin was looking down on the old man in his heart, but he still introduced them. The king paused for a long time looking at Ibe before softly sighing. "You really look a lot like your mother. I heard you've suffered these few years." "I was okay," Ibe said casually. "Uncle treats me quite well. I've been to a lot of places these 2 years, and got to know a lot of people, experienced different things." "Why did you return after leaving?" "I'd planned on remaining in Dawn City, but I came back to help Big Brother Xiaolin." "It seems like you have a good relationship with him." "It's at least better than with you." "Ah, your personality is a lot like your mother's." "Really? My mother died when I was very young, so I don't really remember much about her." The two of them chatted like that. To anyone who did not know the situation, it would look like two old friends talking to each other. There was no conflict, no venting. Everything was very calm. It was so calm Xiaolin felt a sense of surrealness. Chapter 533, Ibe and the King, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. With some things, the more normal they were, the more abnormal they seemed. After losing both her parents since she was young, and even getting abandoned by the royal family, Ibe should hate Rose's royalty as well as her own grandfather. The king did not seem to have cared for his granddaughter of mixed blood. If Xiaolin had not told the king would probably have never thought of Ibe. Xiaolin was sitting by the side, drinking some tea as he quietly listened on. The more he listened, the weirder it felt. Ibe's tone was very normal. No trace of excitement for seeing a relative, nor was there any trace of hatred or anger. The king seemed to be talking normally as well, asking Ibe about her life over the past years. His voice had no trace of regret or pity. Ibe had wanted to see the king herself. Xiaolin had been thinking about it on the way, but never found the answer. Ibe had not seen her grandfather for many years. Ibe absolutely would not have had the chance to enter the palace after she was chased out. However, was Ibe just there to chat? Xiaolin could only listen patiently. Finally, the king's questions seemed to stop, and the two of them fell silent. After a few minutes, Ibe's large eyes glinted as she used a cool tone to ask, "Actually, I asked Big Brother Xiaolin to bring me over this time to ask you a question. Is it about your mother?" The king said, "No, I said it earlier. I'm thankful to my mother for giving birth to me, but my only memory of her stops at a drawing at home. It was my father that brought me up, but regretfully he was killed by hunters 5 years ago." After pausing, Ibe's tone went even colder, even having some killing intent. "You should know, since the Rosa Kingdom allows the dark races to stay here, they do not allow hunters into the country as well." "Why would hunters appear in my house 5 years ago?" "Those hunters had to be from the Sheikh Empire. That empire's religion treats killing dark races as a form of glory." "What are you trying to say?" The king narrowed his eyes. Ibe took a deep breath, staring at the king before saying, "I've investigated it. After the Church of the Sheikh Empire had a secret correspondence with you before, and after that, the Rosa Kingdom suddenly obtained a large amount of money from unknown sources. Even though I suspected whether Dawn Academy was a part of it, I understood after investigating in Dawn City that the Academy has been clueless on the matter to this day." "I have to say you are quite smart." Xiaolin finally put down his teacup, looking at Ibe in surprise. The girl no longer had her calm face from earlier on. What she'd shown was dense hatred and anger. Xiaolin was starting to understand. As a vassal of Dawn City, Rosa's treasury would always be under the scrutiny of Dawn Academy's embassy. Any use of the treasury would naturally be under intense scrutiny. Liang Taibai had said before that the king wanted to implement reforms that would circumvent Dawn Academy's rule. Reforms need money, and any money moving out of the royal treasury would not have escaped the embassy. The only way would be to get it from outside sources, such as from that Sheikh Empire. The Sheikh Empire was a large empire to the north of planet Norma. It was a religious government. Xiaolin did not know much about it, The most he knew was what Ibea had said. The Empire hated the dark races, and their church had established an order of hunters. Anyone who brought in corpses from the dark races would be able to get certain rewards. The more famous dark races would naturally be on the blacklist of the religion. Killing them would grant a lot of glory. The street Claude had a large amount of history, existing since ancient times. It was no exaggeration to say that the street Claude clan's fall in just a few hundred years was probably because too many of the clan had been hunted, and they finally had to move to the Rosa Kingdom to hide. He finally understood why Ibea wanted to go to Dawn City. The investigation was her true goal. Her mother had died since she was young, and even her father was killed. No one would be able to accept their parents being assassinated, especially when there was a plot behind it. Ibea had chosen to investigate it all herself, and managed to find the truth. Xiaolin looked at the king with shock. It was obvious that the old man had used the life and information of the father of his own granddaughter in exchange for money for his own reforms. After finishing, Ibea looked at the king, slowly asking, "Tell me, is everything I said true?" "That's right, I did it." The king surprisingly admitted it. Ibea trembled, clenching her fists tightly. Xiaolin moved quickly, and shot forward, placing a supportive hand on Ibea's shoulder while his other hand held Ibea's fist. Ibea tried to resist, but her strength could not compare to Xiaolin's. Her fingers were quickly pried apart by Xiaolin. In Ibea's white palm was a knife the size of a finger. The blade was very thin, but had a cold blue glow. It even had a shocking amount of energy circulating within. Xiaolin estimated that the blade was at least silver ranked, or even higher than that. "Give it to me." Xiaolin snatched the blade away. Hearing Ibea's words, he naturally knew that she was there for revenge. Ibea stared at him, softly roaring, "Big brother, why are you stopping me?" Because he knows that, even if I deserve to die, it's not the time, and I can't die in your hands. The one who answered was the king on the throne. The king had already gotten up and was walking down. Xiaolin pulled Ibea behind him, and suddenly rushed forward, smashing a fist into the king's face. With his power at that moment, he sent the defenseless king flying back a dozen meters, even destroying the throne. The servants outside immediately rushed over after hearing the commotion, but they looked at each other when they saw the scene, not daring to make a move on Xiaolin, nor did they dare to leave the king just as he was. They did not know if Xiaolin was planning on killing the king at that moment. If the king died, they would definitely end up joining him. "I'm fine." The king stood up, waving his hands to command the servants to leave. The right side of the king's face had swelled up, and his lips were bloodied. Even speaking was hard. Chapter 534, Ibea and the King. 3. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The king crawled up and grasped the pendant in front of his chest, opening it before pouring the liquid into his mouth. Quickly, the wound on his face began to recover. His face was calm, not seeming angry at all. However, he warily looked at Xiaolin, saying, "If you're planning on doing anything more, you'll need to get me more potions. All I have with me is this." Xiaolin composed himself, looking at the calm king, Xiaolin's fist that fell to his side. The king understood very well that Xiaolin could not kill him right there. Even if the king was injured, they would need to cure king. Even if Dawn Academy did not like the king could not die while they were still defending the city. We have a saying in my hometown, as evil as a tiger is, they do not eat their children. Even if you didn't acknowledge your son-in-law, were you willing to let Ibea turn into an orphan? Xiaolin mocked. "I've heard of such a saying. I've read a lot of your books after all. However, I've also read that men of character do not bother about trifles." The king had no hint of regret, and only stared back at Xiaolin. The king quickly looked at the furious Ibea, calmly saying, "I've wronged your mother and you, I admit that. However, I've never wronged this country. I'm Rosa's king first, your grandfather second. There has never been any absolute rights or wrongs in this world. The other world next to you came to our world with their kind. That is the true origin of all this evil. If you want revenge, he should be one of them." "Nonsense!" Ibea shouted. "Don't think I'm some child you can manipulate. Big brother Xiaolin is a good person, Our conflict with their people has nothing to do with us. All I know is you killed my father. I'm not treating you like a child. In truth, I'm quite happy that you knew to borrow the strength of Dawn Academy. It's a pity that no one among my children has your intelligence." Pausing for a moment, the king continued, "You really want to kill me?" Ibe glared, but it was at Xiaolin. Xiaolin sighed. He had kept himself in between Ibe and the king. It was to prevent Ibe from doing anything, and also to stop the king from making a move. He mocked the king. "You're a smart person, you know we can't do anything to you now, but you won't live for long." If they really managed to secure city, once everything was done, Dawn Academy would definitely deal with the disobedient king. The king smiled coldly. "I don't need you to remind me. However, it seems like it won't take that long now. If I don't die, how will my granddaughter take my place?" Xiaolin and Ibe were shocked. They had never mentioned the dark races wanting Ibe to be queen, and had never told anyone of Rose's officials either. "You're spying on me?" Ibe's tone was very harsh. "It's not that hard to guess. You'll need the power of the Dark Clans to protect the city, and they would need something in return if you want them to help willingly. With your current struggles, the only thing you can offer is this throne." Talking to intelligent people really saved time. Xiaolin decided against hiding it, saying, "You're right. What we need is your throne." "All right." The king's answer was very quick, and Xiaolin and Ibe looked at each other. Xiaolin felt like the cunning old man might have had some tricks up their sleeves. The king returned to the throne, touching the cold seat, saying in self-mockery, "This seat isn't actually valuable anymore. Ever since your people came to our kingdom, most of the military and financial power had fallen into your hands. You might even get rid of royalty before too long. I've read your books. Monarchy doesn't exist in your world. Compared to letting you choose another puppet, I'd rather let Ibe do it." Xiaolin understood what he meant. If they did not pick Ibe, Dawn Academy would just choose one of his children as a puppet. However, Ibe was different. Ibe had the dark races behind her. When the time came, it would be a contest between Dawn Academy and the dark races. No matter what happened, the Rosa Kingdom would not be completely hollowed out. "It looks like you've done a lot of research into our world. It's just about knowing your enemy. Then can you at least produce a document of sorts? It would make it easier for me to let the dark races know." "Why would it need to be so troublesome? Do you really think those races, who've lived for centuries, would trust in a document?" "Wait for tomorrow. I'll make things clear tomorrow." "Make things clear? Make what clear?" Xiaolin and Ibe were both suspicious, but the king's calm expression seemed to have led them to understand something and they did not press on. Before they left, Ibe seemed to have wanted to say something, but the cold expression on the king's face caused her to leave. "Big brother Xiaolin, do you think that old man will willingly give up his throne to me?" Ibe suddenly asked on the way back. "Of course he won't be willing, but he has no choice. It's the only thing he can do for the city." Xiaolin remembered the assessment Liang Taibai gave the king. Pushing aside his standing in Dawn Academy, the king was very responsible. He might not be a good person, but he worked hard for the country, even if that hard work was not beneficial to Dawn Academy. Sighing, Xiaolin said gently, "Ibe, can you answer me now? Do you want to be the queen?" Ibe blinked, asking, "Would you let me be the queen?" Xiaolin more or less knew her answer, saying, "Ambassador Liang told me." The last long-range communication from Dawn City had given him temporary power over everything. "Then I'm willing to try." "Very well. Good luck then." Xiaolin encouraged her with a smile. He was not surprised at the answer. As the last of the Street Claude bloodline, Ibe had too much on her shoulders. That was probably her uncle's wish as well. If she became the queen, it would help the clan. Xiaolin did not know if that was the right choice, nor was he sure if Dawn City would allow Ibe to continue as the queen, but at least her wish would be fulfilled for now. Xiaolin reported to Liang Taibai when they returned to the academy. Liang Taibai did not say anything, merely nodding before saying he would reach out to the higher-ups. He said that, as long as Ibe was willing, Dawn City would not cause any trouble. At least for now, the most important thing was still defending the city. Chapter 535, Rallying the Troops. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The undead army's attack did not stop for what was happening in the city. The moment night fell, the waves of undead once again rushed forward. With the energy stones that were still in reserve as well as the low-grade stones sent from the palace, the defensive towers inflicted massive destruction as usual. The night passed peacefully. But when dawn struck, the undead army did not retreat like the 2 days before. They still rushed to the city without a care. The undead zombies were even more sluggish after being weakened by the sun. The undead were all formerly soldiers from the royal city, and the numbers had always been limited. Under the constant fire of the defensive towers, the numbers had kept on reducing. It was until that afternoon, when the last rotten corpse fell, before everyone erupted in passionate cheers. The undead army was finally exterminated, coming at a minimal cost to the thousands of soldiers defending the city, giving them a huge sense of accomplishment. Xiaolin and Liu Jianhui, who were in command, could only smile bitterly at each other. The cost of their victory that day had been the last of the energy stones. From the next day on, most of their defensive towers would be completely useless. The enemy had obviously known that as well, and the goal of their undead army had been achieved. That was why they sent the undead army charging forward without a care for casualties. Xiaolin fell asleep in a state of unease that day. When he was awoken, he received a surprising piece of news: the king had committed suicide. Liang Taibai told him about it in private. The king's body was found in his bedroom a bit earlier. Since the palace already had Dawn Academy's people stationed there, it had basically eliminated the possibility of murder. Liang Taibai said it was a pity, but it did not come as a surprise. I should have expected this. Xiaolin was silent for a while before continuing. He had been wondering how the king would hand over the throne to his granddaughter the day before, but he never expected the king to use such a direct method. It's the best result. Liang Taibai sighed and said, even though it's not a great time for the king to die at the moment, if he waited for the siege to end, we might not be able to get a say in the successor. The king understood that, which was why he chose the right time to commit suicide, preserving the best scenario for the Rosa Kingdom. This is his last will. It's meant for Ibeia. Xiaolin took the piece of paper from Liang Taibai. It was called a will, but it only had a few words written in blood on it. Rosa is yours now. Are there any movements from the military? Xiaolin asked. Don't worry, we've basically controlled the military and the finances. Even if there's a minority who swore their loyalty to the king, we've already got them in control. It won't affect matters. The two of them had a simple dialogue and managed to settle matters easily. After he left the office, Xiaolin suddenly felt a strange feeling. It seemed like he suddenly empathized with the king. He could feel how deeply Dawn Academy had encroached upon the kingdom. As long as Dawn Academy wished, they could do anything they felt like to the kingdom. Ibeia might not have had any feelings toward her grandfather, but she was still dumbfounded when she received the news from Xiaolin. Looking at the words on the will, she suddenly said, I will do a better job than him. I definitely will. I believe in you. Xiaolin did not know if Ibeia had the experience, but as the only successor to the Street Claude clan, he believed that Ibeia would definitely have received some education on leadership from her father and uncle. She was set to be someone of power in the future. Even if it was not as the queen, she would still be the leader of her clan. It might seem too early, but Ibeia did not seem unhappy at all. After the initial somber mood, she showed a lot of passion, immediately throwing herself into her new role, taking charge of the relationship between the embassy and the Dark Clans. Later in the day, Xiaolin went with Ibeia to the Xia clan again. After an hour-long intense discussion, they managed to establish various initial points, including the position of the Dark Clans in the royal city, providing them with more rights and reducing their taxes. The Dark Clans were very enthusiastic, but they still understood that Ibeia was just a link. The real master was still the embassy. However, Liang Taibai gave them a lot of power this time, as long as it did not involve the three main powers of the military, the finance, and the government. Ibeia was free to decide everything else. Liang Taibai had even explained to Xiaolin what the wartime chain of command was. Due to the cost of interspatial communication, the foreign envoys were free to make their own decisions during times of emergency and if contacting Dawn City was difficult. The Dark Clans were very efficient. After reaching an agreement with Ibea, they quickly collected their gear and immediately sent out a force of over 6,000 soldiers. There were dozens of clans in the royal city. The smaller clans sent out less people and the larger ones sent out more. Amassing the army did not seem to have used up that much time or effort. On top of the existing guard in the city, they now had over 10,000 troops in defense. After the large-scale recruitment in the city, they managed to pull in another army of over 20,000 soldiers. However, that regiment consisted of commoners without any military training. They had added some of the merchants from Earth, which was the result of negotiations with the merchant union. With that, they now had over 30,000 soldiers in the royal city. Even though their combat ability was not the best, with the solid city walls, they could put up a fight. The rebel troops were also quickly approaching the city. After losing their long-ranged defensive towers, the rebels boldly established their camps very near to the city, but were quickly faced with a rabid magical bombardment from the city. Even without the defensive towers, at least 1 in 5 of the 6,000 Dark Race soldiers were decent at magic. The rebels did not have as many soldiers as they initially thought, with only around 70 to 80,000. Even though they had some siege equipment, they did not have any high-leveled magical mechanisms. In this world filled with magic, defending cities were still more advantageous, which was why the rebels failed to gain any sort of advantages in the upcoming days. Chapter 536, Xiaolin's Guess. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin had been busier than he ever was. Even though the number of guards in the city increased, Liang Taibai did not intend on changing commanders. Compared to commanding a few thousand people and relying on the defense towers, he had a much more challenging time in command. Xiaolin was not a genius. Commanding tens of thousands of soldiers was way too difficult for him. Thankfully, Liu Jianhuai's experience helped him with most of the problems. Xiaolin adopted a humble attitude as he learned from Liu Jianhui. He knew that the only reason he was still a commander was because of the relationship between Ibea and himself, which was like a bridge of trust. Ibea did not cause any waves after becoming the queen. To most commoners, the king was something they paid no attention to outside of having some curiosity. These few years, even idiots knew that the real power in the kingdom was Dawn Academy. The ministers who were loyal to the king obviously voiced their anger and objections, but they could not find anyone to stand with them who would care about them during the defense of the city. In the end, they looked for Ibea. Facing that young girl, especially with her reddened eyes and pitiful looks, they could only swallow their anger. They obviously did not know how cunning Ibea was. With that, 10 days passed, and the defense of the city got more and more intense. The rebels might not have been very skilled, but their bravery was admirable. They did not seem to be afraid of death or injury, and fervently sent wave after wave of attacks. If not for the lack of death energy, Xiaolin would have thought they were undead soldiers. After losing the defense towers, the rebels almost managed to make it to the top of the city gates a few times. However, the equipment the rebels had was too poor, and they would be forced to retreat each time, leaving behind thousands of corpses. With the torrential rain, the rotting corpses stank up half the city, causing everyone to have to block their noses. The casualties in the royal city were not small either, and Liang Taibai was forced to recruit more soldiers from the city. Those untrained soldiers were basically cannon fodder, but that was what they needed the most. Almost half of the old and injured soldiers that were originally around had died. The soldiers from the Dark Clans faced the least casualties, but even they had lost almost a quarter. The Dark Races were the main firepower, and Xiaolin knew they could not afford to have the Dark Races die easily, which was why they needed a large amount of cannon fodder to hold the rebels back, allowing the Dark Clan's soldiers more time to rest. Xiaolin wanted to join the fight, but was stopped by Liu Jianhui. He told Xiaolin that it was not the time. The situation was still unclear and the commanders needed to maintain their cool. Xiaolin accepted the suggestion. He had quickly absorbed and learned everything, including Liu Jianhui's words and his own understanding. What do you feel as Abanna is doing? It was not the first time Liu Jianhui discussed that with Xiaolin. With the current situation, even with the high amount of casualties, defending the city won't be too difficult. Asabana sees that as well. What's the meaning of this fruitless siege? After the Dark Clans joined us, our power is already equal to the rebels. It's possible that he doesn't really care about the lives of these rebels, Xiaolin answered uncertainly. Looking at the corpses littered around the city, his heart suddenly quickened, as if he grasped something. Are you worried Asabana will turn the corpses into undead? Luo Jianhui smiled and said, there's no need to worry. I've asked the Dark Clans. Necromancy has its limitations. These corpses that haven't been dead for long won't have much death energy. Even if they were converted, their combat ability would be incredibly low. That's true, Xiaolin answered. Thanks to Ibe, he had established a good relationship with the Dark Clans recently. He had asked a lot of questions about dark magic, both to understand more about Asabana as well as due to the fact that he had learned dark magic as well. The books in the library could not compare to personal accounts. Initially Xiaolin suspected Asabana knew certain supreme magic spells. He knew that with legend-ranked magic, destroying a city would not be anything difficult. However, those kinds of figures were all legends themselves, and would rarely show themselves. Asabana absolutely did not have that level of skill. Xiaolin could not shake off a feeling of unease. He had mentioned it to Liang Taibai and some others, but never got any explanation. It was possible they felt that Xiaolin was just facing too much pressure, especially since he was just a new student. That was why Liang Taibai gave him a day off, getting him to walk around. Xiaolin accepted the suggestion. He felt like he was thinking too much as well. There was not a big change in the royal city despite the attacks. After the initial chaos, with the valiant defense of the city and the rebels not being able to take it down, the embassy also received news that the reinforcements from Dawn Academy were approaching. That quickly put the commoners at ease. Compared to the rebels, they were happy to trust Dawn Academy. Of course, there were aspects that were affected as well. With the attack, activity levels had greatly decreased, and the price of goods in shops drastically increased as well. After a strict curfew was announced, the most bustling city in Rosa calmed down a lot. Xiaolin walked along the streets, and most of the doors were shut. The streets were filled with rubbish, and it was unclear how long it had been since the streets were cleaned. There was nothing much to see with the royal city in that state. Xiaolin was supposed to pass the time, but he felt like it was better to just turn back. The rebels had not stopped their attacks, but as the days passed, the forces they sent to attack the city were decreasing. The situation did not look bad, and Xiaolin constantly looked for the source of his unease. Looking at the calm streets and the occasional person who passed, he had a sudden thought flash through his mind, and he quickly realized something. The scene in front of him was familiar, which was the source of his unease. He finally remembered why it was familiar. It was like his third monthly examination, the so-called hardest amphibious assault. They were tasked to defend the fort, and it initially went very well. However, at the last moment, their foes managed to sneak into the fort, and caused all their efforts to be for naught. If the current peace in the royal city was just a farce, then what did the enemy know? What did Asabana want from it? If the enemy's goal was to sneak into the city as well, then what did he want? Chapter 537, Surprise at the Casino. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Xiaolin did not know why he suddenly remembered the third monthly examination. It might have been intuition or just a nonsensical thought, but the thought had deeply rooted itself into his mind. After much deliberation, he increasingly felt like it had the highest possibility. Xiaolin immediately returned to the embassy to let Liang Taibai, Luo Jianhui and the others know of his thoughts. Xiaolin had gotten very familiar with the staff from the embassy, and everyone acknowledged the junior who was only a few months into the academy, with no one looking down on him. However, they could not help but laugh when they heard of the guess, consoling Xiaolin and believing it was a nonsensical thought. The possibility of it happening was practically zero. Xiaolin, I can understand the pressure you've been under, but you're telling us that Asabana's only goal from the start had just been to get into the city. The countless undead soldiers and all of the rebels were just the price of that. You know the amount of soldiers he has would be enough to take over a small country. What Asabana needs at the moment is territory and soldiers. How could he give them up so easily? Liang Taibai did not believe it, and was patiently analyzing the matter. Not getting any help from the embassy was within Xiaolin's expectations. He continued to walk around the city after leaving the embassy, thinking hard about what a Sabana would want if he was really in the city. What would be worth such a large price? Money. Rosa might be a small kingdom, but as the hub of the kingdom, the royal city did have most of the wealth in the kingdom. Coupled with the jewelry amassed in the palace through hundreds of years, it was not a small fortune. He would have all of that if he managed to take over the city. Walking as he thought, Xiaolin ended up stopping in front of a large building. It was the largest entertainment center in the royal city, Century Casino. Fumin had spent a lot of money on this city, building the largest, most luxurious building in the entire city. It was a pity that the money would all be going down the drain with the war. Xiaolin did not have much pity for Fumin. They were merely working together. It was a pity that, with the siege, it was impossible to bring back what Fumin had asked him to. Suddenly, Xiaolin looked up in realization. Many people have searched all of planet Norma looking for this, and countless people have lost their lives for it too. Too many people want it, but have never seen it. The boss of the casino, Sun Jie, had said those words. The thing Fumin wanted him to bring back to Dawn City, that mysterious object inside the box. Xiaolin had been completely disinterested in Fumin's secret, but thinking about a Sabana, he was suddenly uneasy. Surely it could not be such a big coincidence. With an apprehensive feeling, Xiaolin walked into the casino. Even if they were being sieged, even with all the fighting outside, with the explosions from magic still able to be heard, the outside world seemed to completely disappear after stepping into the casino. Century Casino was one of the few entertainment centers left open during the war. Even those who were trying to cause trouble in the royal city did not dare step into the place. That was because at least half of those from Earth regarded the casino as their last sanctuary. The amount of colonists gathered here caused everyone to avoid it. Xiaolin's Earth attire caused the staff at the door to be even more enthusiastic. The local girls had very revealing outfits on, and put on alluring makeup. Even a smile from them was seductive. There were plenty of people like that around. Most of the girls hoped to attract a colonist and to be brought back to colonial territories. That way, they could enjoy a life of luxury. It was a pity that Xiaolin was not interested at all, not in the mood to enjoy the attractive women. It was not the first time he was in the casino, and he waved the girls away, walking straight to Sun Jie's office. After the war, Century Casino remained open, but had fired a lot of the non-essential staff, which was why there were not many people around the corridors. Brushing past someone covered in a grey robe, Xiaolin paused, remembering something before reaching out to hold the man's shoulder, saying, "Please wait a moment." He had not even finished when the grey-robed man suddenly moved, immediately shooting a green light at Xiaolin. Xiaolin was shocked. He was very familiar with that spell. It was Disintegration Ray, which could directly destroy the soul. Thankfully, he was prepared, and immediately took out his Holy Soul Sword from his spatial ring. The special material of the sword immediately blocked the ray, but at a price. Traces of decay seemed to have appeared on the blade. The grey-robed man did not want to fight, and immediately fled after using Disintegration Ray. Xiaolin might have been slower to react, but he did not hesitate to use his Ruin State. During this time, he had been using Ruin with increasing frequency. The more he used it, the more familiar he was with it, and the longer he could maintain it. Boom! In the narrow corridor, Xiaolin shot out like an arrow, colliding right into the person. His Ruin State allowed him to catch up and tackle the grey-robed man. The two of them collided into the wall, and with the sudden sound of the impact, a hole formed on the wall. Xiaolin was the first to get up from the ground, and he used his holy sword to open up the person's robe. When he looked at the royal cell with time rewind, he had seen a grey-robed man enter the cell, which was why he was alarmed earlier. What shocked him was that he had thought the grey-robed person who kidnapped them was Valen, but now that Valen had died, who was this person? Under the robes was a refined woman with milky white skin and blonde hair, a woman with pointy ears. An elf? An elf. It was not a Sabana like he had thought, but what was in front of him was even more shocking. The number of elves in the Rosa Kingdom could be counted with one's fingers, and only occasionally would an elvish adventurer pass by. Why was an elf here? Why would the elves work with Ysabana, participating in the kidnapping and attacking the royal city? Xiaolin's questions flooded his head in an instant. Chapter 538, A Special Transformation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The elvish woman quickly got up, using her dexterity to pull away. She quickly noticed that her robe had fallen off and no longer obscured her looks. The woman quickly saw where Xiaolin's shock was from, and green flashed in her pupils. Her voice was raspy and low, feeling closer to a man's voice as she asked, "Xiaolin? You're Xiaolin. I can't believe you're here. Do I know you?" Xiaolin found it strange that she knew his name. "Ysabana gave me a picture of you long ago. Even if I die, I will remember you." The woman clenched her teeth, her voice filled with anger. Xiaolin put his hand on his holy sword, fully on alert as he asked confusedly, "Hold on. Do I have any grudges with you?" The woman smiled coldly. "You killed my sister. Did you forget it so quickly? It's really like you otherworlders. You've never taken our lives into consideration." Xiaolin was even more confused, but he quickly remembered. When he was returning from the Silver Province to Dawn City, he was ambushed by an elf. In the end, he had used his ruined state and dragon breath. He smiled bitterly, not expecting to have met the elf's sister. "Was that fate? It looks like you finally remembered. You otherworlders say an eye for an eye. I had been planning on saving you for last, but since I've met you, I'll just kill you here. Ysabana will be very happy." The woman mocked. She was speaking in Normese, but an eye for an eye was said in garbled Mandarin. Xiaolin could not help but let out a cold laugh. "I seem to remember your sister being a dark elf. It seems like you might not be a dark elf, but you still know dark magic. I can't believe the elves have stooped so low as to help Ysabana. I think that Judge Academy will be very happy to know this." "It's fine. There's no reason to worry about a dead person. Ysabana just wants your body. It doesn't matter if you're alive or not." Xiaolin was surprised, and asked, "Did you come here for me?" The woman opened her mouth, but stopped. "Trying to get me to talk? Quit dreaming." Xiaolin shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Once we capture you, our interrogators will get you to speak." "Capture me?" The woman raised her eyebrows. "How are you going to capture me? That special state of yours? Or that sliver of dragon breath you have? If those are all your trump cards, then you can just go ahead and die." Finishing her words, the elf woman's white skin began to glow green. Xiaolin was shaken, and a familiar scene quickly appeared. It was not the first time he saw that strange transformation. From Valenargos to the general, that strange green light seemed to have a mysterious power that could greatly boost someone's power. The elf woman obviously had a lot of information on Xiaolin, which was why she knew of Xiaolin's ruined state and dragon breath sword, and that they were both Xiaolin's greatest skills. "Even if you know of it, I want to see how you defend against it." Considering the increase in strength after the transformation, Xiaolin did not want to drag things on for too long. He did not hesitate to enter his ruined state. The woman's transformation was quickly completed, but it was different from the two prior. The mysterious green energy had changed into light green, and countless complicated black patterns appeared. Her muscles expanded as well, but not to an exaggerated degree. The greatest difference was her back. Her shoulder blades rose until it dripped through her clothes, and two jet black wings extended outward. The woman did not care about being exposed after her clothes ripped apart. She unfolded her wings, and swayed them in the air as she worked to stabilize her flight. She seemed to not be used to that state, and the wings were not very large. They were only around half a meter long. The wings were filled with leaf-shaped feathers, and the leaves were all green. They were also not solid, and formed by energy. Xiaolin immediately opened his Eye of Truth. Ever since noticing that ability, he had been using the eye more and more. With the Eye of Truth, all falsehoods were turned to nothing. He could see that the wings were a mix of dark death energy and shattered life energy. Of the three main energies, life and death energy were not supposed to mix. However, the woman had the two energies in perfect harmony in her wings, forming an even more terrifying power. "I know you've fought Valen and that stupid man from Rosa, but if you think I'm the same as them, then you're underestimating me." The woman's voice turned more womanly, but was still very raspy. Even though she did not have the exaggerated muscles and explosive strength of the earlier two, Xiaolin felt a sense of danger he never did before. That was why after activating Ruin, he did not hesitate and immediately converted all his strength to Dragon Breath. Xiaolin wanted to use his Dragon Breath sword to kill that dangerous woman immediately, even if it was a pity not being able to capture the woman for information. His life was far more important. After all, they no longer had a resurrection tower in the royal city, and they could not risk themselves. The elvish woman smiled as she held her wings out 2 to 3 meters in the air, seemingly getting used to her state, and not bothering to dodge. Of course, Dragon Breath had a very obvious energy gathering stage, but that also allowed the special sword aura to be extremely destructive. There was no way to dodge with speed. The Dragon Breath sword quickly completed and was sent out. Xiaolin used much more power this time, and the white light was accompanied with an intense shaking of a level 12 earthquake. The entire royal city felt the impact, and the nearby Century Casino was starting to collapse. The shaking continued for minutes, and even Xiaolin himself shook under the immense ripples of energy. He had used many times more energy than he ever had, and even holding on was hard for him. If he ended up getting hit as well, there would be no way for him to survive. That was why Xiaolin only dared to move forward after the energy receded. As the dust cleared, the winged, green woman remained in midair. Chapter 539. Dark Treant. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The Dragon Breath sword that Xiaolin had treated as a sure kill technique all along failed for the first time. He understood that Dragon Breath was not omnipotent, despite its high levels of power. The special sword aura allowed him to wield power that was several times stronger than his own ability, but it was still nothing to someone truly at a high level. However, the elf was definitely not someone at that level. At least, she was not before her transformation. More accurately, even after transforming, Xiaolin did not feel like she was strong to any extreme degree. Even so, she perfectly countered his Dragon Breath sword. Xiaolin noticed a faint green shield appear around her, and believed that was what blocked his sword aura. The energy shield quickly disappeared, not giving Xiaolin enough time to observe it. He was still in his ruined state. The Dragon Breath sword's failure did not stop Xiaolin's attacks. He followed closely with a flame sword aura, the intense flames turning into the shape of a sharp blade. The woman deftly dodged it, using her wings as well as her innate elven dexterity to make it look as if she was dancing as the blades of fire missed by the narrowest of margins. Xiaolin narrowed his eyes. This time his opponent had chosen to dodge instead of blocking, showing that the strange green shield could not be used at will. Since it was not an absolute defense, Xiaolin was not afraid of it. The Dragon Breath sword used up a lot of energy, and Xiaolin could not use it twice in a short time, but each attack he made under his ruined state was still extremely threatening. Xiaolin was getting better at using his flame sword aura, and the skill was no longer the same flame sword aura or wave blade from before. Ever since he started learning elemental sword aura, he had slowly been improving on his flame sword aura. His sword aura now used the natural elements that had gone through destruction and rebirth, and those flame elements formed the true flame sword technique. Its power was several times greater than it used to be. The elf woman was quite shocked because Xiaolin had only mastered that skill after heading back to the academy, and so it was not in her information. However, the woman quickly let out a cool laugh, and shot out rays of green light. Each individual ray looked a lot like a disintegration ray, but it was incredibly slow, allowing Xiaolin to avoid them easily. However, those rays of light were not aimed at him. It looked like the woman was just aiming at the empty ground. When the rays landed, they quickly turned into liquid. The deep green color had traces of black and dark red. It looked quite disgusting as the liquids started to bubble and quickly seep into the ground. After a dozen seconds, the ground started to rumble as if something was underneath. Suddenly the ground split open, and various plant-like objects rapidly grew out. Xiaolin was shocked, but knew it was definitely nothing that would be good for him. However, as he prepared the flame sword aura, the elf woman rushed to stand in front of him. This time the woman took on the flame sword aura, and the green energy shield once again appeared, perfectly blocking Xiaolin's sword aura again. At the same time, those rapidly growing plants quickly turned into huge trees. They were many meters tall, and the trees quickly uprooted themselves from the ground, waving around their massive arms as they started to surround Xiaolin. Xiaolin suddenly remembered something he had been taught in class before. Some special elves had the ability to summon treants. It was obvious the one in front of him was one of them. However, flames naturally did a lot of damage to trees, and Xiaolin once again raised his holy sword, and streaks of flames turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. However, those treants were quite strange. Their leaves were not a natural green, but instead a metallic black. The treants did not seem to care about the sea of fire at all, and the flames did not seem to have any effect on their bodies. Xiaolin once again used his Eye of Truth, and with his third eye, he saw that the trees were all formed by a black energy, which Xiaolin immediately understood. It was dark energy that combined with the unique elf ability of summoning treants. Darkness itself had resilience against fire, perfectly covering up for the weakness of the treants. Since Flame Sword Aura would not be useful, Xiaolin chose to use regular Sword Aura instead. Even though using other elements was not a bad choice, Xiaolin was currently only more familiar with the flame element, and had yet to master the other elements. The summoned dark treants were very strong. Each slam of their branches would form a crater on the ground. However, they were way too slow, especially to Xiaolin after activating Ruin. It was practically impossible to hit him. Xiaolin's regular sword aura was also impressive. He just did not use it much normally. With the purest of the sword aura on top of the holy sword's own destructive ability, slashing those branches was as easy as chopping vegetables. After a short battle, the treants started to fall. However, before Xiaolin could even catch his breath, even more treants started to rise from the ground. Xiaolin understood then that the woman was just using the treants to use up Xiaolin's ruin state, and even hold back anyone else from joining. The commotion at the casino had alerted quite a few people, and Rosa's troops quickly gathered. However, they were all held back by the dark treants. The soldiers had no way to deal with the treants, and in less than a minute, dozens of the soldiers died while the others were forced to retreat for reinforcements. However, most of the forces in the capital were all defending the city, and those merchants from Earth were not willing to do anything themselves with the lack of a resurrection tower. With no one willing to do anything, Rosa's soldiers were forced to ask for help from the embassy. All of that took up quite a lot of time. Xiaolin's breath was beginning to get erratic. The fight with the dark treants had wasted a lot of his time. Coupled with the fact that he opened with the dragon breath aura, he knew that his ruin state would not last much longer. It was the first time Xiaolin was facing an enemy like this, so he lacked the experience to handle it. The elf was already quite strong herself, but she was using the dark treants to stall for time. It was obvious she was being very careful, and wanted to guarantee capturing Xiaolin, not giving him any chance. Chapter 540, Absolute Defense. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Any reinforcements from the embassy would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. And Xiaolin's ruin state had a few minutes left at most. Once it was finished, Xiaolin would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xiaolin saw through the woman's plan, and he started to slash his blade even faster, increasing his speed to the maximum. He tried to use his afterimages to avoid the dark treants and attack the summoner directly. His sudden burst of speed caught his opponents off guard, and the dark treants were not able to reach him in time, allowing Xiaolin to appear behind the woman in a flash. His falling blade was once again stopped by the light green energy shield. Xiaolin could feel a very obvious feeling of his sword being rebounded backward. Even with his full might under ruin state, his sword had been reflected and crashed into the ground. Xiaolin was shocked. He was not very familiar with shield spells, but he had learnt that all shields had its limits. After taking his dragon breath sword and numerous flame sword auras, the green shield did not seem to have been affected. No, that's wrong. Xiaolin quickly pulled back after his attack failed. It was obvious that the woman's shield was different from the usual shields he had learnt about in class. Xiaolin noticed that the woman's expression had a look of obvious exertion each time she used the shield, and the shield would disappear immediately after usage. He tried to send out a few more flame sword auras, but the woman did not block it. instead getting her Dark Treants to shield her. That energy shield might have seemed very powerful, even able to hold back the Dragon Breath Sword, but each use seemed to have a longer delay between the other. Xiaolin once again increased his speed, but it was preempted this time. The Dark Treants had blocked his path ahead of time. Xiaolin no longer cared about wasting his sword aura and charged forward. With a silver flash, Xiaolin's sword aura spread out like a fan and cut down all the Treants in front of him. It was the total annihilation technique that he had learned before. But the sword technique used up a lot of his energy. Bang! This time Xiaolin's sword hit the woman. Even if it was just a light wound, Xiaolin smiled and mocked. I was wondering how skilled you were. It seems that your shield isn't that great after all. It seems like you found out. The elf woman touched the wound on her arm. Her blood was very strange. There were traces of black in between the red and green. She licked her blood-stained fingers clean, placing her saliva on the wounds. The wounds started to slowly recover. My absolute defense does have a large limitation. It's a pity I'm still not in my complete form. I can only wait for Asabana's research on the perfect form after getting you. It's no matter. I've already blocked your strongest skill. You're nowhere near as strong as Asabana said. You do know a lot. It seems like we'll need to capture you alive. Can you? I can feel you reaching the end of your strength. You only have a few dozen seconds left. You wouldn't even be able to defeat my Treants. Really? I'm more interested in your absolute defense. Xiaolin narrowed his eyes, falling silent for a moment before suddenly beginning his attack again. His powerful flame sword aura was unsurprisingly blocked by the green shield once again. After his own mental count, he managed to get a number 30 seconds. That was the time in between each use of the green shield. At the same time, Xiaolin activated his replicate skill. The target was the woman who had just used her absolute defense. He was not sure if he could properly replicate the skill since there was no way he could determine the rank of it, but the information that appeared in his head caused him to make a strange expression. Absolute defense can block any attack on oneself, only usable by holders of the original bloodline. Incomplete absolute defense can defend against any attack not higher than one's own rank, usable by those with the incomplete bloodline. 30 seconds between each use. Each use cannot be maintained for longer than 3 seconds. Each use uses up 10% of total body strength. Incomplete absolute defense replication complete. Xiaolin paused. He was a little confused. He did not know if the replication was successful or not, especially because of the strange conditions. What was the original bloodline? What was the incomplete bloodline? Compared to absolute defense, incomplete absolute defense had many more restrictions, such as the 30 seconds between each use, lasting for 3 seconds, and the fact that each use used up 10% of physical strength. Xiaolin did not immediately see if he had successfully replicated the skill, and instead recounted his thoughts. From earlier till this moment, the elf had used absolute defense 6 times, which meant that she had used up at least 60% of her strength. That price seemed like a large one to pay, but Xiaolin also understood that he only had, at most, 1 minute left in his ruined state, which meant that he could only try to use up her absolute defense 2 more times. The reason why the woman was so apprehensive was probably because she was afraid of his Dragon Breath Sword, because she was not sure how many times Xiaolin could use the skill. There was no way she could defend against it unless she had absolute defense. It was obvious that the woman had loyally listened to Asabana before coming. She might have thought that Xiaolin was a very strong person, or maybe she was just a very passive and careful person. That was why she was willing to use up so much of her strength to waste Xiaolin's ruined state. Xiaolin was definitely not her equal after losing ruined state. He understood that. His opponent knew that too. It was a pity that Xiaolin's Dragon Breath Aura could only be used once in his ruined state. He currently did not have the power to unleash a second one. Thankfully, the opponent did not seem to know that. First of all, he needed to get past absolute defense, but the elf was clever. She never directly engaged with Xiaolin when it was down, and would only return after 30 seconds. He could not get to her, and could not afford any delay. It was the first time Xiaolin encountered such a cowardly fighting style, and he did not know how to deal with it. However, since he had replicated absolute defense and understood the mechanisms behind it. He quickly formed his own plan. "It looks like you're actually very strong. Since that's the case, I don't want to play with you anymore. Bye-bye." After saying that, Xiaolin immediately turned around and ran. Chapter 541, Unraveling. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. The elf had a look of surprise at that moment, and flapped her wings in rage. She flew toward Xiaolin, but it seemed like she had never flown in that state before. She was not as quick as anticipated. However, after Xiaolin used up so much of his energy, his speed was not as quick as it used to be. The chase quickly reached a distance of a few hundred meters, and the slow dark treants were left behind. The woman was not stupid. After her initial anger, she quickly noticed something was wrong, but Xiaolin did not give her that much time to think. Without the interference from those dark treants, he needed to focus more on his attacks since he did not have much time left. Flame Sword Aura. This time the woman did not use absolute defense, even though Xiaolin estimated that her absolute defense would already be up. She seemed to remain careful. Without the help of the treants to protect her, she did not simply use that skill. She really was apprehensive about his Dragon Breath sword. Looking at her expression, Xiaolin was certain of his earlier guess, but he quickly got even more conclusions. Earlier, his sword aura formed a few more wounds on her. The woman was not as strong as he thought. More accurately, her strength was not expressed in a normal form, such as speed or power. It was a type of enemy Xiaolin had never seen before. Ever since the start of the latest semester, even though it had not been that long, and Xiaolin had not attended all the classes, Xiaoyu's notes had meant that Xiaolin had seen the notes from most classes. Of those, a theory that was brought up interested him a lot. It was a system of strength that the colonists had compiled on planet Norma. As colonists, they were all immensely curious of foreign magic and sword aura. The theory was called the balance of strength. The meaning was simple: there did not exist an unstoppable power. Physical power was like a food chain, and there was something on top. For instance, the orcs had strength and physiques above any other race, but their intelligence and mental strength was far lower than other races. Normese humans were a more balanced race, and could do everything, but they were not at the peak of anything either. The elves had dexterity and extreme reactions, but they were not very strong. Dwarves were extremely creative, but their own combat strength was extremely low. Even the dragons that stood at the peak all had their special natural counters. There were no perfect races and no perfect strength. The scholars from Earth believed that it was a form of protection from the natural law of the world. His intuition told him the woman was strong. Even the incomplete absolute defense could still block anything within the same rank, which was still terrifying. Even without increasing her rank and power, if she had absolute defense, she would be unbeatable in this world. After all, absolute defense could even withstand the power of dragons. However, that was not the case. Xiaolin had read about the strongest of the natives before, and had never heard of absolute defense, nor had he ever heard of this woman. That meant that absolute defense was not unbeatable. It definitely had other unfavorable conditions other than the natural restrictions. Xiaolin was no expert in that department, nor could he figure out an answer in such a short time. It did not matter. If he could not figure it out, he would just need to directly experiment. With the information from Replicate, Xiaolin subtly activated incomplete absolute defense. A shield formed around him, but his shield was red. It was a shield formed with pure energy, which was different from the elf. Xiaolin once again opened his Eye of Truth, and saw that his absolute defense was made of elemental energy, while the opponent's was made of dark and natural energy. He did not know if he was mistaken, but when he opened his Eye of Truth, he clearly felt that his absolute defense had a faint triple, as if it had been strengthened. After using the skill himself, Xiaolin finally formed a deeper understanding of the skill. What shocked him was that the skill was something that had its own law. Xiaolin might not be at the level where he could create his own laws, but he had interacted with those on that level before, including in the final lands when Ivanovich got him to collect the shards of creation. All of them had close relationships with law, and Xiaolin started to be more sensitive to it. When he used it, the special feeling led him to understand immediately. The elf was shocked as well. She was even more familiar with the special properties of absolute defense than Xiaolin, and when the red shield formed in front of Xiaolin, she immediately understood what it was. She immediately shouted in anger and shock, "Impossible! How could you have absolute defense?" Xiaolin was full of questions as well, but he had no time to chat. With only 3 seconds of absolute defense, the 10% toll on his strength exacerbated his exhaustion. The treants were closing in, and Xiaolin used the precious few seconds he earned to rush at the woman. This time, he used up all of his strength. Xiaolin used his own body like a cannonball and shot forward. However, it was not because Xiaolin wanted to do it. He had no choice. After using absolute defense, he immediately understood the skill's weaknesses. Absolute defense not only targeted the enemy, it targeted himself as well. He could not use any attacks during that period, especially anything that needed energy. The moment he tried, he felt the elemental energy immediately disperse. The only thing he could use was that collision. The woman widened her eyes, and the close distance did not give her time to dodge, so she could only activate absolute defense. In midair, her faint green shield collided fiercely with his deep red shield. Chapter 542, Aftermath. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. If absolute defense was the strongest shield, then what would happen if two of them collided? Xiaolin quickly got an answer. The two absolute defenses collided intensely, and their immense repelling forces battered against each other. The red and green lights intertwined. Even if it was not a direct collision of flesh, Xiaolin still felt like he was right next to a tornado. The power of the defensive law, or rather incomplete law that formed the shield, was great. The energy that emitted was even greater than his Dragon Soul sword. The rumbling lasted for many minutes, until the last of Xiaolin's strength disappeared. He fell onto the ground heavily, his ruined state already undone. He had expected that, but the exertion of his strength was much more than he had thought. Xiaolin's initial plan was to still have some strength remaining after using absolute defense and losing his ruined state. That was a conclusion he reached after using his ruined state so many times. However, now he was left powerless on the ground. Even moving a finger was as difficult as running a marathon. That shocking exertion did not come purely from ruin. Xiaolin quickly understood why. He smiled bitterly. He was foiled by his lack of understanding of absolute defense, because after his ruined state ended, his collision with the enemy did not end right there. The absolute defense that could only be maintained for 3 seconds resulted in a loop of energy thanks to the collision, and instead lasted for minutes, probably incurring a larger cost. Xiaolin was not in a bad state, but the elf was not better off than him. Her transformed state had been forcibly stopped and the dark treants had quickly wilted after losing her power. The woman lay down on the ground powerlessly. The only way she was better off than Xiaolin was that she could still force herself to stand up. However, her clothes had all been blown off, but of course Xiaolin was in no mood to enjoy the snow-white skin that was exposed. "You've still lost." The woman's face was fierce. Savannah was not wrong. "You're very special, and should be researched." The woman moved her right hand, and a green light flashed. There was a beautiful dagger in her hand which came from the spatial ring on her finger. She then swayed toward Xiaolin. Despite her exhaustion causing her to have difficulty even walking, she believed the final victory was hers. In terms of overall skill, she was still better than Xiaolin, and she wore a satisfied smile. Xiaolin smiled as well. He struggled and raised his right hand, and his bloodied lips let out a cold and mocking smile. "You're not the only one with a spatial ring. Come out, Black Knight." The woman's expression suddenly changed. Xiaolin rarely summoned his Black Knight, and had never done it when he faced a Savannah, so it was naturally not known to them. "Since you're familiar with dark energy, then you should understand that you can't possibly face my Black Knight right now. Just surrender." Even though talking caused him to want to spit out blood in pain, Xiaolin still hurried up the pace of his words. That was because he could see the decisive look in the woman's eyes. She seemed to want to kill Xiaolin even at the cost of her own life. Of course, Xiaolin did not care about whether or not the woman was alive, but if she used some self-destructive ability, Xiaolin could very well be affected. "You killed my sister, and you otherworlders are the mortal enemies of my race. Do you think I would surrender to you?" "Mortal enemies? Do you represent the elves or the dark elves? Xiaolin asked. You'll know all that soon. After that, she shut her mouth, obviously not wanting to let Xiaolin know more. Footsteps could be heard from not far away. It seemed that the embassy's reinforcements had arrived. Xiaolin quickly gave the Black Knight orders. With the increase in his skill, his mental communication with the Black Knight got better as well. On top of that, Silverlight had somehow changed the Black Knight, and it completely obeyed Xiaolin's orders. The black aura around the Black Knight's large sword was also dark energy, but even a dark elf would be unable to avoid injury. However, the elf was obviously not afraid of death, and Xiaolin's orders were to knock her out or capture her alive. The footsteps got closer, and Liang Taibai's orders could be heard. It seemed that the ambassador had brought the troops himself. The woman suddenly lunged at Xiaolin. Even with her heavy injuries, she seemed to turn back time, and had a shocking explosiveness at that moment. The Black Knight seemed to move at the same moment, picking up its black sword and swinging it at the woman's shoulder. In the end, the woman was no match for the Black Knight, and she did not seem to have any intention of avoiding it. The blade did not completely sink into her. Even without hitting any vitals, the decaying properties had caused her skin to start rotting. Xiaolin let out a sigh of relief, but he quickly felt like something was off. The decaying effect would cause the woman to lose her mobility temporarily at most. It would not be fatal with timely treatment. However, the woman cast him a mocking gaze, opening her mouth and spitting out blood before saying, "No matter what, my task has been completed. It's a pity I couldn't kill you. But I believe that a savannah will help me fulfill that wish after receiving the object." After saying that, the woman's body crumpled as a surge of black and green gas rose up from her head, floating toward the sky before disappearing. After a few minutes, Liang Taibai appeared, but it was just like in the movies. Reinforcements always arrived only after everything was finished. Xiaolin did not bother cursing. He did not even have the strength to open his mouth at the moment. Liang Taibai looked around before motioning for people to take the woman's body away. He then produced a vial, uncorking it before feeding it to Xiaolin. After a surge of warmth, Xiaolin felt his strength recovering, but there was not much of an improvement. Liang Taibai was surprised. "You exhausted yourself to this degree. Even a mid-grade recovery potion was useless." "Who was that woman?" "Whatever, let's wait until we're back before talking." "Hold on." Xiaolin used the little strength he had recovered to grasp Liang Taibai's arm, panting as he said urgently, "The box. The casino boss Sun Jie has a box. Go see if it's still there, quickly." After saying that, Xiaolin fainted. Just like Liang Taibai said, he was extremely exhausted, and the potion was not that useful. Chapter 543, End of the Siege. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. It was night time when he woke up again, but Liang Taibai told Xiaolin that 3 days had already passed. Xiaolin was still very weak. It was much worse than the past few times. After getting up and walking a few steps, he felt that the fatigue had not recovered, and chose to obediently lie on the bed. At some point, Ibe came over and took charge of taking care of him. Even though the embassy had their servants, they had all been removed from their posts by Liang Taibai due to safety concerns. Ibe did not have the demeanor, but during the key moments of the city's defense, many understood that her sudden appointment as the queen was not entirely legitimate, so they did not care too much. She had been obediently taking care of Xiaolin by his side for 2 days. After all, no one would expect Luo Jianhui or any of the men to do it. Not long after Xiaolin woke up, Liang Taibai and Luo Jianhui came over, greeting Ibe. They did not ask the girl to leave, which counted as a show of trust in her. Liang Taibai immediately asked, "About that box. Do you know what was inside?" Xiaolin paused. He had asked Liang Taibai to investigate the box before he fainted. He felt a sense of unease, and shook his head before mentioning his promise to Enfumin. Liang Taibai smiled bitterly and sighed. "It's not your fault that Enfumin is really too bold to dare to hide something like that from the academy." Xiaolin hurriedly asked, "What was in the box? Was it stolen?" "Yes. We found Sun Jiao already injured when we arrived. That elf definitely had an accomplice. It's a pity we arrived too late." After that, we interrogated Sun Jiao for a long time, and she still wanted to hide it. If we hadn't found more evidence. Luo Jianhuai's face was cold. No matter if it was Sun Jie or An Fumin, he did not seem to like either of them. You still haven't said what was in the box. Xiaolin's face was impatient. Luo Jianhuai and Liang Taibai exchanged a look, falling into a short silence. I'll go prepare some tea. Ibe consciously made a move to leave. Liang Taibai stopped her. It's fine, we might need your help with this. You should stay back and listen. Stop putting on a show. Was there some legendary weapon in the box? Xiaolin guessed. No, all that was in the box were some useless ornaments, but that's not the point. The box's contents are not important. Liang Taibai took a deep breath, smiling bitterly as he said, the box is the important thing. Xiaolin was frozen in shock. Are you telling me that the box is some incredibly valuable artifact? It was obvious that Sun Jie had lied to him. Sun Jie had said that the box contained something countless people wanted but would never get, which was why An Fumin got him to transport the thing. That was because any normal person would think that the box's contents were the valuable thing, and ignore the box itself. However, they outsmarted themselves in the end. Asabana had obviously not been tricked by the two of them. Liang Taibai said that the box had already been stolen, even though they were investigating the entire city. Since the enemies dared to sneak in so boldly, they definitely had a way out. It would not be a stretch if they were no longer in the royal city. The origin of the box actually has something to do with Ibe. Ibe, who had obediently sat by the side without saying anything, suddenly revealed a confused expression. Liang Taibai said, have you ever heard of the original vessel? Original vessel? Ibe nodded. Father mentioned it to me before, but I've never seen what it looks like. Father told me it was lost a long time ago. It's something passed down within your street. Claude clan. According to our report, the original vessel was lost a few decades ago. We helped to try and find it, to no avail. Now it seems like An Fumin had stolen it. Ibe could see the confused Xiaolin, and explained, the original vessel is an inheritance of our clan. I heard from my father that it's been passed on since ancient times. I actually don't know what use it has. Father said it was just a vessel and did not have any amazing powers, nor was it a destructive weapon. It was just a useless vessel, which was why Father did not care that much that it was lost. We actually don't know much about the original vessel. From the information we've gathered throughout planet Norma, the vessel is used to keep and collect something. There are a lot of myths, and it is said that the vessel has existed since the birth of the world. After that, it went to the street Claude clan during the Dark Ages. Truthfully, we all thought that it had more worth as a collectible than any practical usage, which was why we did not care about it too much these years. That was why Liang Taibai and Luo Jianhuai smiled bitterly at each other. They naturally knew of it after working in the royal city for years, but had never felt like it was anything worth mentioning. However, Asabana was not some idle collector who would put in so much effort for a useless box. Sun Jie did not know much of it either. Of course, we're not sure if she's faking it, and we might end up having to ask An Fumin when we head back. Ah, that cunning bastard. I really need to properly settle him this time. Luo Jianhuai was extremely angry about this. However, there is some good news. Your earlier guess was right. Liang Taibai's tone was a mix of awkwardness and happiness. The rebels that besieged the city have left. These 2 days, we sent scouts to observe them. They were retreating very quickly, so it does not seem to be a trick. I think Asabana made them retreat after getting what he wanted. Xiaolin felt like it was strange. The rebels have already taken over more than half the cities in this country. Why did they give up at the last moment? Were they afraid of Dawn Academy? I'm really curious as to their relationship with Asabana. Is it just cooperation? Or maybe Asabana had already thoroughly seized control of the rebels? Liang Taibai smiled. That's no longer what we should worry about. Once you recover, we should pack up and head home. Back to Dawn City? That's quick. The military will still garrison here as planned, but their task will be to rebuild the Resurrection Tower. This thing has caused such a mess, so we need to head back for a debrief. What about Ibea? That's also what we wish to discuss with you. We hope Ibea will stay in the royal city. Chapter 544, Returning to the City. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. 2 days later, Xiaolin was sitting on a lesser dragon carriage, already on his journey. It was a carriage pulled by a wild beast with lesser dragon blood. It was very reliable, both in terms of safety and speed. Xiaolin looked out of the window at the ruined village outside and the commoners in shabby clothing, feeling quite heavy. It was the 3rd day since they left the royal city, and it had been half a month since he left Dawn City. Luo Jianhui and Liang Taibai were with him, but behind them was another large group of people, including the merchants from the royal city. There were a few employees left in the embassy, and their task was to assist Ibea as well as communicate with the incoming garrison army. Ibea did not go with them in the end. Even though Ibea was very reluctant to leave Xiaolin, she faced a very stern rejection from Liang Taibai. Barring any accidents, the monitors in charge of escorting the royal family should already have returned to Dawn City, and the royal family would already have been under Dawn City's protection. On the other hand, due to the war, Ibea had been appointed as the queen. However, if she did not gain the approval of Dawn City, her time as the queen would be numbered. If you head back with us, and on the off chance that our higher-ups want another member of the royal family to be the monarch, then you'd be in a very awkward position. Liang Taibai was vague with his words, but Ibea was a smart girl, and she quickly understood. In order to preserve the power of the new ruler, it was hard to anticipate what sort of treatment she would get as a temporary queen. She could be imprisoned, killed, or even be used as a research subject. No matter what, it was far safer for Ibea to remain, especially since the royal city had resumed its normal operations after the siege. Even if most of the work was done by the embassy, they still needed someone part of the royal bloodline to be the face of everything. Even if a lot of them thought that the young Ibea was not the best choice, she was definitely the only choice within the empty city. Liang Taibai looked at Xiaolin, who was deep in thought, and suddenly smiled and asked, "Are you still worried about that girl?" Xiaolin did not deny it, and somewhat absent-mindedly replied, "I'm not really worried about Asabana returning. That madman is single-minded, and will not rest until he achieves his goals. Since he chose to retreat, he won't come back. I'm just worried about the troops that Dawn Academy sent." Liang Taibai laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. They sent the 1st Regiment. The captain is an old friend of Hume's." Xiaolin immediately understood what was being implied. "He's under the dean?" "That's right. I heard that the dean looks favorably upon you." "Aren't you always in the royal city?" "How do you know that?" Xiaolin smiled, turning lively as his worries were relieved. "I might be a foreign envoy, but we're essentially half working in the intelligence department. Don't underestimate our information network." "Then are you with the dean as well?" "I am with Dawn Academy." "Then, Ambassador Liang, who do you think is in the right in the conflict between the military and the dean?" That's not the best way to put it. The political state of planet Normal is much more complicated than that of Earth. There is no right or wrong here, only how many benefits are to be made. The conversations during the journey allowed Xiaolin to understand Liang Taibai much better. The ambassador had a very deep and unique understanding of planet Norma's culture, history, and politics. To Xiaolin, those were all things that were difficult to learn about in class. Initially, Xiaolin would still interrupt with his own thoughts. As they got further into their journey, he completely listened to Liang Taibai in silence, all the way until the carriage reached Dawn City. Liang Taibai's voice had even turned a little raspy after talking so much. Liang Taibai and Luo Jianhui needed to head to the Foreign Affairs Department for their debrief, but that was not somewhere Xiaolin was allowed to be at yet. Since he did not know how long the debrief would take, and Xiaolin needed to hurry back to make his own report, they decided to part ways at the city gates. However, Liang Taibai gave Xiaolin his address in the capital before they parted, and even passed a key to Xiaolin. Xiaolin rejected it in shock, but Liang Taibai forced the key into Xiaolin's pocket, smiling as he said, "Don't be mistaken, it's just a very regular house. I'm always out of the city, and will probably need to return to the Rosa Kingdom after the debrief. My house in Dawn City was bought when I graduated, and it's been a waste with it being unused these years. We hit it off quite well, and you'll probably have many chances to return to Dawn City from the academy later on. Just use my place for now. It's better than staying in a hotel each time. With Liang Taibai being so upright and straightforward, Xiaolin did not reject his good intentions. He thanked him again before leaving. When Xiaolin's silhouette started to disappear, Liu Jianhui eyed his good friend and said, "I've tried to buy your house from you so many times, but you've always rejected me. Now you're so generous. Didn't you know that the kid won a lot of money from Century Casino earlier? He doesn't have to worry about his lodging." Liang Taibai was much more familiar with Xiaolin than Liu Jianhui thought, and smiled. With that little amount of money, he probably won't have much left after buying a place in Dawn City. He will have many more places to use his money in the future, and at least he'll be safe staying at my place. Liu Jianhui said meaningfully. Safe? Hey, old friend, you're freaking me out. This is Dawn City, not the chaotic Rosa Kingdom. Liang Taibai did not answer. Let's go. There's a lot we have to do. The Foreign Affairs Department isn't that way. Even though we haven't been back for many years, I still remember the way. We're going to the Administrative Department, not Foreign Affairs. So you're going to meet the Dean first. The two of them quickly disappeared into the crowd in Dawn City, and Xiaolin did not know that they went directly to the Dean. However, Xiaolin faced heavy investigations and questions after returning to the military. His status as an officer was on record, and Yum had been in charge of the test, so Xiaolin naturally needed to report back to the military the moment he got back. Furthermore, there were many people already waiting there upon knowing of his return. However, that was all within Xiaolin's expectations. With such a huge incident happening, they would need to properly investigate it. Many of the questions needed to be verified by him. Other than himself, the other monitors were also investigated, but they had already been questioned a few times before that. Being summoned to the military was probably to verify Xiaolin's information. There were many of them in charge of the investigation. Other than Yum and the student union president, there were also many others of differing ages. Yum did not express any form of familiarity toward Xiaolin after meeting him again. Of course, that in itself was a signal to Xiaolin that the ones behind her were definitely not very friendly. Yum did not introduce any of them, which also meant that their statuses were far higher than that of Yum or the student union president. Chapter 545, Inquiry Meeting. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After everyone was seated, Yum cleared her throat and began with the main topic. First of all, Xiaolin, please tell us about everything that happened after leaving Dawn City. I hope for a truthful report, so do not conceal anything. Looking at Yum's meaningful gaze, Xiaolin glanced at the other monitors who were not far away. He immediately understood that the question had already been asked to the others. If he concealed anything, he would just cause distrust. There was nothing much to hide anyway. Xiaolin started recalling, and slowly recounted everything, from riding the griffins to Rosa Kingdom and their promise with a few men, then to being ambushed and kidnapped. Then, he told of him working with the embassy to look for the other monitors before ending the story at the siege and the defense of the city. However, Xiaolin had done something there, and concealed IBE's matters. After all, the other monitors knew nothing about it, and it would be part of the ambassador's debrief anyway. No one interrupted him, and there was a long silence after that. Yum and the student union president did not speak, and everyone's gazes landed on the few old folks sitting at the back. It was obvious they were the main actors of the questioning. After a few minutes, a somewhat younger man cleared his throat before starting his questions. The questions were a little strange, asking about who made the decision to ride griffins, and whether or not he had prioritized two and few men. Then he asked how they chose the route after arriving at the Rosa Kingdom, the timing of the night attacks, and how the villagers looked. If one did not pay special attention, he might not have remembered it, but as Xiaolin's academic genius improved, his memory became shocking, and clearly remembered many of the details. That caused the other monitors to have awkward expressions, because their initial answers were all very vague. However, the questioner did not care about that, and after finishing his questioning, he nodded slightly, showing that he was done. If there are no other questions, shall we end things here? Yum took the chance to stand up and speak. Hold on, Xiaolin. How do you view what happened this time? A lanky old man suddenly interrupted, drawing some strange looks from the others, but no one said anything. Are you sure you want me to say? To be honest, Xiaolin. The student union president coughed, drying, throwing a glare to motion for Xiaolin to speak properly. Xiaolin shrugged, saying, fine. First of all, someone knew about our entire journey. Even within the royal city, it was obvious our opponents knew everything about us. I'm not suspecting anything, but don't you think that, instead of questioning us, you should be investigating our intelligence department? So you think we have a traitor? The old man helped Xiaolin put his words into a more direct manner. Xiaolin said nothing, rolling his eyes. He did not say that, and he did not mean to directly convey it. However, that direct accusation still caused a shift in everyone else's expressions. The old man was unperturbed, but his words seemed to carry a form of pressure, continuing. What? Why aren't you continuing? You want to say that we have someone who sold your information to the natives. You think we betrayed Dawn Academy? No, betrayed humanity? The old man was definitely not benevolent. The pressure from his gaze seemed to be aimed directly at Xiaolin. Only when two people's skills were too distant to be compared could such a pressure be formed. Xiaolin had felt it from the dean before, but this was much more condensed. No, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, nor am I challenging anyone. However, please open your eyes and properly look at what Asabana did in the Rosa Kingdom. If we don't stop him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiaolin forcibly fought the churning of his internal organs and shouted out. Only with his shouts could he slightly reduce the pressure the old man was forcing on him. After he was done, even Yum and the student union president were looking at him strangely, as if they wanted to remind him of something. However, no one had the chance to speak under that old man's pressure. Only after several minutes passed did the tension in the room suddenly disappear. As if he had suddenly been relieved of a 1,000-kilo burden, Xiaolin's entire body relaxed. His panting felt like he had just survived a calamity. The old man already withdrew the pressure he unleashed, and calmly looked at Xiaolin. Young man, I know of your potential. In fact, your future will go much further than all of us old folks that are about to die combined. Pausing, the old man's words suddenly turned stern. But that's still in the future. You're still too weak now, and you right now have no right to give your opinion on anything. The dean, that old fart, protects you, and I can understand it, nor do I mind giving you some benefits. But do not challenge my limits. Do you think I wouldn't know about you intentionally hiding the vampire girl becoming the queen? Do you think I don't know of your conflict with Asabana? Those are not things you can interfere with. Xiaolin unreservedly locked gazes with the old man. From the man's tone, he was definitely someone big. There were not many who dared to call the dean an old fart in Dawn Academy. The meeting will end here. This matter should never have been something the little kids could interfere with. We'll send them back to Dawn Academy this evening. Other than that, I'm issuing an order under my authority. First-year student Xiaolin, from today until he graduates, will not be allowed to enter the colonial territories. The old man issued the order, leaving no room for objection, ignoring Xiaolin's angry glare, and no one dared to voice any objections. Dismissed. As the crowd slowly dispersed, looking at the old man beginning to leave, Xiaolin immediately ran after him. However, Xiaolin was stopped midway, and could only shout, "There's still the box. Whoever you are, you at least need to investigate it harder." Don't worry about that. You're very special to us. Just graduate. That will be your greatest contribution to Dawn Academy. Don't disappoint the last wish that old fart made before he left. Xiaolin had wanted to object, but the old man's last words stunned him. After losing his focus for a moment, he shouted in anger, "What did you say? Last wish? What happened to the dean? What is going on with the dean right now?" Chapter 546. Grievous News. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This time no one answered Xiaolin, and the crowd left with the old man. Only Yum and the student union president were left along with the other monitors. The monitors were all silent, since the presence of the president meant it was not their turn to speak. The president exchanged a silent look with Hume before looking at Xiaolin. When the footsteps outside the door got further, the president patted Xiaolin's shoulder and sighed, "Head back to the academy. I want to see the dean." Xiaolin obstinately said, "Not possible." The president rejected calmly but firmly. "Then tell me that old man was bullshitting. He was lying, right?" "Xiaolin, calm down. And those words should be kept here. That man you talked to earlier is the National Defense Commander of Dawn Academy as well as the new dean. Even if you hate him, you still need some basic respect," Hume reminded him gently. "New dean?" Xiaolin's face was in despair. He had just gone to the Rosa Kingdom, and it seemed like everything had changed when he got back. "The dean is not dead," the president said, "but he isn't in a good state. He is temporarily unable to perform his responsibilities as the dean, so the National Defense Commander took it up." Hume waved toward the other monitors, getting them to wait at the hotel. The next spatial carriage would still take a while to arrive. The other monitors looked at Xiaolin, who was the only one to remain. They could not say anything, so they left. After everyone left, Hume seemed determined, and lowered her voice while looking at the president with a fiery gaze. "There's still time left. Take Xiaolin to the treatment room." The president jumped in shock, staring as he said, "Have you gone crazy? You know how complicated things are at the moment. There are some people who are just waiting for us to mess up. With Xiaolin's status, it's impossible for him to meet the dean." The dean looks fondly on Xiaolin, and the old fart has restricted Xiaolin from returning before he graduates. If not now, Xiaolin might never get the chance. "Hey, can't you be more carefree? The dean has taken care of you so well these few years. Are you going to be so heartless? Please, those are two different matters. My powers are only useful within the academy. Who cares about me being the president here? You should calm down." How could they not have anything prepared for us? Believe me, if we show even a shred of intention, we'll immediately be invited to the investigation department. The president's face was full of helplessness. "It's no matter if you won't help me, I'll go myself. I don't believe they'll do anything to me," Xiaolin said in disappointment before turning around to leave. Hume was worried he would cause trouble and wanted to chase after him before being stopped by the president. After 2 minutes, Xiaolin came back to the room, awkwardly asking, "Where is the dean right now?" Hume was amused and the president shook his head helplessly before his tone turned stern. "I did not tell the other monitors this, and you shouldn't spread it around either. The dean has not recovered from the last ambush. The attackers used a very strong dark energy with decaying properties, and even resurrection could not recover it, so his condition is getting worse by the day. The situation isn't great. The dean could hold it back before, but since a few days ago, he hasn't been able to get out of bed." Pausing, the president continued, "We'll obviously support you if you want to see the dean, but this is out of our capabilities. Put it this way, the defense commander is in charge of the defense of the entire colony. On top of that, he's been appointed the dean. No one would dare go against him at this moment. However, we might be powerless, but someone can help you." "Who?" Hume felt like the president was lying, but his expression said otherwise. Xiaolin could more or less guess, but said it with uncertainty. "Department head Song." "That's right, him." Hume had a look of realization, but suspiciously said, "I graduated early, but I've heard about him these few years. I don't really like the guy who always uses his backer, but isn't his backer the dean? I don't know why the dean likes a useless man like him." It seemed like Hume's impression of Song Junlang was very bad. The president did not deny it, but said, "Song Junlang is not as simple as you think. Of course, that man is a little crazy, I agree with that. However, his backer isn't as simple as just the dean. The one behind him is a very big figure." "How big?" "Very, very big." Hume was speechless. Xiaolin was concerned for the dean, but he was surprised as well. He had always been curious about the person behind Song Junlang, and had tried asking him before as well. However, Song Junlang had always feigned ignorance. It seemed like the president knew more about Song Junlang, but the president did not want to reveal too much. He instead told Xiaolin that Song Junlang happened to be in Dawn City, and got Xiaolin to look for him. "Don't worry about the trip, I'll delay it for half a day. The latest spatial carriage for the day is in the evening. No one will cause any trouble if you get there by then. Quickly contact Song Junlang over this time and see the dean again. After leaving the meeting room, Xiaolin was at a loss. He was full of gratitude for the dean. The warm old man had always been supporting him, and he could not imagine what would happen if the dean died, no matter if it was to him or to the academy and the colony. Xiaolin immediately snapped back. He knew he might not be able to do anything. It was like the defense commander said, he might have potential. But that lay in the past, not the present. Even so, Xiaolin felt like he had to do something, no matter what. First of all, he needed to meet the dean. So much had happened in the Rosa Kingdom. Even Xiaolin, who did not know much about the politics of planet Norma, could somewhat feel how intense the upcoming storm would be. He needed the dean to clear up his confusion, not anyone else. Song Junlang was definitely in Dawn City. More accurately, ever since Song Junlang returned from Earth, he had yet to leave Dawn City, and his current location was at the research center. Dawn City's research center could be said to be the center of all research in Dawn Academy's colonial territories, including the research and manufacturing of various weapons, equipment, potions, as well as brand new spells and skills. They were all created there, and it could be said to be a place that influenced the combat ability of Dawn Academy's army. Chapter 547, Song Junlang's Arrangement. This chapter is updated by Novels.pl. Song Junlang was the head of the Academy's logistics department. A more crude way of putting it was that he was in charge of making food. However, that man suddenly turned around and started working at the research center, and it felt disorientating. Xiaolin relied on Yum's guidance and entered the research center easily. Of course, he could not enter most of the places there easily. In Yum's words, there were many secrets there. If he casually walked somewhere he was not supposed to, he might suddenly face a few gold-ranked spells. When he saw Song Junlang, he was doing a strange experiment as usual. God knew why the research center had provided him with such a large specialized research room. Xiaolin did not have the right to enter, and could only patiently wait outside. Yum did not want to meet Song Junlang, and chose to wait at the entrance of the research center. Looking at Song Junlang walk out in a white coat, Xiaolin paused for a moment, smiling bitterly. Why do I feel strange looking at you in those clothes? Song Junlang smiled. Do I look even more handsome? I just feel weird looking at a weird person like you wearing such formal clothes. You look like a wolf in sheep's clothing. No, that's not right, like a monster in a human skin. Ah, that doesn't seem right either. Enough. You don't have to give more examples. An exchange like that was normal for the two of them. After the last time on Earth, they had not seen each other for a long time, but that did not affect their familiarity with each other. Song Junlang poured a colorful drink for himself and drank it like he enjoyed it before asking Xiaolin if he wanted it. Even though it was fragrant, once he knew that it was a drink formed with blood from various animals. Xiaolin rapidly shook his head. Song Junlang shook his head regretfully, and after a moment of silence, said, I guessed that the president would lead you here. Ah, that sly man. He knows that he and Yum's statuses were not enough to sway the military, and he decided to use me. Have you seen the dean? Xiaolin asked. I saw him last month, but I haven't seen him since he was sent to the special treatment room. Xiaolin could not tell anything from Song Junlang's neutral expression. He knew that Song Junlang was quite friendly with the dean. After all, without the dean's approval, Song Junlang would not have had his position in the academy. However, Song Junlang did not seem to be in any rush, which made Xiaolin confused. That old man might not be able to survive. Song Junlang seemed to guess his thoughts, and calmly continued, even the resurrection towers aren't capable of everything. When the power of the soul is finished, resurrection towers can't help at all. The funny thing is, this method of killing us was not invented by the natives, but our own people. Who exactly wanted to kill the dean? Song Junlang's answer had anticipated Xiaolin's fears, and he asked in shock and anger. We've actually found the assassin earlier on. It was an orc and human hybrid. However, he killed himself when he was found. Of course, everyone knows he was just a sad pawn. As for who the chess master was, it's no longer important. The old man has made too many enemies in his life, and too many people want him dead, so even he probably could not guess who it was. Song Junlang sighed sadly. Actually, the Dean already knew of this outcome from the day he was attacked, but he concealed his condition and tried to arrange everything that would follow his death, including the transition of power. Right, that included your monthly examination as well. The monthly examination was arranged by the Dean? That's right, if not for him, even those of them in the military would not dare do so. He wanted you to temporarily avoid this storm because, as the power transitioned, even if no one dared to touch the Dean couldn't guarantee the safety of those around him. It's a pity he did not expect the examination to have been tampered with. We almost died. No. He expected that. Song Junlang's expression was weird, but did not explain. Astrology is a mystical branch of magic. The result was not bad. Ibea becoming the queen was the best result. Ibea is independent from Dawn Academy, and cannot be tampered with by the military. She's also within your control. Hey, what do you mean within my control? I know how much of a pedophile you are, you don't have to hide it. Song Junlang shot an encouraging look at Xiaolin. Let's continue discussing the Dean. Is there anything I can do? Xiaolin said helplessly. He wants to see you again as well. Let me arrange it. Song Junlang stopped joking around. That man was more serious when talking about the Dean. Xiaolin's time was quite tight. Since that defense commander that became the new Dean had restricted him, he could only stay in Dawn City until the day ended, and even that little time had been fought for by the president and Yum. After that day, even if he did not leave, he would be forced into the spatial carriage. Once he knew of the old man's power, Xiaolin could not help but worry if Song Junlang could get it done, which was why he did not mention his request, but in the end, it was Song Junlang who brought it up. Song Junlang did not take off his white coat. He first had Xiaolin wait on the spot, and went out to get things done. After 40 minutes, Song Junlang hurried over. He was still empty-handed, but the difference was a blue badge in front of his chest. They met Yum when they left the research center. Song Junlang was not familiar with Yum, and rejected bringing more people to see the Dean. Yum had been unhappy with it, but she immediately had a look of shock when she saw the badge on Song Junlang's chest. She did not even snap out of her shock after Song Junlang brought Xiaolin away. Xiaolin quickly saw Song Junlang's power, and understood that all his concerns had just been a waste of effort. The Dean had been placed in a special treatment room. Over there, the deterioration of his soul could be delayed to the maximum, even if it still could not stop the loss of his life. Outside of the treatment room was the strictest guard in Dawn City's history. Xiaolin could even hear the low rumble of a dragon in the distance. Chapter 548, Our Future, 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Don't talk too much later. Just follow me closely. Song Junlang looked very carefree. His skill was not that high, especially when faced with the guards that even included a dragon. Yet, from the time they entered, no one dared to stop them. Every guard that tried to stop them would look like a frightened cat the moment they saw Song Junlang, and quietly move away. They faced no obstructions the entire way, and Xiaolin felt quite shocked. He felt like those people might actually not recognize Song Junlang. After all, he was only the logistics department head for the last 2 years. Those of them who graduated before then might not even know what Song Junlang's name was. Yet, they still did not dare to stop him. Xiaolin could not help but glance at that unassuming emblem in front of Song Junlang's chest, and could not help but whisper in a half-joking tone, "What kind of emblem is that? It looks quite useful. Why don't you give me one?" "All right. As long as you're willing to come to my experiment room. I can even give you a dozen," Song Junlang teased as well. "Then forget it." Song Junlang's experiment room was as good as a tiger's den in Xiaolin's eyes. "Are you not going to consider it? This emblem is very useful. Have you ever heard about a golden immunity plate from ancient times? It regularly features in dramas. With just one plate in hand, everything goes much more smoothly. This thing is pretty much the same," Song Junlang said half seriously. "Where did you scam it out of?" Xiaolin asked suspiciously. "Hey, why did you say I scammed it?" "Some of the guards I saw earlier seem to have left," Xiaolin suddenly said after turning his head around. "Yes, probably to look for someone. They don't dare to stop me, but I have no way of stopping them from summoning someone either, Song Junlang said, having foreseen everything. Then what do we do? Hurry up. Even though I'm not afraid of anyone, it's never a good thing to cause a scene. This is already violating my principle of keeping a low profile. You, keeping a low profile. The corner of Xiaolin's lips twitched. The treatment room was not in Dawn City. It was at a cave over a dozen kilometers away from the city. The cave had completely been dug out. Rumor had it that, during the first war against the orcs, it used to be a military warehouse. It had been abandoned after the war, and was perfectly suited for a quarantined treatment room. When they reached the deepest part of the cave, outside a stone room, a man and a woman blocked them. This time, they did not wear any armor, but both of them had large blades glimmering with elemental energy. Song Junlangs smiled. I never expected the final guards to be the two of you. When did you come back? The two of them looked at each other before the middle-aged woman said in a magnetic voice, we rushed back the moment we heard about the ambush on the Dean. We heard some commotion earlier. I never expected it to be you. It's been a while, Monitor Song. These are my old classmates. Song Junlang explained to Xiaolin, but did not introduce Xiaolin to the other two. However, they smiled as they observed Xiaolin before the man furrowed his eyebrows and said, is he the new student the Dean mentioned before? Who else would it be? But since the old fart made the two of you guard this place, I guess he never planned on stopping it. I shouldn't have brought the emblem here. Song Junlang sighed, seemingly disappointed at his miscalculation. Looking at Xiaolin, who was sweating, he did not explain when he pushed Xiaolin into the stone room as he said, go meet the Dean. We'll stand guard here. Xiaolin stumbled into the narrow stone room. The small room only had a large light blue orb in the middle. The orb had taken up most of the space in the room, and was floating in the air. Other than that, there was no one and no other objects to be seen. Xiaolin felt that it was strange, and could not help but reach out to touch it. He immediately felt a very strong suction coming from the orb. The orb soundlessly cracked open in the middle, and a row of stairs appeared. Xiaolin followed the stairs into the space within, and the orb closed behind him. Inside the orb was a completely isolated space, and in the warm white glow, there was a white bed. On it was a serene-looking old man. It was the Dean. Xiaolin rushed over, but he was blocked by an invisible membrane a few meters away from the bed. He angrily began to hit it, and even wanted to pull out his holy sword to break it. Ah, that's useless. If my shield was so easily broken by you, then I would lose all my dignity. The old Dean teased. Xiaolin gaped. You erected it? The curse I was inflicted by is very special, and we're not sure if it's infectious, so this is for your own good. The Dean had a white patient's outfit on. He sat up in bed, but did not stand. He seemed to have more wrinkles on his face, and looked a lot older. In truth, in terms of age, that old man was already a few hundred years old. It was just that his strength meant that no one dared to treat him like an old man. Can the curse be undone? I know some people from the Dark Clans that might be able to help. The calmer the Dean was, the more Xiaolin's heart ached, and the more he tried to solve the problem. The Dean smiled as he shook his head. Are you referring to the dark races who stay in the Rosa Kingdom? Back then, even Ivanovich did not succeed. This curse is currently incurable. Xiaolin suddenly remembered that the Street Clawed clan had met Ivanovich before. But the Dean's words contained an even more shocking secret, which made Xiaolin cry out in shock. Dean, do you mean that Ivanovich had died to this curse as well? Who is the one harming you in the shadows? The Dean smiled, seemingly having accepted death. That's no longer important. What's happened has happened, and nothing will change the truth no matter how much we investigate. Xiaolin, I don't think you came to see me for a matter as trivial as who the assailant was, right? Xiaolin fell silent. He obviously knew he could not do something like that with just himself. After composing himself, he prepared to tell the Dean everything that happened in the royal city. Yet, the Dean raised his hand to stop Xiaolin, saying, you don't have to waste your breath, I already know of everything that happened in the royal city. Xiaolin was perplexed and astonished. The Dean explained, Astrology can somewhat predict the future with certain special methods, and I already had someone use astrology to predict the matter. Then do you know where Asabana currently is? That's impossible. Astrology is not omnipotent, and Asabana himself is a very strong astrologian. If you have the time, you can head to the library to understand the art. I think it will help you. We're going off topic. This time, I want to talk to you about the future, Planet Norma's future, the future of the colonists, as well as the future of Earth. Chapter 549, Our Future, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This time, I want to talk to you about the future, Planet Norma's future, the future of the colonists, as well as the future of Earth. The old man's raspy voice suddenly turned deeper as he closed his eyes, seemingly in recollection as he said, "Do you still remember what I told all of you during the opening ceremony? The part about the colonists? You said we would be able to obtain everything we want on planet Norma, power, riches, territory and much more." "Yes, I remember." "No, it would be more accurate to say we couldn't possibly forget." Stopping, Xiaolin smiled as he added, "That is the motivation for all of us putting our lives at risk." "That's right. No matter what we say and what we admit to, there's no way to deny that desire is the most basic motivation for anyone." "How much do you know of the history of the colonists?" "I've seen everything from the history lessons," Xiaolin carefully answered. They did have history lessons during the last semester, but he felt like the dean could not possibly be testing his classroom knowledge. "Then what about Earth's history?" "How much of that do you know?" "I know quite a bit of Earth's ancient history. I specialized in that when I was in university." The dean smiled silently before he sighed. The thousands of years of Earth's civilized history really is quite long, but compared to the Earth's billions of years, thousands of years is not worth mentioning at all. The scientists on Earth have always been working hard to understand a home, and when the first colonists appeared on planet Norma, there was also a group of people who tried to figure out the relationship between Earth and planet Norma. That answer was within Xiaolin's expectations. He thought of the Atlantean civilization as well as Silverlight. However, he felt it strange that he had never seen that part of history in any books, including the extracurricular ones in the library. Only a small portion of people have investigated the relationship between Earth and planet Norma out of their own interest. It was just like they expected. There are thousands and thousands of connections between the two worlds. With the current most reliable information, the relationship dates back to 3 billion years. Xiaolin was shocked again, because he had thought that the relationship would have originated from Atlantean times. But compared to the over 4 billion years of history Earth had, the Atlantean civilization was actually just a shooting star. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and curiously asked, "Hold on, was there really life on Earth 3 billion years ago?" The dean nodded. The current archaeologists on Earth have found that the earliest fossils date back to almost 3.5 billion years ago. Of course, we can't use that to conclude that there was when life on Earth started, for it could have been much further ago, but if we use this as the starting point, the legends of planet Norma say that God created life 3.3 billion years ago. Don't you feel like those two timings are a little too close? Is it a coincidence? Xiaolin asked. The dean shook his head and sighed. "I don't know." Of course, history only represents the past, but the more connections there are, the more we can predict the future. At that moment, the Supreme Council completely stopped every academy performing any research on the subject, and classified it as the highest of secrets. Other than those who were around during that era, there are very few of the later generations who know of this anymore. Xiaolin nervously sat up. He felt like the dean's next words would form the main topic. However, the dean was still delaying it, asking Xiaolin, "Do you know about the stability of the laws?" "I do. Department head Song told me that, if the laws keep being disrupted, it will break the balance, and could even lead to the extinction of a planet." "That's right, and Earth is constantly moving toward that point of extinction." "It's because the earliest colonists had constantly used their powers on Earth, right?" "That's why the academies restricted those above silver rank from going back later on," Xiaolin said. The dean smiled bitterly. "Song Junlang told you that?" "He did not tell you the truth, but it is the highest of secrets after all." "It's right, Those of them who obtained power and returned did indeed use powers that exceeded the laws to satisfy their own egos and desires. But how many of them do you think there were? If only that tiny amount of people could destroy the laws of a planet, it would be way too weak. Xiaolin could vaguely understand what the Dean's next words would be. In truth, the laws on Earth had already been shattered and crippled a long time ago, and we are just the last straws that broke the camel's back. Xiaolin was not surprised at the answer, because he remembered the last moments of Poseidon destroying Atlantis, and the scenery did shatter. However, thanks to Poseidon being sealed, the cracks slowly recovered. However, that still meant that, even during the era of Atlantis, Earth's laws were already in danger of breaking. If one used that as a basis to hypothesize, then a bigger question came. In the river of history, far away from Atlantean times, what form of power could so completely destroy the laws of a planet? It's war, the Dean answered. A war with Planet Norma? Xiaolin guessed the answer. That's right, but knowledge of when the war started has already been lost. But conservative estimates put it at hundreds of millions of years ago. Any records of the war have already completely vanished from both planets, but we still managed to find some traces from ancient remains, such as discovering an extremely ancient site that seemed to be the target of a nuclear explosion on Earth. Our current hypothesis is that it was a remnant of the war back then, and after the war, the passages between the two worlds were completely sealed. It was only reopened during the Atlantean era, and only reused by us on a large scale in recent years. Xiaolin, do you know why we decided to colonize this place? Why did we abandon our families and everything we had on Earth to head to a different world, risking our lives as we uncovered new land? The Dean looked at Xiaolin, coming back to the original question. Xiaolin finally understood, and he said softly, it was not for territory, money or power, but only to live. Yes, to live. It was just that simple. However, the reason has been classified as a secret by the Supreme Council, so we can't reveal it to the students. I looked for you to tell you that we don't have much time left, even though lately all the academies have introduced more and more strict regulations to protect it. Earth is just like my frail body right now, in the fact that it does not have much time remaining. Chapter 550, Departure. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The Dean suddenly got up and put a crystal ball from the bed frame in his hand. The crystal ball shined with a warm glow before softly floating in the air. The various pictures started to appear on the surface of the crystal ball. Upon closer inspection, it looked like Earth, but upon even closer inspection, Xiaolin noticed the differences with this ball and Earth. The glowing ball looked like fractured glass, and it was already filled with countless cracks. This is a replica of the state of Earth's laws that I had someone make with astrology. These years, we have basically been using various methods to test the state of Earth. The Dean raised another hand as he said that, condensing a light blue ball of light the size of a fingernail. That was the most basic level of an energy ball. After that, he threw the energy ball at Earth. The moment the two of them touched, a soft cracking sound could be heard as the crystal ball shattered in the air, turning into a blue liquid that flowed out of the Dean's palm. Xiaolin was more and more horrified as he looked on, as the Dean was telling him that Earth could no longer withstand any amount of commotion. Even if it was just a breeze, Earth could very well end up like that crystal ball and turn into dust that was just careening in the void of the universe. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in various ways, Xiaolin never expected Earth to be in such a dreadful state. He was extremely anxious because his parents and friends were all still back on Earth. Even if he could never return to Earth in the future, he could not bear to look on as they are buried along with the planet. Xiaolin quickly felt a deep frustration in his heart, as he knew very well how minuscule his current strength was in the face of such danger. No. It was possible that even the entire academy could not do anything in the face of such a large-scale threat. It was because of that they started to invade and expand their territories on planet Norma all those years ago. Rather than calling them colonists, it was more accurate to say that they were just preparing a protective retreat for themselves. What else can I do? No, what else can we do? Xiaolin's mood drastically fell at that point. It was the first time he felt such a real sense of powerlessness that he felt like he could do nothing. The dean suddenly walked forward and reached out, miming the action of patting Xiaolin's head. Even though there was a membrane in between them, a warm light emitted from the dean's large hands, causing Xiaolin's complicated and helpless mood to slowly get better. He raised his head again, forcing out a smile on his lips in thanks. In these 100 years, we've tried countless ways but never succeeded. Even legend-ranked individuals are powerless in the face of such laws, the dean said softly and gently. We really can't do anything, but you're different. Xiaolin, only you are different, so what we can't do, you can. Is it because I'm an SS rank talent holder? Xiaolin said. Even if he never admitted it, it was not a secret in front of the dean. Ivanovich's appearance sparked hope for all of us for Earth's future, but it's a pity that the endless scheming and infighting between humans killed that genius. Thankfully, decades later, we once again obtained 2 new SS rank talent holders, you and Lilith. Pausing for a moment, the dean half-jokingly said, considering that Earth is at the brink of destruction, and the fact that SS rank talents are a special existence that surfaced less than once every tens of millions of years, but yet in 3 appeared in the span of a century. In truth, even if I was an atheist, I would not be able to resist suspecting that some cosmic being had arranged your appearance. Even if the natives said that we were gifted by God, even if we have more potential than regular people, is there still enough time? Xiaolin could not help but be doubtful, because his and Lilith's strengths were still way too low. It has nothing to do with skill, it's someone only the 2 of you can do. It's an ability that God has given you, and no one else, even those at legend rank would not be able to do what you can do with your SS rank talents. Ah, can you please explain it more clearly? I still don't know what I have to do. Xiaolin felt more confused the more he listened. The dean waved his arm, helplessly smiling. I don't know either. Ivanovich might have known back then, but he's already taken those secrets to the grave. Xiaolin, you'll need to investigate by yourself in the future, as no one can help you with it. I didn't interact much with Ivanovich, but I know that Ivanovich worked toward this before. It's a pity. What about Lilith? If I have her help, it might be easier. It's possible. Lilith might help you, but the Judge Academy might not allow that to happen. The dean sighed softly. Why? Xiaolin asked, confused. He was not just asking about Judge Academy's attitude, he was also asking about Ivan, the genius that had been killed by schemes and infighting. Is it really necessary to pay a price to save Earth? What rewards would we get if we did? Even if we save Earth, what do we gain? If we have no way to save it, are we really going to bring everyone on Earth to planet Norma? The dean looked at Xiaolin's eyes as he asked those questions. Xiaolin once again fell silent, bitterly smiling after a moment. They want profits. I understand now. No wonder this was concealed. How many people know of Earth's impending doom? Only those who have the highest authorities have the right to know. If you weren't an SS rank talent holder who is fated to have something to do with this, I would not have let you know so early. Even if you told me this today, the truth is, I have no clue what to do either. Go look at Ivan's old home. If you can find something Ivan left behind, it could help you. Something Ivan left behind? Xiaolin had wanted to ask more when a soft cough came from outside. After that, the sound of Song Junlang speaking could be heard, but he obviously was not talking to Xiaolin. The dean sighed with a faint smile on his lips. It's almost the time that you should head back. Remember, at least in 1 or 2 years' time, don't come back to planet Norma, focus on staying in the academy and on Earth. After that, the dean waved his hand in dismissal. Xiaolin opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a strong force came out of the dean's palm, sending him softly yet unstoppably outward. The large orb was still floating in the air. Xiaolin startled away, and Song Junlang marched in quickly, grabbing Xiaolin's arm as Song Junlang forcefully pulled him away. There were several more fully armored guards outside of the stone room. Their hands were all pressed on their swords around their waists. The couple that Song Junlang called his classmates also had their hands on their blades, and the atmosphere was very tense. When Xiaolin walked out, Song Junlang laughed as he said, "It's a misunderstanding. just a misunderstanding. Alright, I'll bring Xiaolin back now. Chapter 551, Back to the Academy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hold on, why is he here? The dean needs rest right now, so we need to know why you're here. Enough, let us through. Song Junlang's expression changed. It was obvious he was not in a good mood. Everyone else looked at Song Junlang, glancing at the blue emblem on his chest. Even though they were not scared, they had no intention of making a move. One of them carefully said, "We don't know how you got that thing, but I don't think it's something you can obtain." "Oh, are you unwilling to accept it? Then let's go talk about it at the Supreme Council." Even if the defense minister was here, he still won't have any power to stop me from leaving. It seems like you all are new recruits. Do you need me to remind you of the power this emblem carries? This is an emblem awarded by the Supreme Council, and in the entire world, not more than 5 people have this emblem. Those with the emblem are viewed as having the highest authority. In front of this emblem, there are no secrets, and outside of those with the same power, no one has any authority to interfere with them. The usually warm Song Junlang had finally thrown his temper. His voice got constantly louder. Even though his power was something that could be easily stepped on in Dawn City, his background was something not anyone could offend. Xiaolin was also shocked when he heard it, as it was clearly a modern-day golden plate. A few of the men started to turn green in the face. They obviously knew the power of that emblem, but they could not think about how that man, whose power was very ordinary, could possess that emblem. However, now that Song Junlang had directly challenged them, they did not dare to make a move easily. In the end, they could only stare as Song Junlang left with Xiaolin. Xiaolin's short meeting with the dean lasted for over an hour. On the way back, Xiaolin did not conceal anything, telling Song Junlang everything the dean had said. This time, Song Junlang did not give him any suggestions, and instead repeated the dean's last words. "Go back to the academy and don't return to the colonist territories in the near future." The dean said that Song Junlang was someone who knew of the situation as well, and after Song Junlang spoke of the emblem's powers earlier, Xiaolin understood where his foundation came from, but Department Head Song obviously did not plan to discuss all of that with him. In the spatial carriage, the monitors who had waited for the tardy Xiaolin for a long time had nothing to complain about. Even the most stupid of them could see that Dawn City was not the same as usual, and they had interacted with too many important people in the past few days, and none of them had told the monitors anything. The position of a monitor was not even at the lowest level of the city's hierarchy. Cheng Ming and the others wanted to get some news from Xiaolin, but Xiaolin was not in a great mood. Song Junlang had basically forced him onto the platform. Even when he said he wanted to write a letter for IBEU in the Rosa Kingdom, he had been rejected bluntly. Be it Song Junlang, you or the dean, none of them wanted Xiaolin to continue staying in the colonist territories. They were all very clear that Xiaolin was still too weak, and Dawn City, with its impending new leadership, would be facing a political storm. As for how many would be involved, that was something that no one knew, and none of them wished for Xiaolin to be involved in it. The academy was an ivory tower-like existence. No matter how violent the storm ended up being on the outside, the students within would not be affected. Even the defense minister would not dare to cross that line lightly. Xiaolin remembered what the dean had alluded to: infighting really was the main hurdle, no matter what the time period. Even someone like Ivanovich did not die to countless assassination attempts by the normies, nor did he die to the destruction of Earth. He died to the inner workings of men. It really was laughable. Returning to academy grounds after such a long time and tossing all schemes and traps aside, Xiaolin finally felt a feeling of warmth. At least he did not have to think about any schemes there. Since it was a weekend, there were no classes, and the monitors all returned earlier to rest. Some of them had even gathered their group leaders into meetings to understand what had been happening. Xiaolin chose to lock himself in his dormitory. He then closed his eyes and entered his meditative state. In that elemental universe that he had spent countless time in, never reaching the end, he found something new. In his universe, there was an irregular square-shaped body. It had a white glow. It did not shine brightly, and the response was weak, but the surroundings of the object were clean, meaning that all the elements had seemingly avoided that thing on purpose. Xiaolin could somewhat guess the origin of that object. It was probably the shards of creation that he had collected. After successfully obtaining the third shard in Rosa Kingdom, it had fused together with the two he had collected prior, and they probably fused into the object in front of him. Xiaolin still did not know what the shards of creation were, but they did give him some benefits after fusing, which was the direct increase in his attributes. On top of that, thanks to the fighting during that time, Xiaolin could feel that his skills had gone through a breakthrough. Ivanovich had asked him to collect the shards of creation. Xiaolin had thought to only collect them as a favor, collecting them when he encountered them, but never deliberately looking for them. However, after returning this time, Xiaolin had a lot more on his mind. The dean's words kept reverberating in his ears. The world's laws were facing collapse, and only those with SS-rank talents could stop it. That had nothing to do with skill, so it had to be something only those with SS-rank talents could do. Ivanovich had said it as well, that collecting the shards had something to do with the future of Earth and planet Norma. Xiaolin suddenly woke up from his meditative state, feeling like he had grasped something. It was possible that the shards of creation were his only clues. After that, Xiaolin's life returned to peace. Every day, he would leave early and only get home late, and he spent every day alternating between attending class and training. Xiaolin headed to the library more and more. The library in the academy had been built during the early periods of colonization, and had been constantly added to. It contained basically the entire history of humanity's colonization, so he had hoped to get some clues from it. However, Xiaolin was aware the truly sensitive books would not appear in the outer, lower-leveled sections of the library. He had a B-ranked library pass, but the highest-leveled ones for the library were S-ranked ones. Chapter 552, Library Pass. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. What Xiaolin needed to understand was the history of the colonists, not those textbooks meant for the masses, but true history. It was obvious that Dawn Academy adopted some traditions from back on Earth, and the books that were publicly available were never complete or have always had special edits made. Xiaolin knew that he probably would not be able to find any books he wanted from the first three areas of the library. So he first looked for the librarian, Gufanshan. He had met Gufanshan a few times before. Even though they were not that familiar with each other, the second-year senior was quite nice to him. Of course, most of that was due to Xiaolin's status as a monitor. Gufanshan was working in the library during the weekend for some extra income, and his expression changed to one of friendliness and happiness when he saw the rare appearance of Xiaolin. He even tried to drag Xiaolin out for some drinks. Xiaolin naturally did not have the mood, and after a few pleasantries, he voiced his request up front. He said that he wanted an S-rank library pass. Gufanshan's smile slowly disappeared as he asked in confusion, "An S-rank library pass? I don't think you need that area of the library right now, right? Why are you so impatient? With your abilities in the academy, you will be able to get in when you are in your fourth year. Do you have no way to do it?" Xiaolin deciphered his words. Of course, he anticipated that answer, so he changed his questions. "Where will I be able to get an S-rank library pass?" "Only the student union president can do that. The S-rank area has a lot of books that even the fourth-year seniors can't use. Most of them are for research students or professors," Gufanshan reminded. "So I only need the student union president to decide on it." "That's simple then. It'll be easy for me." Xiaolin let out a long sigh of relief as he mumbled to himself. Gufanshan's eyebrow twitched. Xiaolin was probably the only person that would think that getting the approval of the student union president was the easiest way. He had vaguely heard of Xiaolin's relationship with the president before this, but he could not hold back as he said, "It's not just the president, the various department heads need to discuss the matter as well. You will need the support of the relevant department heads to be able to get the pass done." Discussion? The support of a department head? Xiaolin felt like his problems had disappeared, because he thought about Song Junlang. The logistics department head was still at the level of a department head, so he smiled. "Then there won't be a problem. Don't worry, you just need to tell me how it's done." This time, Gufanshan was thoroughly speechless, because he thought about Song Junlang as well. Xiaolin had constantly gone to the logistics department that no one cared about. That was already something widespread. However, he did not think that Xiaolin would have such a good relationship with the people there. Ge Fanshan could not help but admire Xiaolin. Before, he only admired Xiaolin's monitor position and skill. Now, it was his background and connections. Xiaolin immediately left for the student union after talking to Ge Fanshan. The president had returned with him from Dawn Academy. When he saw Xiaolin knock on the door, he was a little surprised, but quickly smiled bitterly. I should really create a special pass for you to the student union offices, but it seems like it's not that needed. The guards are already pretty much all familiar with you. There's no need for a pass. There doesn't seem to be anyone in this building who would stop me from coming in. Why don't you give me an S-rank library pass instead? An S-rank library pass? Haha, that's not a problem. The president smiled warmly. Not even asking anything else, he immediately produced the needed forms from his drawer for Xiaolin. Once Xiaolin filled it up, the president signed his name before returning it to Xiaolin, continuing to say, according to the rules, you still need a signature from a department head for an S-rank library pass to be in effect. You don't know the other department heads, so just head to Song Junlang. The entire process only needed 10 minutes. After that, Xiaolin could not help but get suspicious. No matter how familiar he was with the president, it should not have been so easy. Xiaolin looked throughout the form, but could not see any flaws, and he did not think the president would trick him with something like that either. Once he reached Song Junlang's logistics department, department head Song did not even look at the form. Once Xiaolin gave a brief explanation, the department head immediately laughed. Xiaolin's mouth twitched. I can hear the mockery in your laughter. Oh, this isn't mockery, I just think it's interesting. Then is there any difference with mocking me? Fine, I won't joke around. Do you know why the president approved your request so quickly? Does he really have some sort of trick? Xiaolin's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Junlang laughed out loud again. He laughed so much he bent backwards. When Xiaolin started glaring at him, Song Junlang finally stopped, saying, You're just too dumb. I know what kind of books you want, but regretfully, the books you want are incredibly rare. Even in the S-rank area. Xiaolin was dumbfounded. The S-rank area is meant for professors and researchers. How could those books that are truly secrets be left there for them? After pausing, Song Junlang suddenly had a strange smile. Have you heard of the restricted area? The restricted area? Xiaolin suddenly remembered that night when he just entered the academy. Someone had asked him if he wanted to sneak into the restricted area when he was being questioned. Song Junlang nodded. The library has a basement, and all the restricted books with absolute secrets are stored there. If you want to know any secrets, I think you'll be able to find your answers there. Since it's restricted, then it will be very hard to apply for entry. Apply? Put it this way. Even the president doesn't have the power to enter alone. There is no way to apply for entry. Only with the collective signatures of the dean and the defense minister can anyone enter. Also, why are you looking at me with that expression? Xiaolin coughed dryly. If that's the case, why don't you let me use that emblem of yours? Impossible. Song Junlang rejected flatly, raising his arms helplessly. Don't think that that emblem is omnipotent. Every time it's used, it will mobilize a lot of people. Put it this way, in the past few days, the leaders of the colonist territories have constantly been calling me. I'm someone who wants to maintain a low profile, so I'm not planning on using that for at least another year. Xiaolin held his tongue, abandoning that train of thought too. Even though he did not agree that Song Junlang was someone who maintained a low profile, if the emblem really mobilized so many people, it was not a good idea to ask for Song Junlang's help. Hume and the others had sent him back so he could temporarily avoid the gazes of the important figures, and Xiaolin did not want to become the focus of everyone. Chapter 553, S-Rank Library Area. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It did not seem like he could make any progress through Song Junlang, and it had served to emphasize once again that Xiaolin did not know much of the true inner workings and secrets. He politely excused himself, and even though Xiaolin was very suspicious, there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, Xiaolin did not forget to get Song Junlang's signature on the application form before he left. It was a free S-rank library pass, and there was no reason for him to refuse it. Smoothly obtaining the golden, palm-sized pass from the president, he saw that his name and fingerprint was etched on top. The card was unique, and only Xiaolin could use it. The usage period was for a year, and the president had told him meaningfully that, if he seriously violated the academy rules during that period, the student union had the right to take that card back. How could someone as smart as the student union president not guess Xiaolin's intentions? However, Xiaolin nodded and agreed. After leaving the president's office, he threw that warning to the back of his head. During the afternoon, Xiaolin once again appeared at the library, and when he approached Gufanshan, he caused that senior, and the dozen or so other people who were working there were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The others were shocked because it was the first time they had seen such a prestigious library pass, and could not help but hold their suspicions on Xiaolin's identity. It was not the first time Gufanshan had seen an S-rank library pass. He was shocked because he still underestimated Xiaolin's abilities. Even if he really could get such a library pass made, Gufanshan never expected it to be so fast, as it had only been half a day. "I'll bring you there." Gufanshan assigned his tasks to some others before personally bringing Xiaolin into the library. After finding a large magic carpet, the two of them headed straight for the deeper ends of the library. The carpet was not slow, but it still took them almost half an hour before they stopped in front of an unassuming grey door. Gufanshan said, "You'll have to head in yourself, as only those with S-rank library passes can go in and even librarians like me can't." "Thank you." Xiaolin expressed his thanks politely before asking, "I want to ask as well, where is the restricted area?" Bang! Gufanshan fell straight off the magic carpet. Thankfully, the two of them were already at a very low height, and Xiaolin helped him up, also nonchalantly saying, "Don't worry, I'm just trying to find out the location. You don't have to bring me there. I don't know anything, it's better if you ask someone else." Gufanshan said with finality before unhesitatingly climbing back on the magic carpet, escaping immediately. It was obvious the guy had been scared by Xiaolin's words. There was a restricted area in the library, that was not a secret in the academy, but other than madmen, no one would think about barging in. It was impossible to even get any information, as the academy was extremely strict when it came to punishments in that regard, and if anyone was caught, they would be interrogated at the Special Investigation Department in Dawn City, or held and locked up for a long time. That was right, they would not be exiled back to Earth or have their memories removed. The Academy felt that those who entered the restricted area could not be safely ignored, even if they were sent to Earth forever. After all, those who had their memories removed would occasionally retain fragments of their memory, so the Academy was more willing to lock them up in prison forever. No one came to the New World to be locked up indefinitely, so no one dared to lightly violate that rule. Xiaolin was actually afraid as well. If the Dean was still in power, he would not be that worried, but now that it was the defense minister standing in the Dean's place, things were not as simple. However, Xiaolin still had to make it to the restricted area, as it was currently his only clue. Even though the Dean had asked him to go check out Ivan's old home, the problem was that he did not know where that was. He had already been prohibited from entering the colonist territories by the old man who was the new Dean. After returning to the academy, the president had deliberately pulled him aside to emphasize the point regarding that, telling him it was not a game, and that the people working at the spatial carriage had also received similar orders. That meant that if Xiaolin wanted to continue investigating, he could only rely on finding the relevant clues in the restricted area. The Dean had told him about the dangers Earth was facing, and Xiaolin cared about that a lot. He could even be said to be extremely anxious. He thought about his parents. How could he sit idle when the Earth could completely disappear from the universe at any point? Yet, regarding that matter, the president and department head Song could not help him. Xiaolin, who had no one to turn to, was running around like a headless chicken. During the week that he had his S-rank library pass made, he spent most of the time in the library's S-rank area. As the public area with the highest clearance level, the area was surprisingly bigger. Other than books, there were also many tools and strange, unknown things displayed. Those things were not replicas or models, they had all been collected from planet Norma. They all had dangerous elements to them, and were placed there after being placed into special containment units. The ones who came here were all researchers and professors, so they could use those objects during their experiments. The books there were incredibly profound, and most of them had something to do with space, time, or astrology. There were even introductions to legend-ranked skills and objects. It was all just fine though, as Xiaolin felt like he could ignore the legend-ranked skills, but the books on astrology had piqued his interest. The Dean had mentioned that the Dean used a special astrological skill to somewhat predict the future, and the third eye Silverlight had given him also had the ability to pierce through time. He had even personally interfered with history before. All of that definitely caused Xiaolin to be extremely interested. Before he could enter the restricted area, his free time was all basically spent there. The knowledge of time and space was built on extremely high foundational knowledge, including understanding the elements and various energies. The relevant materials were possibly only taught in the 4th year, but that did not stop Xiaolin from reading it. Even if he only had half-baked foundational knowledge, Xiaolin could still somewhat understand the contents of the books. Such as the illustration of the Wall of Time, it was just an theoretical understanding for others, but Xiaolin had personally experienced it before. After looking at the explanations, he could not help but sigh in realization. There were actually quite a few people in the S-rank area. After all, the academy had gathered many researchers and professors throughout the years. Xiaolin quickly attracted everyone's attention as a little junior that had suddenly appeared. It was not that Xiaolin did not maintain a low profile, it was that he just had no choice. Everyone there had pretty high clearances, and with the appearance of such a foreign and young-looking man in the S-rank area, they would naturally be curious. After checking through the central computer, all of them could find out that Xiaolin was a first-year student. Chapter 554, The Theory of Time. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. A first year appearing at the S-rank library area was absolutely a rare thing. The professors and researchers all had their suspicions, but they did not bother with him too much. Yet, when they occasionally heard Xiaolin mumbling to himself, some of them could not hold back. For instance, the fact that time could not be rewound was the same principle as the fact that the wall of time could not be broken. In the field, it was basically a universally accepted theory. Xiaolin could not help but let out a small laugh. Even though he did not know which professor wrote that book, it was obvious that the theory had a massive hole in it. Coincidentally, a professor who researched time was next to him, and after glancing at the book Xiaolin was reading, he asked curiously, "You can understand this book?" "Somewhat." "That's quite strange. Even among graduates, there are few who can understand this book." "You had a realization earlier?" "Yes. The book is quite well written, and the various explanations on time are very detailed, but there's a little flaw," Xiaolin said, completely treating it as idle chatter. As he said that, the man, who had a black shirt and thick glasses on, immediately raised his voice. "A flaw? You said that there is a flaw in the book?" "Yes, it's not a big problem, but it's just the theory that time can't be rewound, but you can't blame the author for that," Xiaolin explained. "The fact that time cannot be rewound is something everyone on planet Norma knows. I've researched time for over 20 years, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that theory," the man argued, his head full of steam. Xiaolin looked around. Their words had attracted the attention of others. He furrowed his eyebrows and said in frustration, "Even if that's so, what does it have to do with you? Every reader can have their own understanding and views." "I'm sorry, I am the author of that book, and now you're suspicious of my theory, so I obviously need to get an appropriate explanation." Xiaolin was suddenly speechless. Even he did not expect that he would meet the author of a book he had just casually taken out from the drawer. He did not dwell on the problem, so he said, "Fine, forget what I said earlier. That's just something I said while I was daydreaming. That's it. Goodbye." Xiaolin had already read most of the book, and he closed it and was preparing to leave. However, the man grabbed him. Even though he was a researcher who looked into theory, anyone who could reach the level of a professor would have pretty good basic attributes. His hand had a lot of force behind it. Xiaolin sighed and said, "What do you want? Tell me clearly." The man widened his eyes. Tell me what is wrong with my theory, and don't dismiss me. That put Xiaolin in a difficult spot. He definitely could not say that he had changed history before, and that was during Atlantean times on Earth. He could not say that his own experiences had proven that theory false. No, you're not wrong. It's true. I just spouted some nonsense. I'm sorry, I still have classes to attend, so please let me go. Xiaolin did not want to explain. Explaining would tax him mentally, and might even bring him more trouble. However, the man had no intention of letting him go, which made Xiaolin a little angry, and while the other party was not prepared, he suddenly entered his ruined state. The sudden increase in his strength had caused the man to retreat in alarm. A small breeze could be felt in the narrow room, but 2 seconds later, Xiaolin quickly deactivated his ruined state and took the chance to flee. When he got back to the dormitory, Xiaolin looked for that book on the school's internal internet. Of course, there was no way to look at the contents of that book, but the basic information could still be found, such as information about the author. Zhang Jiqiu, professor of time theory, one of the pioneers of the study of time at Dawn Academy. Dawn Academy never prioritized that field during the early days, so it has fallen behind the other academies in that regard. This professor has brought many theoretical systems to Dawn Academy. In general, he really was a very capable person. Even the rare time-based spells had mostly been invented through his theories. After reading that, Xiaolin got a headache. Men like him who obviously fervently and passionately threw themselves in a subject were usually very stubborn. He did not want to interact with that man that much. You look very frustrated. Do you need me to help you get rid of any information that can be used to find you? A woman's clear voice could suddenly be heard behind him. Xiaolin had always been alone in his dormitory, so with the sudden appearance of another person's voice, every nerve in Xiaolin's body tensed. In the next second, he took out his holy sword from his spatial ring, and activated Miracle before entering his ruined state. Behind him, a girl in a white dress was floating in the air. Her bare and white feet were drifting around as her young face wore a teasing smile. Your reactions are quite quick, but it's a pity that your actions were too slow. You used 5 seconds to retrieve your weapon and get ready for an attack. If I really was an enemy, that would have been enough time to deal with you. It's you. Xiaolin ignored the girl's insults, sighing with relief before he withdrew his weapon. I bet you've already forgotten who I am. The artificial intelligence, Bell, right? My memory isn't that bad. It's artificial life form, not intelligence. Don't keep making me correct your mistake. Fine, I got it, Xiaolin answered nonchalantly before curiously saying, hold on, I remember that you can only appear through virtual images. So how are you here? He tried to touch that girl's arm, but his palm went right through it. She looked like a real person, but she obviously did not have a physical body. Hey, you pervert! The girl muttered, her face looking aggrieved and irritated as she did. After that, she proudly explained, in this academy, as long as I want to, I can appear anywhere. So you mean that we're being observed every second we're here? Xiaolin could immediately tell what that meant. Don't worry unless it involves something sensitive in the academy. I don't really care about all of you idling in your dormitories. Bell understood Xiaolin's words differently. Xiaolin rolled his eyes, deciding not to continue with what that conversation could entail. He then asked, you said you could prevent my information from being found? What do you mean? That Professor Zhang from earlier could fervently be looking for your information. Chapter 555, Agreement with Bell. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. He was searching for my information? Xiaolin gaped. He has very high clearance. My clearance should be higher than his. Xiaolin vaguely remembered the dean saying that his clearances had been increased. That's only in certain aspects, but when it comes to public information, Professor Zhang can find it. That includes information such as your year and dormitory. The girl had a naughty smile on her face, saying, you shouldn't have said so much. That professor is famous for being stubborn, and he will get to the bottom of something no matter what. You caused him to be confused, so he naturally wants an answer from you. You know what happened in the library? Wait, let me retract that question. You can observe everything, and so you naturally know about it. Xiaolin smiled bitterly before looking at the girl hopefully. Then, Can you help me block off my information? I don't want that professor to camp in front of my dormitory every day. It will cause me too much trouble. Why should I help you? Belle asked. Then what do you want me to do? Xiaolin asks in exasperation. That girl was either just there to tease him, or she definitely had a request, even though he did not know what he could help with. Time can't be rewound. It's not like there's no one who ever doubted that theory, but all of them lacked convincing evidence, so they did not have much behind their arguments. But you, why were you so sure? The girl suddenly wiped the playful smile from her face before looking at Xiaolin with her bright eyes. I was just spouting out some nonsense. Oh, then I'll just forward all your information, including stuff about your ancestors, to Professor Zhang. Xiaolin was speechless. Xiaolin looked closely at Belle, and after a few minutes, he asked with a strange expression, "Why do you want to know that?" The girl averted her gaze. Even though she was just a virtual image, she did not seem to want Xiaolin to look at her current expression, so she impatiently said, "You don't need to know the reason." Even though that artificial life form always seemed very friendly to him, Xiaolin knew that he was not very familiar with Belle, who had seemingly been born with and grew with the academy. Strictly speaking, she was definitely at a higher rank than him, and since she did not seem happy, Xiaolin did not pursue the matter. Blocking my information is just a casual action for you, and I could just ask the president to do it for me. Even though I don't really want to trouble him right now, compared to what you want to know, it's not worth it for me at all, Xiaolin suddenly said. Belle glared at Xiaolin, saying, "Cunning man, you still want to enter the restricted area of the library? So you have been spying on me?" Xiaolin said indignantly. Belle said, "Who would be so free to observe man's life the whole day? I'm not a pervert. Only, the president looked for me yesterday, and reminded me not to give you any special rights. You agreed? He's the president, he has the rights to govern the academy, so I naturally need to promise him that. What if I give you the secret behind rewinding time in exchange?" Xiaolin immediately asked. "Then I can promise to help you get this thing done." The girl fluttered her large eyes. "Your promises are really cheap." Xiaolin's lips twitched. "Oh, only the dean can give me direct orders. I can even ignore the Supreme Council. Unless it's an order from the dean, I can always change my actions based on the situation," Belle said. "Fine, then should we sign an agreement?" Xiaolin was afraid that she would not pay up. "You don't trust me?" The girl widened her eyes. How could Xiaolin trust a girl who just sold out the president without any hesitation right in front of him? However, that was all in his mind. The only person that could help him right now was Belle, who held the biggest power in the academy at that moment. That was why Xiaolin lied. "You're so cute, how could you lie to you? I do trust you." After that, the two of them stared at each other, entering an awkward silence. "Quickly tell me how you rewind time. Then tell me how to get to the restricted area of the library." You first. You first." Then there was over 10 minutes of silence before Xiaolin said helplessly, "Fine, let's just compromise. I'll first say half of it, then you bring me to the restricted area. Then after that I'll tell you the rest. I can only tell you the location first. After that, you tell me the rest before I consider bringing you there." "Fine, it's a deal." They finally reached an agreement, and Xiaolin was worried she would regret it, so he did not delay, immediately saying, "Rewinding time actually needs one to break the wall of time. After that, you basically said nothing." Belle was not satisfied with that answer. The girl mumbled to herself, floating back into the air, seemingly investigating something before she quickly went back down, standing in front of Xiaolin as she said sternly, "This is the first time I'm doing something like this, so you have to keep it a secret for me." Of course, Xiaolin nodded like a chick eating rice. Belle was not too happy with Xiaolin's dismissive answer, but her glare was ineffective. She changed to a low voice, and slowly started talking. As she spoke, Xiaolin noticed that his dormitory seemed to be filled with a shadow. "Don't worry, That's just the most basic of precautions. I don't want anyone else to hear what I'm about to say. The restricted area of the library was not restricted during the early days of the academy. It was only when Ivan's rebellion happened. It had involved a lot of people, and caused a big shift in power. The library ended up with a lot of restricted materials. It's not just books in the library. There's also a lot of evidence from back then. Hold on, I'm a bit confused. Ivan's rebellion? What happened there? Belle shrugged with a helpless expression. I can't tell you that. My programming has been restricted in that regard. I can't tell you anything personally, but I can help you find it. The true history from that period will help you find the answers you want. Belle had stirred his interest, and Xiaolin could only nod and say, fine. Where is the restricted area? If you can't bring me there, can you at least tell me where it is, and how to get in, such as the passwords? Belle once again laughed. Password? Do you think such an important place would have such archaic protections? Come, I'll have you look at it yourself. This will be a very mystical journey. You should be mentally prepared. After Belle's words, the room suddenly got brighter and brighter until it shone like a star, swallowing everything in the light. Chapter 556, Virtual Space. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Suddenly Xiaolin felt like he had entered a dream world. He had closed his eyes when the light shone, and when he reopened them he realized he was still in his room, but his surroundings were very dark, and he was also pitch black outside his window. He could not see any trace of sunlight, nor could he hear anyone else. The entire world was dead silent, and Xiaolin could not help but suspect if that was hell after he died. Hey, you're already awake? That was fast. Belle pushed open the door and entered. The girl was still in her white dress, and her feet were still bare. However, Xiaolin immediately saw something strange. Belle actually had her feet on the floor. Compared to the virtual image before, each step she took felt much more realistic. Are you a pedophile? Noticing Xiaolin's gaze, Belle's smile widened. Xiaolin suddenly shivered as he averted his gaze. That artificial life form was probably older than anyone in the academy, so it was not appropriate to call her a little girl, even though she looked like one. Where is this? Xiaolin asked. Dawn Academy. Belle smiled as she held her head high, continuing to say, this is my world, a virtual Dawn Academy. A virtual world? Like a computer game? Xiaolin could not help but think about some web novels that he had read before. I think you've played too many games. I can't really explain the basic principles to you, but if you're interested, you can go learn about space. Basically, this is still the academy, we're still in the same plane, but in a different place. So you have a real body here? Xiaolin could not help but voice his confusion. Ha ha ha. That girl liked to laugh, but most of her time her laughter was that of playful teasing. The laughter gave Xiaolin a bad feeling, and sure enough, Belle said, no, I think you've got it all wrong. It's not that I've obtained a body. You just lost your body. Xiaolin was shocked, and he hurriedly touched his arms and body. He still felt solid, but he felt like something was off. At Belle's words, he frantically investigated what was off. It was his body heat. His skin was completely ice cold and it had no warmth at all. He could not feel a heartbeat from his chest at all. He felt completely like a dead person, but Xiaolin did not feel that way at all. Am I dead? If you want to die, I can do that for you. Belle rolled her eyes in annoyance, then explained, this space completely replicates the academy. Both of them have their similarities, but the laws here don't allow living beings to enter. Don't worry though, I used a special way to temporarily separate your consciousness, so it won't affect your safety. Even though Xiaolin could not understand the theory behind it, it seemed very cool. Basically, Xiaolin was not worried about his safety, since it was in the same space. That meant that he was still under the protection of the Resurrection Towers, so death was not a threat. Following Belle out of the dormitory, they headed straight to the library. On the way, Xiaolin looked around, and just like the girl had said, each blade of grass, each tree and each building all looked exactly like Dawn Academy. It was just that there was no one in the buildings. Pushing open the library, it was very dark inside. Xiaolin had to narrow his eyes to look around carefully. The layout inside was the same as usual, but when Xiaolin took out a book from the shelves, he found something different. The cover of the book was a little yellowed, and the corners had obvious marks of wear and tear. That had surprised Xiao Lin, because the library had always considered the long-term storage of the books, and had used special magics to protect them. However, he did not know that those protective spells only started to be used in the last few decades. The book did not have a name. On the title page was a line of words that seemed to be drawn on: "Strength is just sacrifice. Only by paying a high enough price can we obtain unlimited power. This is a forbidden skill." The author had violated the Academy rules that prohibited research into black magic, and even broadcasted it, causing very negative repercussions. The author had his memories removed and was sent back to Earth, and based on our last investigation, I remember that man is still in the psychiatric ward. Bell appeared behind Xiao Lin and explained all of this to him after looking at the title page. Why was he in the psychiatric ward? After what happened with Wang Dalin, Xiao Lin knew that the Academy absolutely prohibited the spread of forbidden techniques. I've already said it. His memories were completely wiped. That's to prevent him from potentially regaining any of them. After all, if someone with forbidden magic managed to regain their memories, it would cause tremendous harm to Earth. Only, that kind of removal causes a large scar, and it harms the mind, so he has to stay in the psychiatric ward his whole life. Xiao Lin trembled as he hurriedly put the book back onto the shelf, asking, "Since the president has given you a request beforehand, do you know what sort of books I want?" "That's right, I do. But isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise?" Bell fluttered her innocent eyes as she said slyly, "You really are stingy," Xiao Lin mumbled before falling silent. Bell waited for a few minutes in boredom before she vented a few words in frustration, but Xiao Lin did not answer her. Suddenly, Xiao Lin's eyes widened as veins appeared next to his eyes, as if he was using a lot of force. Xiao Lin panted heavily. Hey, what are you doing?" "I almost forgot to tell you, the laws in this place rejects the elements, so if you want to do anything to me, you might not be able to beat me." Oh, Bell was just playfully mocking him, but midway through, she forcefully swallowed the remainder of her words as her eyes widened. She looked at the third eye on Xiao Lin's head with a strange expression on her face. "A heaven's eye? You have a heaven's eye? How could that be?" Bell asked before Xiao Lin could even speak. "Isn't this a spiritual eye?" Xiao Lin remembered that Silverlight had told him those eyes were actually called spiritual eyes based on what they were called in Atlantis. "There's no difference. First, tell me, how did you get a heaven's eye?" "These eyes should have completely gone extinct tens of thousands of years ago." Xiao Lin did not say anything, and Bell was not surprised, so she quickly continued her monologue. "Whatever. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Legends say that Heaven's Eye had the ability to go back and forth in reincarnation. It's something almost everyone treats as a myth. Now I understand why you are so certain that time can be rewound." Chapter 557, Discovering History. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. "So that's why you were so certain that the theory of time not being able to be rewound was wrong. I'm curious, did you really change the past?" "What did you change?" Xiao Lin maintained his heaven's eye for a moment and quickly realized that using it in this space consumed even more of his strength. He said, "Before I answer that question, I think it's time you fulfill your promise." "What a petty man." Bell mumbled. "Follow me." Bell brought Xiao Lin to the deepest parts of the library as promised, and in front of them was a steel door that was sealed shut. On the door was a frightening amount of locks. It was unbelievable how so many locks had been fixed on, but what caused Xiao Lin to be speechless was that Bell only needed to wave her hand, and all the locks fell on the ground soundlessly. "You don't have much time. You're far too weak. You can't stay in this realm for too long, or it will cause irreparable harm to your soul. Also, I did not hold much hope for you initially, but since you have that eye, you could give it a try. It could be of some help." After Bell's final warning, she lightly pushed him into the room, and she kept watch outside. Xiao Lin did not even have time to say anything when the door behind him shut itself again soundlessly. The light had been quite dim before, and there were no windows in that room. After the door closed, Xiao Lin was surrounded by complete darkness, But the darkness did not last long. After a dozen or so seconds, a row of blue lights lit up next to the walls. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolin saw that rows of transparent glass orbs had been placed on the closets surrounding him. The orbs had a white substance inside, and the glow was from that substance. Xiaolin reached out and took the closest glass orb. The moment his Xiaolin's hand touched the cold orb, Xiaolin suddenly felt an immense bout of dizziness, and then a strong suction came from the orb, even completely twisting his body. It was then that Xiaolin was even more certain that he was not in solid form. In the dizziness, Xiaolin seemed to enter a dream world. At some point, he was no longer in that little black room, but instead in a bright meeting room. But the surroundings looked blurry and dreamlike. There were 6 people in the meeting room, and they seemed to be fiercely debating something. Xiaolin could not hear anything initially, but after a few moments, the sound seemed to close in from a distance, and started to get clearer. The orcs are getting more and more bold. This is already the 13th merchant group that has been attacked in this month. If we don't increase our retaliations, those brainless barbarians will get worse. I agree. Dawn Academy is one of the first colonist countries, so we absolutely mustn't let anyone look down on us. I agree. I have no comment. In at least 3 months, we should have chased those orcs away to the endless seas. I object. Let's not be too eager for war. It's not the right time. The Americans have just signed a peace treaty with the elves, so the elves no longer need to watch their backs. If they work with the orcs, coupled with the fact that our troops have fallen drastically in strength in recent years, open war will cause unbelievable casualties. Coward. You're just afraid of the orcs. Xiaolin could vaguely understand what he was listening to. That was probably the meeting regarding starting the war with the orcs all those years ago. Even though all of them looked unfamiliar, he had recognized that lone person who objected to going to war. Even though that person looked very young, it was obviously a younger dean. Of course, he was still not the dean at that time. The results of that discussion were already obvious. Those who wanted war had an absolute advantage. The dean then slammed the door and left in anger. As for what happened after, Xiaolin naturally knew early on. During the war against the orcs, Dawn Academy's losses were immense, and they had lost their status as the strongest colonists due to that. The surroundings turned into a blur again, and had dispersed like ripples in the water. Xiaolin once again returned to the dark room, but he had already grasped the use of those toys. They were a little like memory crystals, and had recorded down important matters. As for why the meeting had been sealed here, Xiaolin could more or less guess the reason. The participants of that meeting would naturally not want anyone to know they were the ones who proposed the war. It was unbelievable that the dean had predicted the results of the war, even back then. Even though the war ended in Dawn Academy's victory, the war had caused the Academy too many losses. It could be said that the Academy fell into decline after that, which caused them to be caught up to and surpassed by the Judge Academy. However, that was not the reason Xiaolin was there. Even though Xiaolin was very interested in what happened back then, he still put Bell's warning in his heart. He seized the time to continue looking for other crystal balls. He tried a few of them, but they were all from the wrong time periods. There were at least 100 glass balls there, and if he continued trying like that, he would not have enough time. Xiaolin was a bit anxious, but he suddenly remembered Belle saying that his Heaven's Eye would be able to help him. Even though she was vague with it, Xiaolin still decided to try. It was very taxing activating his Heaven's Eye here, as he could not feel the presence of any elemental energy. Because of that he had no way to replenish the large amounts of energy he used to maintain the Heaven's Eye. With Xiaolin's current level, it was quite an endeavor. Xiaolin did not know why Belle wanted him to use Heaven's Eye. It was obvious Belle was not clueless about that eye, but just as Xiaolin was suspecting that he would need to use Time Rewind, and target it at those glass balls, he suddenly realized something. The Eye of Truth could even see through time. The liquids in the glass orbs started to disperse and look clearer under the Eye of Truth. Even though he could not completely see through what was inside, it felt like a movie that had been sped up to the fastest speed. He could not see it clearly, but he could still somewhat grasp it. Xiaolin walked around nearby, and the eye on his forehead constantly looked around. He was quite satisfied with how useful his eye was, even though it was an eye. Heaven's eye did not actually see the outside world, instead it felt it. The results of the feelings were transmitted into Xiaolin's mind, and he made his decisions based on that. With that method, Xiaolin suddenly seemed to feel a sudden stimulation as his entire body shuddered. He quickly walked to the rightmost row, and eyed the last glass ball there. Chapter 558, Ivan's Final Battle. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Xiaolin's intuition seemed to be attracted by something in that glass ball. The feeling was different from the other glass balls. The feeling only got that strong after he opened Heaven's eye. He stared at the glass ball in front of him, furrowing his eyebrows for a moment before revealing a strange expression. A shard of creation. That strange sensation meant that it was clearly a shard of creation. Xiaolin already knew that the shards of creation shared a certain relationship, but he currently had very few of them, so the relationship was very weak. After receiving the newest shard from the Rosa Kingdom and successfully fusing the few he had into an incomplete body, it greatly strengthened the connection. I never thought there would be a shard here. But why did I not feel it earlier? Xiaolin mumbled to himself before touching the eye on his forehead. After eliminating all other possibilities, the only answer left was that it was something caused by the eye on his forehead. On the surface, that glass ball was no different from the others. There was a blurry liquid inside just like the others, and there was space to store a shard of creation. But Xiaolin believed that the reaction from the shards of creation within his body would not be wrong. So he reached out to touch the glass ball. The surroundings suddenly blurred once again, and when he reopened his eyes, Xiaolin noticed that he was in a dense forest. The dark skies were covered with large clouds. The temperature looked very low, but of course, Xiaolin could not feel the temperature at all as a spectator. Two men stood nearby, and one of them was Ivanovich. Xiaolin had met Ivan before, even if that was just an incomplete fragment of Ivanovich's memories within his dream world. However, he had a deep impression of the man, so he could immediately identify him at just a glance. When he looked at the other man, Xiaolin was shocked, because it was a man who looked noticeably older than Ivan, and was not completely unfamiliar to Xiaolin. He was familiar because he looked too much like Song Junlang from the logistics department. If it was not for the fact that their ages looked too different, Xiaolin would have thought that it actually was Song Junlang. Ivan, why are you doing this? The man who looked like Song Junlang asked with a pained look. His voice was very low, quite different from Song Junlang's, which gave Xiaolin some relief. He was much more certain that it was not Song Junlang, but he had to have been a relative of his. Song, you don't have to say any more. You should know my temper more than anyone else. My alma mater educated me, and I'm grateful to them. But they lied to me, lied to this world. That's something I cannot accept. Ivanovich said emotionally. His Mandarin was not very accurate, but the general meaning could be understood. This world has always been wrapped around lies and falsehood. Haven't you seen through that? Even people as strong as you and me can't save the home world. We can't save everyone. The man who looked like Song Junlang said slowly. His voice was low, hiding a certain amount of sadness. Is that so? Even if you don't understand me. Ivan sighed, his tone turning cold. You are right, we can't save everyone, but they used my mother's soul to threaten me. I hate necromancers the most in this world. Everyone who specializes in that should all be sent to hell. Ha ha ha. Did they think that I would fall to their wills just like that? They are naive to a despicable degree. Who am I? I am Ivanovich. I am an SS rank talent holder. Who do they think they are? Who? Ivan's eyes started to redden, and his voice carried a certain sadness. Song, do you know? I shattered my mother's soul. I personally killed my mother, but I had no choice. When we reach our level of skill, it's not difficult to control souls. I don't want my mother to be controlled by others, even in death. I would rather she die in my hands. I'm sorry. I can understand your pain, but I have nothing to do with Voino Academia. Your actions now are threatening Dawn Academy and my country, so I have no choice. Song's eyes dropped. Even you think I'm trying to destroy the world? I've said many times that I'm saving the world, not destroying it. Even you don't believe me? Ivan laughed. Since that's the case, there's nothing much to say. Song, You are my best friend. Even though you are just an S-rank talent holder, you are called the one closest to me. It's not a surprise they sent you here, but no matter how close you are, you still can't reach my level. How do we know if we don't try? Song smiled softly, but his smile carried a moroseness to it. Xiaolin could not help but widen his eyes. Even though he did not understand everything that they were talking about, the battle that followed would probably be an intense battle that could never be forgotten by the annals of history. The battle shook the heavens. Ivanovich's ability was creation, and his power of creation was already at the point of perfection. Lava, a raging storm and a torrential flood was constantly surging within that narrow forest. The other man's ability seemed to be related to spatial powers, and he had completely negated all of Ivanovich's creations with that. And the battle suddenly entered a lulled state. Xiaolin had thought that the battle would have lasted longer, but after a few minutes, the battle was close to an end. Ivanovich created wind to float up into the air, and he shouted loudly, "Song, don't blame me. Even if it's you, I won't give up on my ideals. This will be my last gift to you and this world." A rumbling sound started to be heard in the skies. Xiaolin suddenly raised his head, and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a massive meteor was currently plummeting toward the surface at an incredible speed. My God! Xiaolin could not help but exclaim, as he remembered the dean telling him before that Ivan's creation ability could create meteors toward the end, and now he finally saw the shocking sight with his own eyes. Ivan, have you gone crazy? Do you really want to destroy the world and betray mankind? Song's expression changed as he shouted in anxious anger. It seemed like the meteor exceeded his abilities. After all, the man closest to Ivan was only close, and S-ranks and SS ranks still had an insurmountable difference between them. However, very quickly, that man had a decisive expression on his face. He stood facing the meteor, not having any intention of dodging. He raised his hands up high, and in the middle of his hands, a pitch-black orb started to condense. Chapter 559, Distorted Space-Time. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. In between the man's palms, a galaxy-like, endless darkness was quickly forming with that black orb as the heart of it. An immense amount of dust and stones, and even the ice shards and flames from the surroundings, were frantically being sucked in. Ivan had a startled expression. Using the pull between spaces to form a miniature black hole. After not meeting each other for a few years, you've actually mastered this killer technique. However, Song, with your power, you will only be able to create a black hole. You won't be able to control it. You should know more clearly than I do what losing control of a black hole means. Are you trying to die? Since that's the case, then let's try it out. A collision between a black hole and a meteor. Ha ha ha. I want to see what kind of power it will produce. Let's go. Collide with that meteor. As Ivan laughed, the gigantic meteor started to hit the ground. In a flash, a terrifying blast and an explosion of light that resembled a star filled up every corner. Xiaolin shut his eyes at that moment, but could not resist leaving it a fraction open. He did not want to miss anything that happened during the final moments. From their words earlier, Xiaolin derived that they were currently on Earth. Then, the question came. Ivan had created a meteor and sent it straight to Earth, and even though Xiaolin did not understand physics, he still knew some basic knowledge. If a meteor of that scale hit the Earth, even if it did not destroy it, it would still be enough to completely kill off all the humans on Earth. Yet, actual history proved that to be false. So did that mean that the meteor had been stopped by that man named Song? Countless questions surfaced in Xiaolin's mind, and the piercing light lasted for a very long time. Even just peeking through a small crack in his eyelids was enough to cause his eyes to water, but he quickly found that something was wrong. He seemed to be getting closer and closer to the center of impact. Even though he did not understand the principles behind the glass orbs, based on Xiaolin's guesses, they should be like memory crystals, and recorded history through some sort of special method, and he was just watching it like a movie. What sort of joke was this? Xiaolin should have been absolutely silent and unaffected as a spectator, since there was nothing he could do but look at the battle through these lenses. Yet, at that moment, his body started to move involuntarily and Xiaolin could somehow feel a suction coming from the center of the explosion. The miniature black hole. Remembering the miniature black hole the man had unleashed during the last moments, Xiaolin could not help but get anxious. Was that black hole's suction even capable of piercing through time and space, directly affecting Xiaolin? That was not funny. Xiaolin just wanted to look at the truth of history. He did not plan on burying himself within it. It was a pity that Bell did not tell him how to get out of this illusory world before he entered, so he could only wait for the recording to end before being able to go back. After an uncertain amount of time, the intensity of the light got a lot weaker. Opening his eyes, the surroundings had already turned into a barren wasteland. No matter if they were insects, animals, plants or trees, they had all been turned to ashes from that clash. Xiaolin was not affected by that impact at all, but the suction from the black hole got stronger and stronger, and Xiaolin's heart was a lot more frantic as he looked at it. Suddenly, the world surrounding Xiaolin fell into a pitch-black darkness, and Xiaolin could not even see his own body, but he could feel his body constantly twisting and distorting. Other than his consciousness still being intact, he could not even open his mouth. After a few seconds, a few words came from the darkness, and he could tell that it was Ivanovich and Song. The collision between a meteor and a black hole. I can't believe it even distorted time and space. It's really an unbelievable power. Thankfully, you managed to protect Earth. If you didn't manage to block my meteor earlier, I would have hated you to death. Are you not willing to give up, even at the end? The path I have chosen, I will complete it even if I have to die. You're still the same person. I could feel someone observing our fight near the Tungus River. Even if you can escape from this distorted space, even if it's you, you won't be able to defeat those people with the strength you have left. I will help you open another spatial pathway, but as for where it ends up, whether it's a different dimension or a different universe, it will depend on your luck. Ivan, that's the last thing I can do for you, so take care. I'll leave this shard of creation to you, it might help you. Song, I'm sorry, this is the last time I'll apologize to you. You take care as well. The voices in the darkness got softer and softer until the surroundings were once again plunged into silence. A hole suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was a passage that barely seemed to exist. Xiaolin could vaguely make out a blood-red color at the end of the passage. It was a world filled with red, and it was a world he was familiar with. The answer was simple. At the end of the spatial passage was the final lands. Before he could even be shocked, the passage closed in a flash, but Ivan had already gone through the passage. After a while, a sigh could be heard in the darkness before the voice mumbled to itself. This is the legendary shard of creation. It really is something amazing. It can actually let me live on in this space where my flesh and blood is constantly being distorted. But what use is that? A star-like glow could be seen in the darkness. It was the light from a shard of creation, and Xiaolin once again felt a familiar response in his mind. At the moment, he was still somewhere where he could not control anything. He tried waiting for the recording to disappear so he could escape. Yet, the wait seemed much longer than he anticipated. At some point, he did not even know how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, or was it a year? In that world, where even his body had been distorted, Xiaolin could not do anything other than think. Finally, at some point, he felt like he had to do something instead of waiting for death like that. Even though his senses and movements had been distorted, other than thinking, he actually had something else he could use. Heaven's Eye. During that unknown period of time, the exhausted Heaven's Eye had already recovered its energy. With the eye open, the Eye of Truth started to clear up the darkness in front of him. Even though his sight was still blurred, he could still somewhat make out the person that was floating not far away from him. Even if it was just a guess, that man should definitely be that Song person. Time rewind. The next second, Xiaolin did not hesitate to activate the second ability of his Heaven's Eye. Chapter 560, New Shard. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Following the activation of Time Rewind, a white light started to be unleashed from his forehead. Xiaolin's entire being was like a lighthouse in the darkness, and had illuminated even the distorted chaos and darkness, but he felt like that was a problem, because Xiaolin should just have been an observer. Yet in this place where even time and space have been turned into darkness, it seemed like his status as a spectator had also been distorted. Time rewind could cause an area's time to move in reverse, allowing one to observe the truth that happened in the past. Yet, what could he see by rewinding time there, because that was a place where time did not even exist? However, Xiaolin quickly got his answer. The slowly illuminated chaos was like a dark mist, and it slowly looked like it was moving. No, in the world that was in an indeterminate location, there was no darkness or mist. What was dispersed by time rewind's light was not mist, but time. Suddenly, Xiaolin understood the principles behind it. In this world where space and time had fallen quiet, his time rewind had caused it to move again. The darkness was dispersed, and the man that was floating in midair seemed to feel it as well. He turned his head with a strange expression, and on his face was a thick look of confusion and alarm. As time started to move again, Xiaolin's originally distorted body was quickly recovering, and was also moving toward that man. However, the closer he got to that man, it was clear from the man's expression that, even though it was obvious from the man's expression that he could perceive Xiaolin, the man could not see him. That strange scene was already not something Xiaolin could understand. He did not know if that place had something like the wall of time that served as a barrier. Fine, Xiaolin did not even know if he was interfering with history by doing this, or maybe it was just like sealing the sea god, and this was actually a part of history itself. "Ivan, is it you?" the man suddenly said, his voice obviously old and raspy. It seemed like even making a sound was hard. It was like a person who had never spoken for decades suddenly opening their mouths, realizing they had forgotten how to speak. Xiaolin did not know what to say. At that moment, he tried greeting the man. After the mist had been dispersed by time rewind, he found that he could indeed talk there. However, the other party did not seem to have heard him, and his voice could not be transmitted. "I can feel that you're here. Have you finally returned?" The man could not get a response from Xiaolin, but he still mumbled to himself. It feels just like yesterday, but I'm someone who specializes in time and space, so I know that even though no time feels like it's passed here, who knows how much time has actually passed me by. Has it been decades or just a few years?" Xiaolin sighed in his heart, as from his words with Ivan before, he could already guess that the mark of their battle would have been noted down in history as the Tunguska event, because that man had mentioned the Tungus River. The explosion had occurred near Russia's Tungus River. Calculating the time, over 100 years had passed. It was possible the man understood that the time outside was incredibly faster than here, but he could not have possibly anticipated such a large change. It was just a hasty farewell to him, but a century had already passed. "I don't know what the current world is like, but since you're still here, then I believe both Earth and planet Norma are both fine. I thought that I was very good at space and time before, but regretfully, I only understand now that, compared to the uncountable laws of the universe, the knowledge I have grasped was only a drop in the water. I can no longer leave this place. I can feel that my body has already deteriorated beyond repair. If it wasn't for the shard of creation you gave me that protected me, I would not even be able to talk like a cripple right now." The man spoke while panting, and it seemed like every word used up all of his energy, like a candle about to go out. Xiaolin even felt like getting the man to stop talking, but he could not do anything. All Xiaolin could do was stare as the man floated in the air, listening to the low voice constantly resonating into the darkness. His time rewind only had a limited range of effect, so upon leaving the radius of the white glow, it was still all distorted space and time. "I'm tired. Compared to staying here living between life and death, I'd rather just go quickly. But I can't just leave what you gave me behind. I know this shard is very important to you and both the worlds, but now that you're here, I can finally return it to you." The man tried to lift his arm, but it powerlessly fell as he lifted it halfway. After a few minutes, the irregularly shaped shard floated up from his body, and the golden glow of the shard even covered up the light that Heaven's Eye emitted. The shard slowly moved toward Xiaolin, and when it was close, Xiaolin tried to grab the shard, but his hand merely passed through. It was just like everything was just an illusion. After trying a few times, Xiaolin even tried to focus all of Heaven's Eye's power on the shard, but he still could not touch it. He could not help but get anxious, because he started to feel like his strength was rapidly being drained and lost. Maintaining time rewind was still something very taxing for Xiaolin, and just a short few minutes was already his limit. Once he lost time rewind, the temporarily lit up area would once again be plunged into an unending darkness, and at that moment, it would be impossible to find the shard of creation. The man could not see what was happening. The moment the shard left him, his entire body started to rapidly age until he looked like dried up firewood. His life could end at any time, and because of that, Xiaolin was even more nervous. He did not want that man to lose his life in vain. Since Heaven's Eye can't be used, then I'll try using my own shards. Xiaolin hatched a plan in a hurry. Seeing as he had not much time left with time rewind, he immediately summoned the shard of creation in his body. The two pieces quietly floated in the air, and radiated their own energy. From the size, the other piece was noticeably larger. Xiaolin's shard might have been combined with a few different pieces, but it seemed like it was still not as large as the one Ivan left behind. Chapter 561, Fusion of Shards. This chapter is updated by Novels PL. Each shard emitted their own light, and the lights slowly merged together. As they shone on each other, the feeling in Xiaolin's mind intensified. As predicted, with the intensifying of that feeling, the two shards slowly began to resonate, and started to vibrate. After that, the shards started to morph into a multicolored light as they both started to rapidly collide at the center. At the moment of the collision, they once again emitted an endless bright light that did not pale in comparison to the collision of the meteor and the black hole at all. The energy that the two shards that were just the size of a palm contained shocked Xiaolin. The soundless collision only lasted for a second before everything quieted down again. Only one shard remained in the air, and the size was even smaller than the two shards before. But it emitted an even more intense light. After floating for a moment, it was called back into Xiaolin's body. Not long after that, time rewind reached its limit and started to slowly disperse. Looking at that old man who was rapidly aging, Xiaolin did not know what to say. The darkness was already rapidly setting back in, so Xiaolin could only say softly, "Thank you." Knowing that those words would not be able to be transmitted to the distorted space and time, Xiaolin prepared to turn back, but he heard a soft and burdened sigh in his ears. "If it's possible, help me check on that useless idiot son of mine, Junlang." "Thank you." Xiaolin suddenly turned around. But darkness had already covered every corner. He could no longer see that man in the chaotic space-time, and a great power started to condense in his surroundings. However, it was not that same suction from the start. It was the opposite, an intense repelling force. Xiaolin lost control of his body yet again. He suddenly started to feel like he was being spun around as his surroundings started to constantly spin. At some point, Xiaolin opened his eyes to find that he was lying on a cold floor, and the dimly glowing glass balls around him caused him to be relieved. At least, he had managed to return. Using time rewind had greatly exhausted him, and after forcing himself to stand up with some effort, he no longer planned on continuing. However, he noticed that the rack was missing one glass ball, which was the recording that he was just looking at. As he narrowed his eyes to look around, he noticed shards of glass on the floor. As he was mulling over what to do, the door opened again, and Bell poked his head, asking, "What happened?" "I heard some sort of commotion earlier. I need to remind you to pay attention. The memory crystals here might not all be valuable, but it will still be troublesome if they were destroyed." "Oh, I regret to say that your warning was a little late." After a few minutes, Bell and Xiaolin, who had already left the library, looked at each other. Xiaolin was speechless, and Bell was noticeably angered. Xiaolin was the first to say something as he innocently shrugged. "I didn't do it on purpose." "What difference does that make? Do you know how important that crystal you destroyed was? A few decades ago, the last dean had personally placed it in the restricted area, and the Supreme Council had issued a decree prohibiting anyone from looking at it." Bell had already learned of the contents of the crystal from Xiaolin. The Supreme Council. That's true, it seemed like only they had the power to do something like that to Ivan, but why didn't they notice? Xiaolin ignored Bell's anger, and was more concerned about her words. The sealing of that crystal was probably decided by the Supreme Council. Of course, Xiaolin was not surprised by that. In that recording, the man had said that someone was observing their battle from Tungus River, but he was still curious as to why the Supreme Council did not take away the Shard of Creation. However, in the end he figured out the only possibility. The first half of the recording was indeed observed, but after being sucked into the black hole and thrown into that distorted space, others could probably not see what was happening within at all. Thanks to Xiaolin having his Heaven's Eye, which had been lost for tens of thousands of years, he was able to look at the truth behind the distorted space. Yet, that still could not explain how he could accept the Shard of Creation that was hidden in there. It was possible what he saw as not actually a recording of history. At least, the last part might not be. It was possible that that memory crystal was coincidentally an entrance to a secret space, just like how Ivan had gone to the final lands from that distorted space. The chaos of time and space was not something Xiaolin or anyone else could understand easily. Xiaolin was beginning to get a headache, and Belle was venting her anger on him when she suddenly asked coldly, "Then did you find the answer you wanted?" Xiaolin fell silent for a moment before bitterly smiling. "I did not really find it, but at least I got some clues. However, I did not expect the true history to be so cruel." He had wanted to say it was dirty. In the past, Vojna Academia had worked with Dawn Academy to stop Ivanovich, and no matter the reason, it had definitely not been an upright move. However, if he thought that way, then he would even be blaming Dawn Academy, and he would have been doing it right in front of Dawn Academy's own intelligent computer, which was definitely not the right move. "Then I guess you did find an answer." Belle fluttered her eyes, putting on an expression that Xiaolin found very cute. Xiaolin was immediately on alert. He remembered he actually still had a deal with that girl. She had helped him find his answer in a restricted area, and now he had to tell Belle the way to change history. He suddenly asked, "You care so much about whether or not time can be rewound. Are you trying to change time?" "That's none of your business." Belle glared at him angrily. "Fine, it's actually quite simple. You've mentioned it as well already. My eye is actually the extinct Heaven's Eye from an ancient civilization. The legends aren't wrong, the eye does possess the ability to go to the past, but regretfully, changing history isn't that easy. If history could really be changed, then how did that ancient civilization get destroyed, and how did modern humans appear? Are you trying to trick me?" Belle narrowed her eyes, her expression suddenly turning ice cold and scary. "No, I'm not lying to you. The only way to change history is through me, understand? Even if you give this eye to anyone else, they won't be able to break the wall of time, only I can do that." Xiaolin ignored the threat in Belle's expression. His words were basically telling Belle that, if she really wanted to change time, Belle would have to help him. Otherwise, even if she took out the eye on Xiaolin's forehead and gave it to someone else, it would be useless. Being able to change time lay with Xiaolin, not with the Heaven's Eye. Even though Xiaolin himself felt like it was strange and hard to believe, his experience had seemed to prove that fact true.